Hey Reddit, what's the strangest coincidence you've ever personally experienced? Went to college, met a cute girl. Where'd you go to high school? She asks. You've never heard of it, I reply. I grew up in a town of 1200 people, graduated in a class of about 90. Try me, she says, and that was the beginning of finding out that not only had she heard of it, she had almost attended it, because her family had lived in one of the neighboring towns very briefly when she was growing up. We shared dozens of mutual friends, and had apparently spent our young lives narrowly missing each other. Later, after we started dating, we learned that one of our mutual friends had been trying to set us up with each other for years. She was overwhelmed with laughter when she saw that we were finally together, completely without her involvement. I asked her to marry me. She said yes. We went out to dinner with our parents so they could finally meet. Her folks arrive at the restaurant and see mine. Her mom goes, "Oh hey, my dad's name. So this is your son, huh?" They had been co-workers years ago. Of course. We've been married for 11 years now. Got a good thing going. We intend to keep it. Edit. I'm so glad you all enjoyed this. I love talking about my wife and have tons of wholesome stories like this. We do well because we each feel like we're the lucky one. Enjoy your day. Edit 2. By request of several commenters, I'm adding one of my favorite stories of my wife and I in a comment below. It is a much cuter story. Please enjoy. My favorites occurred during separate canoe trips. The first was during a Labor Day weekend trip up and down the St. Croix River, 2 days paddling upstream, one down, which runs between Wisconsin and Minnesota and eventually joins the Mississippi River. Despite it being a holiday weekend, there was virtually no traffic on the river, as we saw only one other boat, and that was on the first day. Shortly after we left point on the second day out, the weather was quite warm. At one point I said, "Boy, a watermelon sure would be good right about now." My 3 companions told me to shut up and not even mention it, because we didn't have one and weren't going to find one in the wilderness. A little while later we spotted a green object floating toward us that turned out to be a watermelon. Years later I was on a river outing with several other people on the Whitewater River in Indiana. I was paddling my kayak and had just told the watermelon story to the people in the canoe next to me. It was a hot summer day, and someone said something to the effect of "watermelons are fine, but I could really go for a cold beer right now." A few minutes later we paddled around a bend and saw a cooler sitting on a sandbar. We stopped on the sandbar, opened the cooler, and found that it contained just enough cold beers for each of us to have one. Appalachian trail hikers refer to occurrences like this as trail magic. I guess it happens on rivers too. I had a dream that me and my friend ran into Biggie Smalls. He was alive in the dream world, and he invited us to a party that was on that night. We decided that we were going to buy Biggie a gift, and I suggest that we get him a water dragon, a big lizard, because Biggie would look dope rocking a water dragon on his shoulder. We started walking to the party with the lizard, and we were at the local park. I looked down next to a bench and there was a Snaplock bag with white powder. We took the white powder and partied with Biggie that night. The next day I wake up and go to make a coffee. I turn on the radio and Party and Bullshit is playing. I thought it was a strange coincidence considering I had a dream about Biggie, but thought nothing too much of it. I walked out and froze. On my porch was a water dragon. A water dragon might appear around my house maybe 2 or 3 times a year. I spoke to my mate later that day and told him about the dream and joked that I might find a bag of coke later that day. Sure enough, I'm walking to my mate's house at night and humor the idea. So I walk over to the bench and found a bag of coke exactly where I dreamt it would be. I definitely disposed of the bag though. Me and my friends definitely hypothetically did not snort the coke while playing Biggie Smalls songs all night and into the morning, having the best time of our lives. That would be preposterous. The Beagle story. Living in small town Texas at the time, we always took in dog rescues to help find homes for them. It got to the point that people would dump them into our backyard. One day, 4 dogs show up, 2 puppies, a brindle, and a beagle. We immediately get the puppies adopted out because they're young and cute. Fast forward 8 months. We've tried adopting out the beagle male. Twice he's been returned to us. The brindle is an extremely tragic case, and I won't get into her, but she was the mother and the beagle was the father of the puppies. One fine Sunday, I decide that we need to swing Be My the volunteer on animal shelter down the road from our house. It was a Sunday. 3 years I've driven past this place. 3 years I haven't ever been, because the owner and I know each other from around town, and I do not care for her, and today I wanted to swing by, because something about their new cages caught my eye. Why not? It's closed anyways, no one's there point, so we get out and look around. I notice there's a green truck parked in the driveway. Shrug it off. This woman comes around the corner and asks us if we work there. Tell her no, but ask what she needs. She's interested in adopting a dog. She's been living in a different town 10 miles away for the last few months, and since she was in town today, she wanted to check this shelter. Her dog ran away about 10 months prior. So I tell her we have 2 available for adoption. A brindle and a beagle. She says her dog that ran away was a beagle. At this point it might be exactly what you're thinking. And you're right. Somehow, someway, we'd ended up with her beagle in our yard. And then coincidentally met her on a random day at a location I had never been to, but driven past almost every day. The brindle, it turned out, was his girlfriend from next door that would escape with him. Those neighbors had skilled out on their end shortly before the woman had moved, and were not nice people. So, she took the beagle, her beagle who had been missing for almost a year, home. The final coincidence is that we named that beagle Badgel, and his original name, Brownie. Food names. Oh man, I to this day am amazed by this. I was in the process of moving to France for school and needed to get a visa from the consultant in Chicago, 6 hours from my hometown. So I go there and my dad drops me off at the building. However, during the appointment I realize I had forgotten a piece of paperwork. Now, the woman working says I leave to go get it, that I'll have to reschedule the entire appointment, but if my dad brings it up that's fine. So I go to call him, and at that moment I realize my phone has completely stopped working. Like, dead as dead can get. So I sheepishly ask a girl about my age sitting in the lobby if I can use hers. She says yes, and to my surprise, her case is logo for my university. Turns out we go to the same school and she's getting a visa for another city in France. I thank her, talk to her about some professors, and then my dad shows up, and I finish my appointment. But here's where shit gets insane. 1 year later I'm moving back home from France. I had bought a business class seat, because wow, air faking sucks for long flights otherwise. I notice a girl looking very puzzled at me 2 rows behind me, and she looks very familiar. Everyone gets off the plane, and she comes up to me and asks if I remember her. Then it hit me. It was the same girl from the consulate. She had extended her stay in France. We both have a good laugh about the odds of that happening. TLDR, ran into a girl from my college twice under the strangest of circumstances. A few years ago, I spontaneously decided I was going to go on a camping trip for a blood moon eclipse by myself. I had zero camping experience, so me deciding to do this was random enough as it was. I asked around for good spots, ended up being suggested one of the small lakes in the Adirondacks, and off I went. The night of the blood moon eclipse, I went to a nearby bridgeway before it was even nighttime to make sure I had a good spot. I stayed there the entire night. Lots of people came and stayed, but there was also a lot of people who just pulled over for a minute or two to look at the eclipse, and then just went on their way. Fast forward a couple months, I'm telling one of my longtime friends who I always had a crush on about my adventures. When he came home from college, he pauses for a moment and just says, I know that bridge. Just past the town, over the river. Turns out he had happened to be driving through that night and pulled over at that same exact spot, but he had been on the opposite side of the road. It was faking crazy. It felt like a really cool fairytale type thing when we started dating afterwards, but then he turned out to be a psycho, and it just became a waste of a plot point. Lame. Edit. Forgot to add that was 6 to 7 hours away from my hometown. So, this wasn't just in a nearby local area. So a few months ago my car got written off outside my house by a young girl on her way home from work late on a Friday night. Fast forward a month, and I've had my insurance payout, and I'm online looking for new cars. Then I remembered, when I was with my ex we went to really good second-hand car dealership when she was looking for a new car. So I decided there would be a good place to look, but I couldn't remember where it was, or what it was called. I decided to drop my ex a text to see if she could remember. We are still friends, but she couldn't remember either. About 10 minutes after the text I decided I liked the look of the Skoda Fabia VRS, so went on YouTube to watch some reviews of what people thought about them. The very first video I clicked on to watch started focused on the back of a Skoda, and as the car pulled away as the camera zoomed out, there it was the very dealership I was looking for, that I'd just texted my ex about. It was right slap bang in the middle of the screen. So I paused the video, took a photograph, and sent it to my ex joking about what just happened. She texted back saying it was weird. I was quite mind blown at what just happened. Of all the millions of videos on YouTube, I clicked on one that answered a question I'd just been asking. I figured I should text my brother to tell him the weird story, as he's into cars too, and will more than likely be coming with me to view cars. So I let him know what happened, and he texts back saying it's weird, but would I like to know something even more weird? So obviously I ask him what he means. He then replies telling me that the dealership at the heart of this story is where he bought his VW Jetta a few years back, and he agreed it is a really good dealership to work with. The stranger thing is that I bought that VW Jetta from him, and it was the car of mine that got written off at the very beginning of this story. I figured there was something calling me to this dealership, so went there the following Saturday, as there was just too many coincidences to ignore the place. Unfortunately there was nothing on their forecourt that I liked, or that suited my budget. I ended up buying a BMW 123rd from halfway down the country. I still have pics of the crashed cars, and pretty sure I have the photo of the dealership I took of the YouTube video to send my ex, if anybody wants to see. In the late 90s/early zeros I went to college with a group of cool dudes. We were all into bikes and ads, and there was a Yamaha dealership near school. So sometimes we would go there between classes to kill time and ogle at all of the cool stuff we couldn't afford. After we graduated we kept in touch for a couple of years, but eventually we all lost track. It happens a decade later I was in the town near that same Yamaha dealership, killing time while my daily driver was receiving some warranty work. I needed an oil filter for our Ranch ATV, so it was all good timing to be in the area. I'm looking around, again ogling all of the stuff I could probably afford, but had become too impractical to justify. And I ran into Pete. Pete lived within a few miles of the dealership and just happened to stop in looking for chain for his bike. We were reminiscing about old times and talking about what a coincidence. It was when we both heard a familiar voice, our friend Jim. Jim was in town seeing his family and was also just killing time, feeling nostalgic, so he too stopped by to check out the inventory. It felt like old times again briefly, but we were all sort of weirded out by the coincidence of it all. We again exchanged numbers and said that we'd keep in touch. Pete and I did for a while, but we didn't hear from Jim again. Now another decade has come and gone. I hope those dudes are doing well. I spent a few months living in the south of Spain last year doing a teaching internship. Prior to this, I had taught in my hometown in the UK and given some one-to-one tutoring sessions to students learning English as a foreign language. One of my students was a really cool Spanish dude who had moved to the UK to work and improve his English. I taught him for about a year and we became friends and got on really well. Eventually, he moved back to his hometown in central Spain, and unfortunately we didn't keep in touch much and didn't hear from him that often. Fast forward a year or so, and I move out to Spain for this internship. One day I was sitting with a friend in a local park on a lovely Spanish sunny day having coffee and breakfast, when I glance across to the main gate of the park and see my former student walking in with a friend. We both saw each other, did a double take and ran up to each other shouting, "What are you doing here?" Turns out the friend he was with was from the city we were in, and he was visiting him for the weekend. Probably the strangest thing ever, that he had decided to visit this city I was living in, and had decided to go to the same park at the same time I was there, and us bumping into each other after not having seen each other in a year in a different country. This is a terrible story, but one I, obviously, think about every day. 2 years ago, on my daughter's 21st birthday, January 12th, we spent the morning texting back and forth about a pregnant dog at the local animal shelter in need of a foster home. I hadn't planned on fostering, but my daughter bugged me until I gave in. I told her I would apply the next day. Later that night we met for a birthday celebration dinner. After dinner she left with friends and my husband, son and I went home. I continued texting with her throughout the night and fell asleep before she responded to my last text. 12 minutes after I sent the text, my daughter was killed by a drunk driver. It was a horrific accident, heavily covered in the local news. She was so badly burned in the resulting fire, DNA was the only option for positive identification. It took 12 days for the results to come back. I asked for friends to please donate to a local animal shelter in her name, in lieu of flowers, a different shelter than the one with the pregnant dog. A group of friends from a baseball forum I belong to raised well over $5,000 and donated it to the SPCA in our area. A few days later the friend who organized the fundraising effort texted to let me know that the money had already been used to pay for surgery for one dog, as well as funding the rescue of another dog from an animal shelter. He included a photo of the rescued dog, and it was the exact same pregnant hound Chelsea, my daughter, and I had been planning to foster. The dog, who was heartworm positive, was not expected to give birth to healthy pups because she had been given vaccinations at the original shelter, which is a no-no for pregnant dogs. She ended up having 6 pups, 5 of which survived. The mama dog's name was Luna, and each of the pups were named after a heavenly body and referred to as Chelsea's pups on adoption sites and such. Luna was treated for heartworm with the remaining money and was successfully rehomed. She now lives with Chelsea's grandparents and is a very happy and spoiled hound. So that's the story of how my daughter managed to rescue a pregnant dog in need of a home. This is a long story, but it's worth it, I promise. I will put a TLDR at the end. All names in this story have been changed to protect identities. I went to college at my father's alma mater, State Technology College. I studied Russian, no connection to anyone in my family with that language. I was offered the opportunity to study in Moscow. So after I graduated college, I went to Moscow to live and study for 4 months. My college Russian professor prepared me for life in Moscow, including putting me in contact with one of her private students, Joan, who was living and working over there at the time. This was just before email and the internet and long before social media. So one day, that girl and I were walking down a street in Moscow that I had not been to, nor ever returned to later. We passed an older couple who I knew I recognized. I stopped in my tracks and turned around to look at them. The woman was looking back at me. Later I would find out that she was looking at me because I was wearing a t-shirt that said Hilton Head, South Carolina, and thought that was weird for Moscow. The older lady said, in American accented English, "Do I know you?" I said, "I think so," back in my own American accented English. We started walking towards each other. By the time I reached them to chat, the names Bob and Kelly had popped into my head, so I said, "Bob and Kelly?" with a surprised look on their faces. Bob and Kelly said, "Yes." And then it hit me how I knew them. They had audited the very first Russian language class I took in college, exactly 2 years earlier. We had only used first names in that class, and I thought of them as Bob and Kelly, the 2 older people who butchered the Russian language. Well, Bob, Kelly, Joan and I had a nice chuckle over the coincidence of 4 people who had been taught Russian by the same woman back in our home American city meeting up with each other in Moscow. Wouldn't our teacher be so proud? Bob and Kelly were a lovely couple, so they asked where I was living. It turned out that I lived only 1 or 2 metro stops away from them, a place which was nowhere near where we were currently standing. So they asked for my contact info to invite me over for dinner one night. I wrote down my name and contact information, explaining how to ask for me, because I lived in a school-run building where none of the workers spoke English. Bob looked at my unique last name, Kerflagenhausen, and said, "Kerflagenhausen? I went to State Technology College with a couple of Kerflagenhausens." Shaking my head, and judging by Bob's age, I said, "Yeah, that would either be my Uncle Frank or my father Klaus." "Klaus and Renata Kerflagenhausen are your parents?" "Yep. I was a fraternity brother of your father's." I knew your parents very well when I was in school. Bye. This time, Bob Turner had given me his name and contact info on a piece of paper and my brain was going crazy trying to figure out why it sounded so familiar. I mean, Bob Turner isn't really that unique of a name. And suddenly, ding. I knew where I'd seen Bob's name before. I reached into my purse and pulled out a photo of my mother from before she was married, but while she was dating my father. It was a photo of her in an adorable party dress. The story I'd been told was that my father was busy working and couldn't take her to this dance or party, so she went with one of his fraternity brothers. I turned the photo over and there was Bob Turner's name written on the back. I held up the photo and asked, "Is this you?" Bob was flabbergasted. He said, "That's me, and your mother." At this point, Kelly, Bob's second wife who didn't know all his college friends, gave us the side eye and said, "Bob, she's carrying around a photo of you?" I laughed and said, "I'm carrying around my favorite photo of my mother." I never cared who the guy in it was, until now. I wrote the story up and sent it home to my parents by fax, baby. My father got a ton of mileage out of telling it during homecoming weekend parties with his fraternity brothers. It was even written up, inaccurately, in the fraternity newsletter that year. Bob and Kelly never did get around to having me over for dinner. That was the only time I saw them in Moscow 13 years later. Bob showed up to my mother's memorial service. He was a widower by then and was in town visiting with his kids. It was his custom to read the obits, and he saw my mother, so he came and stayed for the repast as well. My father died 11 years later, and I can't remember if we got word to him. Dad's service was in his hometown, so I didn't expect Bob to show up. My uncle Frank just died last week and I've already seen on Facebook that someone was able to get the news to Bob. The service will be in their hometown again, so I don't expect to see him. Besides, he should be about 83 now. TLDR, I ran into an older man while walking the streets of Moscow, over 5k miles from my home, who turned out to know my parents, and I was carrying a photo of him from his college days. In 1996 I was at a church rummage sale and found a painting of a butterfly with a yellow frame. I bought it, took it home, and noticed it was signed by a guy named Gabriel, which I thought was a odd coincidence, cause close to my name. I liked the painting because, unlike a lot of butterfly paintings, it wasn't cute or stylized. It was hard to explain, but it had a more, I don't know, it was just special in its way. It felt like some guy had painted it after he had taken a few community center art classes and was just starting to find his own style. Loved it. Put it in my son's room. 10 years later I was at a thrift store 2 towns over from the city, looking for something purple to go in my daughter's room. She loved purple. Found a purple framed butterfly painting, took it home, and realized it was the same guy, signed the same way, similar style. What are the odds in a city of over 64k people that I would find 2 of this guy's paintings? I went online to see if I could find out anything about Gabriel, the painter of butterflies, but never found out anything about him. My theory is that it was an older man who liked to paint as a hobby, and at some point his wife made him clean out the garage, or he passed away, and all his paintings were donated. I bet there are more floating around. Okay, I'm a bit late, but this is by far the strangest coincidence I've experienced. About a year ago my husband and I were shopping around Walmart when we saw an older couple who happened to be shopping in almost all the same aisles as us. I made a joke to my husband that it was us 40 years in the future because the wife was wearing Victoria's Secret pink sweatpants, like me, and carrying a purse the same brand as mine. We end up passing each other in the dog food aisle, buying the same brand of dog food and treats as us, and noticing the humor in the moment, we struck up a conversation with them. We ended up finding out that, like us, they have one daughter with a very rare 4-syllable first name like our daughter. They have 2 dogs, one which is a German Shepherd / Beagle mix, just like ours. Okay, this is getting weirder. We live next to his high school, they live next to his elementary school a couple miles from us. We finished up our small talk, checked out, and went to our vehicle to load up the groceries. Next to our vehicle was an identical make, model, and year car as mine. Only difference was this car was red, and mine is blue. I joked to my husband again, "Oh, maybe this car belongs to our future selves from in the store." Sure enough, who comes out of the store and gets in the car next to us? You guessed it. Their car even had body damage on the right side of it like mine. An absolutely eerie experience, almost like we met ourselves in an alternate dimension or timeline. When I was about 12, I went to a summer camp on the coast of NC where we learned about sailing and Jesus and stuff. I was a small kid, pretty reserved and didn't really get to know many people, and was kinda skittish about getting in the water, taking off my shirt in front of people. I was chubby, etc. My counselor was really cool and would always help me get up my courage. He called me little bro. He was this hippie guy who looked like the lead singer from Blind Melon, and he had 2 pet iguanas. On one of the last nights of camp, I decided to go sit out by the shore after sunset, and I noticed down on the jetty my counselor was there smoking a cigarette. I walked over and talked to him for a minute. Really cool guy. Fast forward 10 years, I was working at a Mexican restaurant, and after I had been there a few months, they had me train a new guy. He looked to be about my age, shaved head like me. I taught him the ropes and we started hanging out after work at the local Buffalo Wild Wings. One night the trivia question on the screen was about sailing. I was half in the bag, so I rambled about how I should have known the answer to that, because I went to this summer camp when I was a kid. I went on to explain what my counselor was like, with the 2 pet iguanas, etc. Point my friend turned to me and said, "I can't believe you're saying what you're saying, bro. 10 years ago, I worked at that camp, and I had long hair at the time, and I had 2 pet iguanas. One was mine, one was my girlfriend's." Mind blown. But there's more point. After finding this out, he encouraged me to go back as a counselor, said it was such an awesome experience, etc. I applied and he called up the camp director and put in a good word for me, and I ended up working there for the summer. Every week we had a new group of campers, and on the last week, I decided to walk out to my old spot by the jetty and smoke my last cigarette. As I stood there, one of my campers from that week, a small kid who didn't say much and had to be encouraged a little to get in the water, just like I did, peeked out of the tree line by the shore and saw me standing on the jetty. He walked up and we talked for a while. I hoped he thought I was a really cool guy. TLDR, I went to a summer camp, had fond memories of a really cool counselor I had who ended up being my trainee at a restaurant years later, then encouraged me to take the counselor job for the summer. While there, I had a situation with one of my campers that was the same as one that I had had with my counselor years before. Mind-blowing coincidence. My husband and I honeymooned in Malta last year, where his father was born, and had never gone back. We had been given one of his Maltese cousins' contacts to connect with while we were there. We booked our Airbnb in Feb and contacted them in April to let them know we were coming. We met up with them and they took us around different parts of the country. We booked 2 places, one on the island of Gozo and another in Valletta. Backstory: when we checked into the Valletta place, the instructions said 2nd floor. In Canada, the 1st floor is usually the ground level floor, and so on upwards from there. So we tried our key in the apartment in the 2nd floor. It didn't work. We saw a Filipino woman go into the apartment, so we knew we had the wrong place as we weren't meeting anyone to check in. We walked up to the next floor and sure enough the 2nd floor was what we would have understood in Canada to be the 3rd floor. One day they said they would like to take us around the city of Valletta, since we were already there, and show us the building where my father-in-law's last living aunt was living in, perhaps even meet her. She was well into her 90s. When we gave them our Airbnb address for them to come meet us, they were blown away, because it just so happened that our Airbnb was not only the same building, but our rental was the apartment directly above my husband's great aunt, meaning that when we tried the 2nd floor apartment, it was my husband's great aunt's place and the Filipino lady we saw was her live-in caretaker. Needless to say, we were able to meet her. She was so shocked to meet her sister's grandson, and it was an incredibly special part of our honeymoon. His dad, who was 72 at the time, was able to see photos of us with his aunt, who he hadn't seen since he was about 7 years old when his family left Malta to go to the States. Both my father-in-law and his aunt passed away very recently, and my husband and I cherish this coincidental experience so very much. My wife and I were on a vacation from the US to London and Paris. On our second day in London, my wife gets a horrible ear infection and is in a lot of pain. We call the front desk of the hotel and they arrange for a doctor to visit our room. The doctor arrives, spends about 15 minutes with us, and prescribes some medicine. The medicine works, and my wife is feeling a lot better within a couple of days. Fast forward 5 days. We take the train from London to Paris, arrive at our Airbnb, and have a nightmare experience. The Airbnb listing description was bullshit. Washing machine and dryer were broken. Bathroom was barely usable. The quaint apartment was loud as shit with noisy neighbors and street traffic. We spent one night there, barely slept, and got the hell out the next morning. We looked for hotels online, and booked the first one that was in our price range. Nothing fancy, but way more comfortable than the apartment. We sleep great the first night. The next morning, we walk downstairs to the lobby to start our day of sightseeing. A woman sitting in the lobby catches my eye. Our eyes meet. I know her from somewhere. She looks at me like she knows me from somewhere. And then it clicks. She's the doctor that saw my wife in London. She just happened to be on vacation, staying in the same hotel in Paris that we found after the Airbnb nightmare, and sitting in the lobby at the exact same time we came downstairs. When the shock of the coincidence wore off, she checked my wife's ear and asked how she was feeling. We took a picture and parted ways. Best doctor ever. Boy, have I got one. It's long, so TLDR as best I can at the end. About 5 or 6 years ago, I went with college friends camping to Sequoia. There I met a group of guys from Spain, and we hit it off talking about all sorts of topics, and I exchanged Facebooks with 2 of these people, as the others didn't have one. I learned they were backpacking, and so access to a phone was also fairly difficult, so we didn't exchange any numbers. At the end of our trip, I bid them goodbye and went home. Fast forward to 2017. I was on a trip to Uruguay, Uruguay, and was walking down the street in my mom's hometown and spotted a USB. It had a logo of a local construction company on it. At the time I needed one to bring to a print shop for some flyers and thought, wow, how lucky. But looked around to see if anyone had dropped it. Empty wherever I looked. I pick it up and take it home, skeptical about plugging it into my laptop for it could have viruses or other weird content. I end up just emailing the prints to the shop, so I never actually need the USB nor check what's on it until my last week on the trip, out of curiosity. There are some photos of friends, a cat, plants, nothing peculiar, and a resume. I contact the number via WhatsApp, a very common app to use outside of the USA, saying, hey, name on resume, I found your USB, and I'm contacting you via the number 1 found on the resume, can I meet to return it to you? And receive no response. I fly back to the States, and forget about the message. A few weeks after, I get a response. Hi Ariana, it's random name, let's say George, been a while since we last spoke, how are you doing? Name of his friend, do you remember him? He finally made it back home, and, other friend, went to, random country. In my sleepy days I didn't connect any of this. I apologized for not contacting sooner, and said I couldn't return the USB, and he said he didn't mind, it wasn't even his, and once again excitedly asked how I was doing. Finally I read the messages over again and it all clicked. This was one of the guys I met in that group of Spaniards at Sequoia 5 to 6 years ago, who didn't have a Facebook account or phone or anything. Those names he mentioned were the friends I met. He recognized me via the photo icon that you had on your WhatsApp account. I asked him for a selfie to confirm his identity, and it was him. I had to sit down for a bit and freak out, because how the hell his resume from Spain ended up on a street in Uruguay in a random USB is a damn mystery. He still has no clue how it landed on that USB, and he never once visited Uruguay in his life. TLDR, met group of Spaniards in Sequoia some years ago, couldn't keep in touch with some of them, took trip to Uruguay in 2017, and found random USB on the street with resume on it. Contact resume owner asking to return USB and turns out the resume belonged to one of those guys I met in Sequoia. USB wasn't his, and he never visited Uruguay. I'm scared of universe now. Maybe not quite the example I think you're looking for, but I had a crush on a girl in college with whom I never spoke. I have a 4 AM drunken Facebook DM to prove it. She did not respond. This is 2004-2005. I saw her pretty much every weekend at the bars, since we had so many friends in common. I graduated never speaking to her, but still had that crush. Not a mindless college crush where you wanna hook up, just because you're a 19-year-old dude in hormonal overdrive. This was the girl I wanted. Fast forward to 2011. I'm in Vegas for a bachelor party, and the first night there was quite rowdy. Long story short, I wake up in the back of a cab, alone, no wallet, no phone, and wearing one shoe. Cabbie tells me he's dropping me off at the Encore, which is the destination I gave him as I got in the cab. Obviously, I do not remember hailing the cab or any other detail from that night. My ability to correctly name my hotel still impresses me to this day. Anyway, he drops me off at the Encore, and I start walking around the pool, assuming the rest of my party would be lounging poolside sipping some drinks. It's about 11 AM at this point. I make a few laps, and can't find anyone. I'm hungover, frustrated, hungry, tired, confused, everything. Then someone comes up to me and asks me if I need help. Take a wild guess who it was. She was there for a bachelorette party. She bought me some water and stayed with me till we eventually ran into someone from my party. Fast forward to Monday, when our daughter turns 8 months old, happily married since 2015. Around 1998/99, bought a sword, claymore, on a trip to grandparents' farm. Take it with me. Decided to walk to tiny rural church in the middle of night. Open hymn book at random. It opens on Cameronian midnight hymn. Grandma is Cameron by birth. Appreciate both sentiment and coincidence. Walk back to GP's cottage. Decide on the way that it would also be fun to stand on the highest hill on the property and take self-timed photo as sun rises. I do exactly that. 4 years later, go to Scotland. Decide, as part of journey, to stay at little hostel as close to the Cameron seat as possible. Get to hostel. Meet the owner. We are all backpackers on a bus. Introductions made. I have my photo with me in my journal. He looks at it and says, "Did you get that from my website?" I say no, it's me. It's my photo. It looks a lot like the one on my website. I had not seen the website. Booking was by phone at the time. Show him same photo from my own website. Turns out a friend must have seen it on the sword forum I frequented at the time and passed it along. Embarrassment, free accommodation and whiskey ensued. Nice guy. He also took me personally to Uncanny, and that's how a girl with a claymore already consecrated by things Cameron, from the family farm in New Zealand, around 1999, got to be photo subtitled "The Spirit of the Highlands" on a website for the closest hostel I could find to the seat of Clan Cameron, Scotland in 2003. Photo. My M27 wife, F26, and her family immigrated to the US from the Republic of Georgia in 1997. A couple years ago, we were engaged and planning our wedding. We were searching for a non-religious reverend to officiate the wedding. Our wedding coordinator gave us a list of 8 professionals to check out. We contacted one from the list and arranged to meet him to see if he was the style officiant we were looking for. We met for lunch at a ramen restaurant and chatted to get to know each other. I mentioned that my wife and her family are from the Republic of Georgia, and he said, "Oh, I love Georgia. I went there once long ago. Such a beautiful country." My wife was so excited to hear that. It's rare to encounter an American that's been to Georgia. He said, "Yeah, I'm a filmmaker, and I was there in 1990 doing a documentary about a Georgian energy healer." That's when it got really weird. My wife said, "That's really strange. I'm a filmmaker and my mother's an energy healer." Still not really thinking much of the situation. She told him her mom's name, which he couldn't quite remember, and they tried to retrace the timeline to see if there was any chance it was the same person. We all had chills as they were talking about it. It ended with him telling us he would search through his old footage and find a picture of the woman he thinks could be my wife's mother and send it to us when he got home. On our way back home, my wife called her dad from the car and asked him if there was any chance mom was in a documentary about healers in 1990. Her dad said yes. Why? She said, was it made by American filmmakers? Again he said yes. She told him the name of our officiant and quickly realized he was the director of the film she was in. After hanging up the phone in disbelief, the phone went off with a text message of an old black and white photo from Revstar, which was indeed my wife's mother energy healing. Wild. This made for a great opening story at our ceremony. So I have a pretty uncommon name in the US. It's Sicilian. I worked at a fine dining restaurant and got sat a three-top. Mom, dad, daughter about 8 to 10 years younger than me. Introduced myself and said hi, I'm Ratat, I'll be your server this evening. And the mom goes, oh, my daughter's name is Ratat. I explained to her that I've never met another person with my name before, but was aware of a soccer player at our university who has the same name. And I asked how/why they chose it. The mother told me this story about her struggling with fertility and that her and her husband were thinking about adoption. So this happened at least 23 years ago. Well, she was grading papers at a colleague's house and said they were on the back patio and the neighbor yelled, Ratat, come home please. And she looked at her friend and said she loved the name, and if she ever had a baby, that would be the name. Well, a little while passes and her husband traveled to Russia and went to an orphanage. She was introduced to a baby girl with white hair and blue eyes and her name was Ratat. And her husband fell in love with the little girl and brought her home. So I asked this lady where her friend lived and she told me the exact street. Turns out that little neighbor girl was me. I was absolutely stunned. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. All those years ago, and she heard the name once. And it was her daughter name. I kinda just went through the rest of my shift in awe a little bit. What were the dank chances of that? My daughter and I like to go on little hikes in our area and I usually use all trails to find new spots, narrow down trail options, to ensure they are not too hard and such. So after browsing some local trails we decided to try a new trail about 40 minutes away from our home. It was mentioned in the trail comments that there were suspended bridges and I knew the place would be a hit for my daughter. This trail has multiple entrances and areas of parking surrounding the 190 acres. I found some parking on the west side of the reservation and we began our hike. About a mile in, my daughter was getting a little tired and cranky, so we took our usual little break, had a snack and continued on. I had raved about the idea of bridges in the sky to my daughter, so I couldn't help but realize her slight disappointment as we crossed a few wooden bridges that were not more than a foot or two off the ground. About another 20 minutes and I knew I was losing the interest of my 7-year-old child, and it was only a matter of time before she was done and I'd be stuck piggybacking her out of there. My sense of direction is not always the best, but I was confident we were on the right path. I was tempted to turn around while she was still in good spirits, but I really wanted to find these darn suspended bridges, and at last we found them. My daughter was ecstatic. I was relieved. We started to approach what looked like a jungle gym in the sky and my daughter says, Mom, look, it's Grammy Papa on the other side of the bridge. I knew this was impossible as not only were we 40 minutes away from home, we were about 1 hour deep into the woods. I handed her our water bottle because I was starting to think she was dehydrated and was seeing things as we climbed up onto the suspended bridge. Sure as shit, there is my mom and stepdad getting onto the bridge from the opposite entrance. To make this even stranger, my mother and stepdad go hiking maybe once a year together, and they had never been to the trail either. They parked on the east side of the reservation and were about 1 hour into their hike as well. So we parked on opposite sides of 190 acres and met completely in the middle on the woods. What are the chances of that? I live on the west coast of Australia. When I first arrived I was traveling around East Coast. Had a friend living on Gold Coast, so obviously hit him up for a place to crash passing through. As luck would have it, he just moved into a new place where the landlord was trying to replace 3 tenants who just left, so there was a spare room available. Last guy left a few of his belongings in the room. Nothing expensive, but there was a phone charger that matched my phone. Was an old type Samsung, long flat connection. Jackpot, as my charger needed an adapter since it was a European plug. Spent a few days there. Landlord lived downstairs and we were upstairs. He was a nice guy, but always looking for us to help. In the 5 days I was there we felled a tree, helped dig the pool, and painted the fence. I left and carried on my travels. About a year later I was staying in a hostel in far north Queensland, fairly remote town. Met a lot of good people there, many drinks were drank, and ended up staying a couple of months. About a month in, another guy arrived, and was from the same country as me, so we became good friends in the short time. He was trying to show me pictures of people who we may have both known, but his old phone was dead. Turns out that we had the same phone, so gave him my old charger, since he had an international adapter already. The day we both left we went our separate ways. I went up to Daintree Rainforest, stunning place by the way, and he headed south along the coast. Did a few days in Daintree, and then started heading south towards Sydney. Pulled into a rest stop one night for a sleep just south of Gold Coast, and who did I see? Only my pal from the hostel. He jumped in my van, and we got smashed. He had a bottle of whiskey, so it seemed like the obvious thing to do. Many drinks later we're chatting, and I asked how it took him so long to get here, and he says faking stopped off in my old house to grab some things I left behind, and landlord had me hanging doors. He was a carpenter. So I ask, is your landlord's name Dennis? He looks at me weird, like yay. Then I said the address. He was like, okay, you stalking me, or what? Turns out the place I crashed in was his old place, and the charger I liberated from the room was his old bedroom, hence his phone being dead. I met him probably a couple of 1,000 kilometers away, gave him my old charger, because I found an Aussie one. Still amazes me now even writing it out. Finn. I was traveling through Europe with my best friend and we were staying on the outside of Paris in a dingy little hostel, and finally resigned ourselves to doing laundry at the laundromat around the corner. We took our stuff to the laundromat and I realized I didn't have any coins for the soap dispenser, and neither did my friend. In the middle of me figuring this out, a man walks into the laundromat and offers me €1, which I graciously take and use to buy my soap. We leave and think nothing of it until we go back to move our clothes over, and the man is there again. This makes sense considering we put our laundry in at the same time. But this time the man notices the shirt my friend is wearing, which is a tank top with the name of our college on it. He recognizes it, which is weird on its own, because the school is a very small, specialized school, 5k students. We think it's cool that he recognizes our school, and we chat for a minute about it, and then he asks us if we know someone at the school, and sure enough we do. Somehow in this tiny laundromat in a corner of an outer Paris neighborhood we've managed to find someone we have mutual friend with. It was a little bizarre, and would have been a little less of a coincidence if my friend and I didn't have a reputation for knowing someone everywhere we went. I was at a party in Oakland, California, at my place, put on by my roommate for his old work friends. I was introduced to a guy named Matthew. He looked really familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. It didn't make sense since my roommate and I had no mutual friends at the party. I eventually notice that he has a shirt on that is sort of a Warhol reference. It's a print of a single can of soup, but instead of Campbell's, the soup has Boyd on the label. Now, throughout the evening my gears are turning, and I think of my friends back in College Park, Maryland. They had a friend they talked about sometimes, fun stories, etc., named Matt Boyard. They used to use his full name. I guess there were too many Matts in their stories or something. I started to wonder, but there were so many problems with this being the same person. Oakland, CA is about 3,000 miles away from College Park, MD. There were no mutual friends between my current roommate and my college buddies in Maryland. I met my Oakland roommate in San Francisco. I became sure, the more I thought about it, that I had never actually met Matt Boyd, which made this whole idea of me thinking he looked familiar kind of absurd. Even just the idea that I'm assuming his last name, based on the print on his shirt, screamed not the same person. Now, I was raised in a rural area, so I had this habit friends would point out, of asking people their last names, like I was gonna recognize their family or something, even if I'm in a city that's worlds away from my home area. So I'm self-conscious about how stupid it all seems, but I have a couple drinks. I walk up to him and say, I just gotta ask, is your last name Boyd? He said, oh yeah, that. was enough for me. I just dove in with the only point of contact that was even possible. I've lived at Jason Lund's house in College Park. The monkeys are some of my best friends. Holy shit. We discussed this for the rest of the party. Our best guess is that I recognized him from a picture on a fridge in Maryland, and because of his choice of t-shirt, was able to point out we had dozens of mutual friends thousands of miles away, none of whom had anything at all to do with the party we were currently at in Cali. Throwaway for health privacy reasons. For context, my boyfriend was adopted at birth. He knows his biological parents' names, but had never met them. About a year ago I started working in a new pharmacy. A week in, a man came in who looked vaguely familiar, and whose name was familiar, but I couldn't quite place. The next day I saw the name again and it clicked. I literally said holy shit at a volume definitely not appropriate for a pharmacy. He was my boyfriend's biological father. He looked familiar, because he looks like my boyfriend. The other people in the pharmacy had never seen him before, and he had never filled a prescription at this pharmacy before. I saw him multiple times over the course of a month due to a short-term health issue. I haven't seen him since. Due to privacy laws, I couldn't tell my boyfriend that his biological father was a patient, but I did bring up reaching out to his biological parents. He had mentioned it before, but had never acted on it, but this time he did. He had recently taken a 23andMe, and he decided to give them both a heads up. He sent Facebook messages to both parents. Here's where it gets crazy. His biological father never responded, but his biological mother replied immediately. The message he sent was along the lines of, if I'm a secret I understand, make sure your family doesn't use 23andMe to keep it that way. His biological mom replied that he was never a secret, that she'd been waiting 30 years for him to reach out, and the whole family had been keeping tabs on him discreetly. He was inundated with friend requests from aunts, uncles, cousins, and a half-brother. His biological mom then mentioned that while she lived abroad she was actually stateside for 3 more days as she wrapped up the affairs of her mother, who had died 2 weeks ago. When asked where she was, it turned out she was 5 miles away. We've moved across the country twice, don't live where we grew up, and have never talked to this person before. And after waiting 30 years, my fiance was only 5 miles away from his birth mother on one of only a handful of days she's going to be there. They were able to meet, and he found a lot of comfort and closure in meeting her. She went back abroad, and they are still in touch, but he's never been more sure that his adoptive parents are, in every sense of the words, his true parents. I grew up on the West Coast and my best friend growing up was a girl named Ashley. We were the best of friends from about kindergarten to 6th grade, until my family moved out of state to the other side of the country. I lost all contact with Ashley after we moved. This was long before social media was a thing. In my new life on the other side of the country I befriended a kid named Curtis. He quickly would become my best friend from about 7th grade to my sophomore year of high school when my family up and moved to a different state yet again. And just like with Ashley I would lose all contact with Curtis. This was pre-2000 still. Fast forward to about 2014, and I decided to start looking for old friends on Facebook. Curtis has a pretty distinct last name, so it was easy to find and reconnect to him, and we were both glad to be connected again. Curtis ended up going to college out on the West Coast and got his degree and seemed to be doing really well and was even married to my earlier childhood friend Ashley. This blew my mind as there was no way these two could have met through me, since they lived about 3,000 miles apart in 2 distinct times in my life before social media was a thing, and I don't really remember talking to either one of them about the other. It would have been impossible for me to talk to Ashley about Curtis, since I had not yet met him. What happened was they ended up going to the same university and meeting there. For Ashley it was convenient as it was close to where her and I grew up, and I found out through Curtis that all my talk of how much I loved where I grew up made him look into going to college there. It absolutely blew all of our minds. Also, the entire time they were together they never really mentioned me, as I was long out of both of their lives by then, even though I was a somewhat small factor in Curtis choosing where he would go to college. TLDR. to childhood friends of mine from different parts of the country who never knew of each other's existence or my existence in the other person's life, end up meeting in college long after I was out of either of their lives, and ended up getting married. I was a very violent and angry alcoholic growing up, mainly due to being sexually molested by a family member and later raped by a much older man. I grew up in a very poor family on a semi-remote Native American reservation where abuses like this were common due to the residential school system. Both men who abused me, I later found out, were also abused by priests in the northern residential schools. I was 23, deep into my alcoholism, and had walked into a bar directly across from our reservation on the Canadian side. Upon walking in, I noticed the man who had raped me as a child sitting there on a bar stool, very old at this point, and in his late 60s. I immediately left and went home to get my rifle with the intention of killing this man, but I just don't go through with it. I then decided to kill myself instead. I drove to my mother's house to tell her that what had happened to me growing up, and to ask her why she never wanted me, why she never loved me, and that I loved her. I also feel like it was a desperate attempt to reach out to her as we never had a relationship growing up. She gave me away at birth. I broke down to my knees and cried uncontrollably. She would not let me leave and stayed with me until morning, until I was calm and sober. That morning we heard from my cousin that a man had a heart attack on the reserve next to ours last night and had died. It was the man who raped me. I never told my mom that it was him, and I felt bad for him, but at the same time felt a weight lift from my shoulders. It was a strange day, to say the least. I know it doesn't mean anything, but I sometimes feel that our creator needed to bring that man home so I could heal inside. I feel that the creator was telling me that everything would be okay, but in order for me to heal, I must let this man go. I have since been sober for 6 years, been to 3 residential treatment centers for sexual abuse and trauma, and have reconnected with my mother. In order to move forward, the past needs to be let go of, and I think that is what I learned from that experience. My heart also feels sorry for the man who raped me, as he was a victim of sexual abuse as a young boy himself. Bit of a long one, but a really trippy and crazy experience. I run a small company creating and selling software for small businesses, and about a year ago I was looking for a temp office for a few weeks. While we were transitioning from one permanent office to another, I only needed a few desks, and I found a guy online, Ben, who had a few desks to rent out in his own small office in a building full of small business offices. We agreed to meet at 2 p.m. for me to view the space. Come 2 p.m. and I'm downstairs in the lobby of the building. It's one of those buildings that someone needs to ring you up, but because he didn't tell me what unit number he was in, I couldn't use the intercom. I only knew the floor. I texted and called him, but no response. It's about 2:10 p.m. and someone walks into the building and it's obvious he's looking around for someone. I go up to him and this is how it goes. Me, hey, would you happen to be Ben? Ben, yeah. Are you Nickelodeon? Me, yep. Ben, great. Sorry I'm a bit late. My last meeting ran over a little bit. Come with me, let's go up to my office point. So we go into the elevator, and while we are in the elevator, Ben makes some small talk. Ben, so busy day so far. Me, not really. I had a big night out the day before, and I had nothing on this morning. So I woke up at 1 p.m., got some lunch, and came here. I'm just viewing an office, so I'm just honest. Ben, right, kind of gives me a weird look and now it feels a bit awkward, so now I'm thinking okay, that was a bit weird, but whatever. We get to his office and it's super messy, and I don't see any vacant desks anywhere. He sits down at his desk and pulls a chair for me. I sit down. Ben, so, you're the website guy, right? Me, yeah, I am. Most of the people we work with are pretty tech illiterate, so I assume he means software. Ben, okay, well, we had a website guy before, but he was really shit and mucked us around. I'm hoping you're going to be better. Me, oh, okay. Ben, right. Well, how much did you say you charge again? We need this website pretty fast. At this point I'm pretty confused and have no idea what the fuck is going on. Me, oh, sorry. I don't make websites. I sell business management software. Ben, what? you said you're the website guy. Me, well, yes, I have a website, but I don't create websites for other people. I sell software. Ben, what? Aren't you Nickelodeon? Me, yes, and aren't you Ben? Ben, yes. We are both getting increasingly exasperated with each other. Me, sorry, but what did you think this meeting was about? Ben, for you to create me a website for my restaurant. Me, okay, sorry, this is a huge misunderstanding. My name is Nickelodeon, but I came here to view office space for and Ben, I don't have extra office space. Me, alright, okay, well, sorry about all this. So I'm here to see a Ben for office space, but you're not that Ben, and you're here to see a Nickelodeon for a website, but I'm not that Nickelodeon. Point. Ben doesn't say anything but just kind of looks at me, wide-eyed. Me, okay, well, let's just go back downstairs and see if there's two people in the lobby. At this point we both get up and start heading to the elevator. I check my phone and I see a few text messages from Ben saying that he's there at the lobby. We go back downstairs to the lobby, where I see two people waiting there. Point. One of them is named Ben, and one of them is named Nickelodeon. Point. It turns out, two Bens and two Nickelodeons had a meeting booked at the same day and same time, and both Bens had an office on the same floor of the office building. Point. I can't even describe how trippy the whole experience was. The funniest part for me was the part in the elevator, when I basically told him I was a lazy fuck who drank excessively, when he thought I was the guy who was going to create his website. Haha. About 2 years ago my dog got hit by a car on my street a few houses up from mine. A woman saw the driver hit my dog and drive off, so she came outside with a towel, covered my dog, and tried her best to keep her calm. When the news spread down the street I came out in an absolute panic. No joke, I was bawling my eyes out, and the same woman put her coat around me and hugged me while we tried to decide what to do. She helped pick my dog up and put her on my lap while my boyfriend drove us to the emergency vet. Fast forward to last October, the house we were renting went into foreclosure and the landlord did not tell us. We found out the house was going to auction in a few days because my boyfriend's sister was browsing Zillow and saw our house for sale. We freaked out because finding a house in our area is super hard, especially with bad credit, which we both had. I was terrified we would have to move to a cheap place in the ghetto or end up back in a tiny apartment. We have 3 kids, so that would have been intolerable. I asked my boyfriend to drive around the neighborhood and look for any for rent signs outside houses. He called me back a few hours later and said there's a house on our street for rent, so he called the number and started talking with the landlord. After telling her our situation, the topic of pets came up. She said absolutely no cats, but dogs were okay. He tells her about our dog, who is now handicapped from her accident. She tells him that there was dog who got hit by a car a few years back right outside her house, and goes on to tell him the story I just told you about the driver not stopping and how awful she felt for the poor dog. He told her that was our dog. He told her that we wanted to come thank her for her kindness the next day, but in our panic we didn't pay enough attention to who she was. She told us the house was ours if we wanted it, and we moved in the next week. That woman saved me twice. So growing up, my sister and I had these really good neighborhood friends who lived across the street from us. We would hang out all the time. Yeah, I know, neighborly stuff. Anyways, they ended up moving to a town that was like 2 hours from us when I was like 8 years old. I haven't really seen them much since, especially within the last couple years. I'm 22 now, and 3 years ago I went hiking with 3 good friends, and at the top we drink and smoke a bit. One of my friends got kinda faded, hella lightweight, and on our walk down, she twisted her ankle. So we're just chilling there for a second and trying to call anyone we could to try and help us. But we had no phone service or anything. We finally came to the realization that we're gonna have to walk or carry her down. But before that could happen, these 2 people, father and son, come walking down the mountain, and they offered the most help anyone could offer. They helped us out tremendously with carrying her down and figuring everything out. And as we're walking down, they introduce themselves and I realize that it's my FK and same childhood friend and his dad. I'm absolutely stunned, and I just immediately hug them, and we start catching up. I hadn't seen them in over 10 years and barely talked to them. Craziness, easily the most random coincidence I've been a part of. Thanks y'all for whoever read this. I met a guy in a bar. We just connected straight away and spent the whole night talking to each other. Felt like I knew him forever. He was just visiting the town I lived in at the time, so I gave him a hug and said hope we bump into each other again sometime. This was in the early 90s, before cell phones and email. Later that year, we ran into each other again. He was visiting family again and happened to meet up in a different bar. I like to party, same deal. Talked all night, really solid connection. That summer I moved around a lot, and I was picking fruit in a small orchard in the middle of nowhere, when who should drive a tractor past me. He almost fell off. We were well buzzed out, but got to spend way more time hanging out together for a few weeks. Again, parted ways in hope we would bump into one another again. The following year I was at the zoo. TVU to concert, and I thought to myself, I wonder if Tony would be here. Looking around at a sea of 30,000 plus people, I didn't have a hope of finding him if he was there, but 10 minutes later I got a tap on my shoulder, and it was him. I thought you would be here, he said. Was very cool to groove beside this awesome human all night. The following summer, I found myself in a very isolated community. Not many people knew about this bush camp. No power, we had to shower in the waterfall, etc. I had a solid group of friends that I shared this wee community with, and I had told them all about this guy, who I keep bumping into. I always thought about him. During the night one night I noticed some people come in and set up camp. The next morning, I was biking off to town, and who should step out of the tent? I was amazed and so happy. The people he was with knew about me and vice versa. We spent a few months hanging together. He was an artist and I would wake to find pine cone sculptures around the trees outside my caravan. I felt such a deep soul connection to this man. I left in April to start my OE and said to him that I expect to bump into him in London, but never did. I lost touch for 4 years while I traveled. I was in a horrible accident in August of 2000 and nearly lost my life. I ended up returning home to recover and have physio, etc. Keep in mind this was still prior to Facebook, but there was a website called Old Friends where people would try to find old friends. So I put a post up looking for Tony. I got a reply that I wasn't expecting at all. Tony had died in August. No one knows the exact date, but I suspect the day I almost died. I miss my friend. Till we meet again. First ever post on Reddit. This is my favorite coincidence story and have to share here. I left my remote hometown in Arnhem Land, Northern Territory, Australia, after living there for 34 years, my whole life. I had been in my new job in my new town for a few days and was having the inevitable "where are you from?" chat with one of the guys while making a coffee. When I said where I was from, he told me he has family there, who turned out to be very close family friends who I had grown up calling auntie and uncle. We thought that was a pretty cool coincidence and went on to chat about the family and what everyone is up to now, and he mentioned he had grown up in New Zealand. I recalled a holiday both our families had taken together to NZ when I was 7 years old, and that on that holiday we had visited some of their family. That night all us kids had slept in a large living room on the floor in sleeping bags. He looked at me kind of puzzled. He remembered that visit and us kids all sleeping on the floor. It was his house we had stayed at. I visited mum and dad shortly after and spent hours digging through all of my dad's photo slides to find the photo of us kids in our sleeping bags. I found it, had a photo printed from it, and showed it to my new friend when I got back to work, and yep, sure enough, that was his living room and there was his sister in the photo. Super cool accidental discovery that I had slept in this stranger's living room in a different country when I was 7 years old. The year was 2012. I owned an automotive repair shop. I was there on the weekend working on my wife's Toyota Camry. I went to test drive the repaired car and the chain of events that came along blow me away to this day. My best friend was visiting at the shop and detailing his car. His friend then arrived to the shop to show him a new car he bought. While he was occupied ogling the new car, I left in my wife's car for the test drive, and unknown to me, my best friend had left his phone laying on my wife's trunk lid, on top of a microfiber towel. I returned from the drive and my friend zoomed to the driver window, wide-eyed, and said, "Please tell me you picked up my phone off the trunk before you left." My stomach dropped. We immediately went out on a search. His child's birth was on the memory card, so it was very tense. He just wanted the memory card back. We saw the remnants of a phone on a 4-lane highway I had just driven down on my test drive. We pull over. It's his phone, but it's in pieces. Now it's just down to finding the memory card. We spread out, me, my best friend and his friend who tagged along. One guy on each shoulder of the road and my best friend walking the center lane. My friend is covering a lot of ground fast, and he's way ahead of us too when a sheriff deputy pulls up. From a distance of about 50 yards my friend now has his hands in the air and he's suddenly handcuffed. We start running toward them and yelling, "Hey, what's going on?" He tells us to stay back, and he drives away with my friend and we don't know why. We are now stranded on the highway. Our friend's been arrested, and he has his car keys in his pocket, so we can't even drive back to the shop. I call my wife and my best friend's wife. I called police dispatch who had no answers at all. We wait for my wife to arrive. Before she does, the city police arrive and start questioning us standing next to this parked Cadillac that we have no keys for, on the side of the highway. They have some answers too. Less than half a mile away was a carjacking. They say my friend committed the carjacking. I explained that there's no way it's possible, but they're not having the story. Here comes the deputy bringing my friend back though. The girl who got carjacked looked him over and says it's not him, so he's cleared. Turns out, it's her boyfriend who carjacked her, and they even have the guy's name now. The deputy and city officer explained the suspect is black. He's wearing black pants, blue shirt and a black durag on his head. My friend is black. He's wearing blue pants, black shirt and a black durag on his head. The officers and us get a laugh out of it, and they both leave. Standing on the shoulder of the highway, my wife now arrives, and we start explaining it to her. Suddenly another city police officer descends upon us. He starts yelling commands at my friend. Hands in the air, walk backwards toward me, all that stuff. I'm baffled. My friend is pissed. Cop gets my friend's ID and reads the name off to dispatch. Dispatch repeats back the carjacking suspect's name is similar, but not the same. That he just read to her suspect name, Charles Stone, a friend's name, Charles the 500th Stone. So my friend not only matched the physical description and was in the same location at the same time of day, they had almost the same name too. What a coincidence. As an additional bit, that last cop decided that we were not looking for a memory card like we said, and that something else fishy was going on, but he was too busy getting on over to the scene of the correctly arrested suspect. From that day forth he harassed me and my friend anyway he saw our cars. One time I was driving several hours away for work, and I ran out of gas. Luckily, I was coming up on an exit, so I was able to coast off the highway and onto a shoulder. And luckily, it was at an exit in the middle of nowhere. The closest gas station, or any business or residential building, for that matter, was several miles away. There wasn't a single person or car in sight. Then while contemplating my options, if I call AAA, will they get here in time for me to make it to work, etc. A car drives past me and pulls over on the shoulder. What? I lock my doors to observe them for a moment. Could totally be serial killers. They looked like a middle-aged couple. Fear still valid. What are they doing out here? The man got out of the driver's side and started fiddling with the windshield wiper. Did I mention it was storming? Yep. Anyway, so at this point I'm like cool, they are totally not murderers. This is my chance to get gas and still make it to work in time. I jog over and quickly explain to them my situation. At first, it seemed the man just wanted to continue on his way, but luckily the woman spoke first, inviting me to hop in. One problem though, it was Jeep that fit too, and they had it stuffed with their bags. I had to squeeze in and settle on top of the center console / armrest. As I'm crouched sitting in between two strangers, I figured I should make it less awkward, since they were helping me. Just make some small talk. They knew I was heading south a couple more hours for work, so I asked, "Where y'all headed?" We were enjoying a weekend in Atlanta, and now we are heading home to Blakely, Georgia. It's a little town you probably never heard of. It's so south it's almost Florida. Little did they know, I knew a handful of people from there I met at a summer camp back in high school. I rattled off some names and turns out they knew every person I listed. Small town, ick now. It just felt so weird at the time, because they said their windshield wiper just flew off randomly right as they approached that exit, and originally the husband wasn't going to stop, but the wife asked him to pull over and check it. Before we went our separate ways, they said they felt like it happened for the simple reason that they needed to be there right in that moment to meet me. If they hadn't come, I would have had to pay out of pocket for AAA or another service, still probably miss work, and subsequently wouldn't have been paid due to missing my work assignment. It was a tough time in my life, but this moment and special coincidence gave me hope to continue moving forward despite life's little setbacks. It also taught me a lesson to keep a better eye on my gas gauge. TLDR, I ran out of gas. A couple's windshield wiper blew off their car in the rain. Both of us ended up pulling over at the same exit in the middle of nowhere within 5 minutes of each other. The couple ended up rescuing me and is from a small town where I have mutual friends/acquaintances. Okay, listen. I have two stories. First, one point during high school, I dated a girl, but it didn't end really well. Point after I graduated, I went to England for a few months. There, as an 18-year-old French guy, I spent much of my time with foreigners. So I met this German girl. We kinda flirted. Then I add her on Facebook. We have already a common friend. The girl I dated in high school. What the fuck all? The French girl took part in a student exchange. She had a German pen pal and visited her in Germany. Her pen pal's best friend was the German girl I just met. Second story. I now live in Quebec. There I dated a girl, how we'll call C, who's also from France, but not the same part. Quite a long ride from my hometown to hers. Anyway, her flatmate in Quebec also is from France, and from a town just a 20-minute ride away from my hometown. So, one summer, as we're all back in France, her invites C to visit. I proposed to tour my hometown, which is one of the biggest cities in the area. Then, C tells me she has to go to a particular bar to meet one of her exes. I ask C if I know the guy. He's from the same town as me, after all. She says there's no way. Okay. We're at the bar. Here comes the guy. I know the guy. We were in the same sport team when we were 12 or 13. Now C is quite embarrassed whenever I tell this story. It is a small world. Last summer, I applied for a scholarship which was perfect at the time. It granted me stuff that you couldn't find anywhere else, but it required me to apply to a different university than the one I was currently accepted to with all my friends. The scholarship only accepted 10 applicants, and considering I royally faked up in the interview, story for another day, I thought that I lost the scholarship. My guess was mostly true, as I was called to be told that I was put on the waiting list, which I thought was a polite way to reject someone. Later that month I started studying at the university I enrolled at first, public, which means free education. 2 weeks after the semester started, I was hanging around my friend's room as he was roomless at the moment, when suddenly a guy barges in with all his luggage on him and introducing himself as the late student who will be residing here from now on. I was kinda intrigued as to why he was so late into the semester, so I asked him brashly, even though I was laying on the bed which now belongs to him. He answered that he had a scholarship at a university, which is the university that had accepted, but with no scholarship. The scholarship he rejected was the exact same one I applied to and put on the waiting list for, so I thought WTH, maybe I'll get to be in his place, and lo and behold, I received a call that I was put into the scholarship, so I had to quickly finish up the formalities so I could get in. Pretty weird. So one day, when I was younger, just as I was dozing off to sleep, I see 3 numbers popping into my head. I use the word see because they were 3 numbers appearing in succession on a colored background with one of those large fonts. Anyway, I thought it was very weird, and it had never happened to me before. The following morning I told my mom, and she said, well, check the newspaper for the national lottery. So I checked the newspaper, and There they were, in that exact same order. I was very weirded out. As an engineer I tend to shrug it off as coincidence, but there was something eerie about it. The way they appeared, unsolicited as I was not thinking about anything, made me wonder if for a moment I tapped into something else. Point at it. I'm posting another one, because reading other people's experiences reminded me of another event, less woo woo. So I've been driving a scooter for years. Once I couldn't find my helmet anymore, and I thought I had lost it somewhere cause I'm very forgetful. I was never completely convinced I had actually lost it somewhere cause I couldn't remember driving back home without a helmet on, but one day about a year later I had proof it was actually stolen. I stopped at a traffic light and I see this teen riding his scooter with a helmet very similar to the one I used. I looked closer, and I saw all the drawings and little scribbles I drew on it when I was younger myself. I told him to give it back, and he did, after I escorted him home. This is probably going to get buried, but I'll tell it anyway. The names have been changed to people from How I Met Your Mother. I used to work at a mall kiosk in a big city when I was 21 and there was this girl who I befriended that worked at the kiosk next to me. From time to time, her sister Lily would visit her, and we started talking. There was a mutual attraction, and Lily invites me to her birthday party. I had other plans, so I wasn't sure if I was coming until a few days prior. Lily's sister calls me over and says she had someone on the phone that wanted to talk to me. A guy on the other line said, "Dude, guess who? It's Barney. Are you coming to Lily's birthday party?" So, who's Barney? At the time, I played Counter-Strike and my clan had a public server we always played on. Barney would be one of our regulars who played with us constantly. Well, turns out, Barney was Lily's cousin and he used to live nearby, but moved over 100 miles away. He was going to be at the birthday party, so I was like, F yay, I'll go. But that's not the end of it. When things weren't working out between Lily and I, she said that my ex Robin has been saying we were getting back together. My ex and I broke up about a year before, and I was wondering how she even knew her, let alone be under the impression we were getting back together. Well, turns out Barney and Robin have known each other since high school, so when Robin got word that I was dating his cousin, she got in touch with Barney again. Not only that, but when Robin and I became a couple, Barney was giving her a hard time because he always thought that they'd be a couple. So before I played Counter-Strike with the guy, 3.5 years before I even met him, I told him off on AOL Instant Messenger because he was making my girlfriend all depressed. I was dating a douche and a half when I found out he was sleeping with a stripper and left with the kids to stay with my mom for a few days. I came back to the house to get some things, and he had moved her in and wouldn't let me get my things. She had a baby close to our baby's age, and she was close to my size. So the officer called to the scene was unsure what belonged to me and my youngest and what belonged to her and her son, and said I would have to take it to court to get my things. He ended up selling everything in the house. Karma dealt with them instead of a judge and I moved on with my life. Although I hated having to start over with everything, the only thing time didn't heal was a suitcase I had full of pictures and letters etc. point that I was planning to put in photo albums and scrapbooks. Here comes the coincidence. After saving up and finally getting a real home again, I'm in a store, buying a few decorations, when an elderly lady asks for my help with something. After I help her, she keeps staring at me strangely, and at my sons. Finally she tells me to come to a yard sale up the street. Normally I would politely have declined, but thankfully I didn't. When we pull up to the sale, she walks me past everything, and into her shed and hands me my suitcase. She said she bought storage units and lots from landlords and res old things. She was going to sell the suitcase, but for some reason couldn't bring herself to throw away all the hundreds of pictures inside, and she recognized me from some of the pics inside, and was so happy she had found the owner, but not as happy as me. I have quite a few stories, but I'll narrow it down to a couple. Point first is, when I joined the army right out of HS to pay for college, I ended up getting stationed in Germany for 2 years. I'm from a very small town in MN. I'm at the PX and see a guy in a Vikings sweatshirt. I ask him where he's from and found out he grew up just 20 miles away from me. We had a few mutual friends, even. I eventually etzed back to the States and went into the National Guard and eeks to Fort Riley, Kansas. Fast forward a few months and I get deployed to Desert Storm. After the war was over, I was in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, and who do I run into? Yep, same guy. We are still best friends to this day. Second story. I'm doing my annual training at Soto Cano Air Base in Honduras. I'm at the main gate and some Honduran Air Force guys walk up to the gate. One of them asked if we were from MN. I looked at my buddy and said, how does Hondo Bob know where Minnesota is? This is a very poverty-stricken area, mind you. I said yeah, our whole platoon is. Then he asked if any of us were from Alexandria. Now it's getting weird. Turns out he was a foreign exchange student and went to that HS his senior year. He even knew my now ex-wife. They were friends. I went home and met his host family. Back then, early 90s, long distance phone calls were very expensive. Overseas calls were even more expensive. Do you know what was more expensive than that? Collect calls from Honduras to the US. He would call collect every day because he was homesick and missed his host family. They finally told him to write letters, one of which I delivered for him. I'm late to this party, but here is my 2 cents. I was born in the States, but my family is from Colombia. In 2007 I went to Colombia to visit my family and for vacation. My cousin worked as a manager at this photo video store where this beautiful girl worked. My cousin noticed how attracted I was to her and introduced us both. We talked for about 20 minutes and then exchanged phone numbers and made plans to kind of go out on a date. I called her only once, but just to apologize for not being able to spend time with her due to my overwhelming schedule, big family, had to travel to visit family in 3 more cities, and lack of spare time. Fast forward 2 weeks and I'm back in my apartment in NJ and someone I do not know hits me up through the now defunct Hotmail messenger, which was wildly popular in Latin America. This unknown person tells they are from Colombia and they are in New York City. They have no friends and someone we both know in common shared my contact info with them. Find out is a girl and she is visiting her family in the States. We chat for about 2 hours and there is this crazy chemistry going on through the whole conversation. I asked for a pic and she sends me one. To my astonishment, it happened to be this girl in Colombia that I had left hanging 2 weeks before. It was 10 PM and we had had a blizzard that left us with over 1 foot of snow. It did not matter. I jumped in my car and drove 1.5 hours from my NJ apartment to her aunt's house in Queens. We got together, went out for coffee, and talked until 5 AM. Today is February 9th. 2019, and I'm happy to let Reddit know that this girl and I became inseparable since day one and are happily married and have a wonderful 7-year-old daughter. Yeah, it happens. My family has long had this belief that is, you looked into the waters of an open well at 12 o'clock noon on the first day of May, you would see the future. This goes back to a tale that my mom told us about something that she saw in 1943. I don't have room for that story, so I'll just tell you my experience. In 1993, my marriage had fallen apart. I was about to lose custody of my 5-year-old daughter, and my dog had run away. I walked across the street to my brother-in-law's house, and as I was yelling for kibbles, the clock inside his house began to chime. It was Saturday, May 1st, and I was standing next to an open well. I took a peek, saw water, but when I stood up, there was kibbles behind the well, so I took him home, and, because I was broke, I took a nap. I dreamed I was talking to a kid who had a huge afro, although the kid was white. In my dream I asked him if he looked in the well. He responded no, I was in Vermont. Then I asked him a question that made no sense, dream dialogue, and then I woke up. It was the strangeness of the question that struck me, and I remembered the dream clearly 4 years after. Anyway, I lived in Tennessee at the time, but I moved with my new wife to Connecticut in 2005. As I was driving around in Old Saybrook, Connecticut, I was shocked when one day, not half a mile from my house, I saw the kid from my dream. He was in high school, but I had stopped teaching, and it would seem weird to ask him about it, so I tried not to think about it. The next year, I applied for a position in the school where the kid was a student. I saw him in the halls, but again, I had no reason to speak to him. He wasn't in any of the classes I helped out at. Then one day in October, I was asked to help out as a teacher had an emergency and had to go home for a bit. I walked into a history class, and sitting in the back row was the kid. "So, what are you guys discussing in class?" I asked. "Maybe I can help." "American folklore," someone mumbled. So I told them the story my mom had told us about what she had seen in the well in Giles County, Tennessee on May 1st, 1943. It kind of freaked them out, which is the whole point. "I'm going to look in a well," said the kid in my dream. I ignored him for the rest of the year, until May 2nd. Then I asked if he had indeed looked in the well, or that was yesterday. I forgot all about it, just as well. I sighed. You see, I never had the nerve to tell my mom that I didn't believe a word of her story, that she was the victim of false memories which she had twisted over the years into a nice, neat narrative. 1 year passed. I was driving home when I saw the kid from my dream, so I slowed down and yelled at him from the street, "Hey, it's May the 1st. Did you look in the well?" "No." He laughed. I went to Vermont. I stopped the car and a chill went up my spine. It was too much like the dream. The next day, I told him about my dream and his response from the day before. He was shaken, and so was I. "So, what was the question you asked?" "In the dream," he pressed. "You said you asked something that didn't make any sense. What was it?" I looked at him and said, "In my dream I said, I've known you longer than you've been alive. But I don't know your name. Isn't that strange?" He graduated that year and I haven't seen him since. Just writing this all down gives me the willies. Anyway, May 1st is coming up, and if you could look into the waters of an open well and see your future, would you look? I don't think I will again. Oh my god, this sheet boggles my mind every time I think of it. So you lot know Omegle, right? That random video chat online website. So I'm a Turkish guy who likes magic, and I'm doing magic on Omegle to impress girls. Don't judge me, I was 14. This specific trick is, you get 2 cards, you hide one behind the other, you click your fingers and the cards change places making it look like the old one vanished, and the new one appeared in your fingers anyway. So I'm usually skipping guys and only going for girls, trying to impress them, talk to them, whatever. But one guy comes up. I don't skip him. We look at each other. He's wearing glasses. I couldn't be bothered to put on my contact lenses that day, so I'm wearing my glasses. I'm wearing a black top. He's wearing a black top. My walls are white. His walls are white. We start talking because we look similar. He turns out to be Turkish. We are both Turkish. We both watched Big Bang Theory. We both are from cities right next to each other in Turkey. Both our dads have the same name. But you know what's crazy? He has 2 cards on his lap, just like I do. He is doing the exact same thing as me on Omegle. Exact same trick. Exact same cards. 2. It was a queen of diamonds to ace of clubs. 2 Turkish guys who are using the exact same cards to do the exact same trick for the exact same purpose happen to be dressed similarly, happen to be on at Omegle at the exact same time doing said trick. My husband and I once lived in the apartment from hell. Financial woes meant we had to find a place fast that would take 5 dogs, and this 2-bedroom sheethole was what we ended up with. While we were there, something died in the walls which no one was able to locate, so we were stuck with dead thing smell in our house for nearly a month. The heat and air were electric space heaters and window units, and the place was so poorly insulated that it was always either too hot or too cold and always humid, no matter the temperature. The neighbors were college students, always partying until the middle of the night, and it was a constant battle to keep the roaches that had infested their spaces out of ours. The place seemed impossible to keep clean. It was as if dirt was coming in through the floors. The landlord's brother stole power from us the entire time for the first year, so the bills were astronomical. We only figured this out later, and because of this, our fuses were always blowing if we plugged in more than one big thing at a time. Anywho, someone bought the building. Yay. Except no. They were cool, but they were also eager to totally renovate the space, and despite felling us, we would not need to move. They abruptly changed their minds and told us we had to move out and had just a month to do it. That was a blessing, really. We were out of our lease, and we had to force ourselves out of a shitty situation that we'd just been too busy to manage getting out of prior. So we found a lovely house across town and moved it. It was awesome. We are still there today. The owners of the old place stripped the place to the studs and made a equally lovely new place. A couple of years after all of this, I came home to find a huge black dog staring at me from across the street. I was immediately reminded of the demon dog at the end of Ghostbusters, but he was some sort of mastiff boxer mix. I've always been a dog person, hence the 5 dogs of my own, but this was easily the scariest looking dog I'd ever seen. Something about him was just chilling. As soon as he saw me, he came running over. I noticed as he drew closer that there was a horrible gash on his lip. Scary or not, he needed help, and so I called him closer. He walked right up to me, then immediately rolled over onto his back and whined softly. I reached down and gingerly pet him, and he was super friendly and lovable. One of our dogs is particularly unfriendly, so I could not bring him in. I went inside, got a leash, took him to our backyard, and sat with him while I searched the internet to see if he was missing anywhere. I put up a few posts on social media and then walked him all over his neighborhood, the gash seeming to be of no bother to him, hoping he'd take me to his house. No luck there. So I put him back into my yard with a blanket, some food and water, and went inside. This was where I discovered he was part boxer, as whenever I left him alone, he cried and cried all night. Search crying boxer dog on YouTube as nothing quite sounds like them. The dog seemed very attached to me, for some reason. The next day we took him to the vet. No microchip. We got a balm for his cut, and my vet recommended a local shelter that does not euthanize, and we took him there. We were actually in the process of signing in when a woman screams, my baby, and the dog, who is basically larger than her in every way, leaps up into her arms and starts licking her face. She explains that the dog had gotten loose by squeezing through her gate, and that's how he cut his lip. She showed us pictures on her phone of the dog. There was no doubt the dog knew her, but I had to be sure, and seemed to be totally crushed that he'd been injured. She told us that she had taken the bus there, but that her boyfriend was coming to get her. We offered her a ride and she gladly accepted. Here's the fun part. She gives us her address, and it's our old address. She lives in the completely renovated version of our old hellhole. Now I know that some people will say that this isn't exactly a coincidence, as the dog might have recognized our dog's smell from the yard, but we were living quite a ways away from there by then. And it had been a couple of years. Still, I'll grant that it's possible. But just how did the dog end up in our new neighborhood at all? Just happened to be there when I was getting home, and his owner just happened to show up, by bus, no less, right as we were dropping the dog off at the shelter? Seems like a lot of things had to line up for that to happen just right. My dad decided to drop acid one morning. The acid suddenly gave him a feeling like he really wanted to go to a certain beach. He said he felt compelled to go to this one beach. So, tripping balls, he asked me to drive him there. I was like, sure, but can we go to this other beach? It's closer and prettier. He said no. I said okay. We got there, and while I was stretching my legs and noticing that it was quickly becoming cold, my pops just ran straight into the water. He is tall and a great swimmer, so he is out to where he couldn't quite reach. I didn't see this part, but he said he felt something brush against his leg, reached down, and there he had a 4-year-old kid that was about to go out to sea. My dad held him while he coughed up a belly full of salt water. My dad returned him to his mom, who was hysterical. He had been missing for over 5 minutes. My guess is that the mom said it was cold and they had to go. So when she was putting her stuff away, he snuck back into the water. Then my dad said to me, it's cold, let's go home. And we did. If my dad hasn't gotten a bug in his butt about going there, that kid probably would have died. I don't really believe in mystical shit, but I got goosebumps thinking about this for a long time. Overall, I think it was just a coincidence. Edited for clarity. My father is a whistleblower. He exposed secret payments that his union's executive council were making to themselves. One of my earliest memories is of our garage being burned down after CNN ran a national story on his lawsuit. After 25 years of litigation, my father was completely fed up with the union's leaders using union funds to defend their right to make secret payments to themselves. He was also disturbed by their creation of a two-tier workforce and decided to form a slate and run for president of the union. During the union's national convention, the Court of Appeals decided against my father, finding that he never provided any evidence over the last quarter century. The decision came the day before my father and his slate were to nominate themselves for national office. The courts would like people to believe this was just a giant coincidence. I guess I haven't completely ruled out the possibility, but it's not what I believe. It's worth noting that this wasn't our first time in front of the Court of Appeals. In 2008, the court had found that my father had provided as much evidence as one could hope a plaintiff could gather. The 2008 panel had one judge who disagreed though, Brett Kavanaugh. Cases before the Court of Appeals for the DC Circuit are heard by a panel of 3 judges. The 2018 panel basically took Kavanaugh's 2008 dissent and made it their decision. One of the judges on the 2018 panel was Greg Katsas, a Trump appointee. He handled most of the questioning during oral argument. The judge responsible for delaying the case for the last 25 years was Emmett Sullivan, who has gotten repeated praise over the last year for ruling against Trump various times. I actually have a couple of my own. Seriously weird stuff happen to me so often I don't even see them as coincidences anymore. But my favorite story of this sort belongs to my mother. It's sort of about me, so I guess that puts the personal in personally experienced. Sometime in the mid-80s, my mother chose to move halfway around the world, leaving her home country to pursue what she felt was a better life for her and my sisters. She was a single mother with 3 kids and she didn't know the language of her new country, so in dealing with the immigration services, she needed an interpreter. She was dealt one by the state, and, as the story goes, the interpreter experienced love at first sight. He fell for her, but he also sympathized with her, and he made himself available to assist with any practical matter relating to her immigration case and her children. Being a very assimilated immigrant himself, he knew all the ins and outs of the system, and his roots in a society so foreign to her meant that a lot of doors that would been closed to her suddenly weren't. Relieved to have a friend, she accepted his help, and soon everything was straightened out, and her new life could begin in earnest. Of course he asked her out several times. She said no every time. My mother was very grateful for his kindness and generosity of spirit, and she was attracted to him, but she wasn't stupid. The way she explains it, it kind of became a question of priority for her, because she decided that she couldn't just start dating whichever man came along on a white horse. She had better stuff to do, other stuff to focus on. She was busy building a life and tending for her kids, and her youngest was only 2. Also it was about integrity, so he was kind to me, and now he expects something in return. I refused to be his hoe, etc. So her answer was always no. He wouldn't give up though. He had a tendency to show up in places he knew she'd be outside her daughter's school, offering to give them a ride home, or waiting for her outside the community college where she took her night classes. The last time he showed up, until my mom told him to back off, was at the park. He sees her and walks up to her, and with him are his 2 kids who are around the same age as hers. He too was a single parent. He introduces his children to her and her daughters, and my mom, being kind of an independent contrarian, saw it as him being emotionally manipulative, like he was forcing her to see the similarities between them. And not only did that notion bother her, but she also hated the fact that it was kind of working. So she played nice, but later that night she called him just to tell him to stop contacting her because it's not happening. He protested, asked her if she honestly didn't feel what he felt, but she told him, "You and I are not meant to be," even though she actually maybe, sorta, kinda did feel the same. She just couldn't bring herself to admit it. In the end he promised to leave her alone forever, and they hung up. Weeks pass. One day my mother is out with her kids. They are shopping and the stores and streets are full of people. The 4 of them are walking around, and as she tends to her toddler, the 8-year-old spots something small lying on the ground on the other side of the street. People are passing by it, and my mom is too distracted to actually see what it is, but she tells her that don't you dare go over there and pick up whatever it is, cause I might lose you in the crowd. But of course an 8-year-old can't contain themselves, and seconds later she's by the object, picking it up. and as my mother is putting down the baby in the stroller again, getting ready to berate her middle child, her eldest daughter suddenly says, "Hey mom, it's that man from the park." Surprised, she looks up, and in her hands her 8-year-old is holding the interpreter's wallet, driver's license, ID, money, pictures of his children. Everything was in it, and as if a lightning bolt hit her head, she just knew that obviously, she had to return it 30 years later, and I guess my parents were meant to be. They made me the happy accident. 1 year later, got married 8 months later, and that was that. But what I love most about this story is that everyone is so much themselves. Just 30 years ago, it's classic my mom to stand so much for her independence as to be obstinate. It's classic my dad to never take no for an answer and to lose his wallet in public places. And it's classic my sister to find other people's valuable stuff on the streets. All love stories are magical in a way, but this is my favorite one. Alright kids, strap yourselves in. It's story time point. So I lived in Beijing for several years, and one particular night, I'd bought a ticket for a random concert for some guy I'd never heard of. To my shame, I presumed he wasn't very well known. My ex, who I still love dearly, also wanted to go, so I bought her a ticket. We went, had a great time. Ex went home. I stayed point, so me and this other random girl called Ashley chill, and we end up meeting the musician, who is from the UK, who says he wants to go out for a few drinks, and would we join him? Naturally, we said yes. I end up carrying this guy's guitar to his 5-star hotel through the Beijing Hutongs. We go out to Nanlua Guxiang, and end up eating at the most basic Chinese restaurant at his request. We are talking €1 oiled wrench dishes with enough salt to kill a small horse. We follow up by taking him to an amazing 60'esque jazz bar. Had a few drinks, and sobered up in a coffee shop at 4 AM. Turns out, this guy did a collaboration that now has 61 million views on YouTube. Now we are just getting to the good part. Fast forward a week. I'm supposed to be picking up a tailored suit downtown, but my tailor calls mid-drive and tells me it's not ready, so I ask my driver to take me to a place called A instead for some awesome slow-cooked pork sliders. Because hey, what's better than 6 hours slow barbecued pork sliders? So I get there, and I sit down at the table, super excited, and I'm looking across at this guy, my eyes are terrible, who turns out to be an old friend. His name is Peter, from poker I haven't seen in 6 months. He tells me he's waiting on his friend from England who just arrived in Beijing, who he went to university with some time ago. So she arrives. She's lovely. I start telling her the above story, and as I'm telling her, her jaw drops further and further until I mention that there were 2 people there with him, and she stops me. She says one of them was me. I nod laughing, and one of them was a small brown-haired girl called Ashley. She's stunned. I'm stunned. Peter's eating his pork slider. Everyone's confused. It turns out the girl who'd been with me that night was the roommate of this girl who'd just gotten to Beijing, who I only met through Peter, who I hadn't seen in 6 months, who I only bumped into that night because I diverted my taxi on a momentary whim for pork sliders in one of Beijing's tens of thousands of restaurants. She took a selfie with me and sent it to Ashley. Pork sliders equals 80 yen. Ashley's face equals priceless. I came to meet one of my best friends through a statewide debate program we did in high school. We are from opposite ends of the same state. We are American, and we never would have met if it weren't for that program. And we've remained long distance best friends throughout high school, college, and beyond. Flash forward a few years after college, I was living in Paris for a year, and he was living in Seoul. We were both teaching English, and we decided to celebrate our year coming to a close by taking a Euro trip together. He'd fly in from Korea, I'd give him a tour of Paris, and then we'd move on to other cities, Krakow, Rome, Florence, and a final stop in Dublin. He and I got along so well because of our travel style. We'd wander streets aimlessly to just enjoy where we were. No plans, no directions, no timetables. So we were both floored when on the last leg of our trip, Dublin, we turned a random corner on a random street, and we heard both our names called out. It was one of our mutual friends from the same program in high school who also grew up in another part of our state, and who also was a long distance friend. I'd seen these guys maybe 4 times in person since college, and we had zero idea we'd be in Europe at that time, let alone Dublin, let alone on that street at that exact time. He just happened to be solo traveling Europe, and as a real kicker, we decided to eat together at the first restaurant we came across, which just so happened to be Korean. In Dublin. Truly meant to be. TLDR. Called the cops on a prowler. Married him a few years later. In my early 20s I moved into a new house and had some friends over to party. In the middle of the night my friend says there is a black man peeking in the windows of the house catty-cornered from us. It was suspicious enough that someone was peeking in house windows in the middle of the night, but even more so considering that I knew the people that lived in that house, a bunch of white college guys, and there were no black people even living in my neighborhood or most of the city. Honestly, it's still primarily white and Hispanic. The guy clearly didn't belong to that house and was acting weird, so we called the cops, but never really found out what happened. About 2 years later I'm out at the bar about 30 minutes away in another city. I'm hitting it off with a cute guy and I mentioned the nearby city I live in. Turns out he just moved out of that city. From the same part of town as me. From the same street as me. From the house catty-cornered from me. As you might have guessed, cute bar guy is black. I flashed back to the time I called the cops on a strange black man prowling around the house across the street, where I knew no black people lived. I realized at that moment that there was a black man living there the whole time. In the 2 years we'd been neighbors I'd never once seen him. We started dating, and I eventually admitted what I'd done years prior. He very clearly remembered the night the cops showed up to question him as he was chilling outside his own house waiting for a ride to a party. He married me anyway. I had a friend who died in her early 20s. Her mom is an anti-vaxxer, so what a coincidence. Still makes me mad to this day about all of her health problems anyway. When I think of this friend, some funny stuff seems to happen around me. For example, a few weeks ago I spent the whole day organizing the till closet in a house that me and my friend are remodeling. I polished and organized all of the tools and put everything away. I was very all about everything and was pretty tired when I was done. Was very happy to have everything in its place and have access to everything that I need. I took a shower and went to bed. While I was laying there I thought back to when I saw her at the hospital before she passed and started feeling down about my own health issues related to epilepsy, autism, migraines and a skull tumor. I said out loud that I need a sign from her. Anything that would cheer me up and remind me of my friend. A few seconds later I hear a loud crash from downstairs. I went down and it literally looked like all the shit I have been organizing all day has been pushed from the shelves. There was no way that that stuff could have fallen by itself without something/someone pushing on it. My friends used to give me so much shit about how all I could be about things, so I just started laughing right then and there. I was like, you would think this is funny. When I went back upstairs, because I wasn't about to do all that work all over again that evening, her hat that she gave me before she passed was laying on the floor. It fell from the hat rack that it was hanging on. Marina, I miss you. Say hello to Elvis, Lion Kurt for me. Pretty confident this will get buried, but it's definitely a weird coincidence. When I was a kid, I lived in a crazy small town, like 800 people small. There was a family at the end of my street who had a son who was 4 years older than me, so wouldn't have known him well, except that his father was an astronomer who had this large telescope and would invite the neighborhood kids into his yard to view various celestial events and such. The family moved away when I was about 6 or 7 years old to Australia of all places, and I never thought another thing of it. Fast forward 14 years and now I have moved to another province in another smallish town of about 8k, changed my last name for personal reasons, and I'm starting college. In my program was a woman a couple years older than me, and we became friends over time. Eventually I met her husband and we all spent a lot of time together. One day her and husband invite me to come with them to the university observatory run by the father of my friend's husband. I excitedly called my mom to tell her about the event I was attending and spoke to her about this friend's father, giving her his full name at one point. My mom, shocked, told me that this was in fact the same family who'd lived down the road from us more than a dozen years earlier. I had never remembered their names as I was too young and had never really spoken about where I'd grown up with them. When I spoke to this family about it, they remembered fondly, and we all shared memories of each other from many years earlier. The father even had an old home video of the local theatre group putting on a play with my aunt as one of the main characters. The family had in fact moved to Australia and had returned a few years later to the other side of Canada, ending up in the same town I had moved to just the year before. It was a very weird coincidence that I still cannot get over still. Coincidence or proof of the afterlife? First off, this was not me but my wife. Sadly, a few years back my wife's mother passed away from cancer. My wife was very close with her mother. They spoke multiple times a day, always together, that sort of thing. Things happened very fast after the cancer diagnosis and my mother-in-law passed about a month later. My wife was understandably very distraught, and it took a while for her to go back to work. My wife works in the medical field, and she verifies her patients by asking them their name and date of birth. On her first day back at work and her first patient of the day, my wife asks the patient for her date of birth. The patient, trying to be funny, rattles of a date that is obviously not the correct birth date. Weird part is, that birthday was my mother-in-law's birthday. Now, the patient was probably born in about 1970. My mother-in-law's birth year was 1939. The patient was just trying to be funny, because every person that came into the room asked for her birthday. But the patient said my mother-in-law's birthday exactly to the day, month, and year. My wife was floored. How did this patient randomly pick to make a joke about her birthday, and then randomly pick my wife's deceased mother's birthday on the day my wife returned to work after her mother's passing? Coincidence? Communication from the afterlife? Personally, I think the latter. I have a tie for this. My fam I play a lot of old school games together to bond. My brothers I play video games. We just play family games to sit chat have fun. Point the night before I left for college, we played hearts. I'm famously bad at cards because I get so excited about what could happen that I usually lose sight of what's likely to happen. Well, not this time. I'm pretty good at doing math estimates in my head and ballparking probabilities. I just have to concentrate. So I concentrated, but I was still losing, even though I was playing well. Just got cheat cards. At one point, one of my brothers says, "You're still in it. You just have to shoot the moon twice to win." In hearts, points work like golf. Lower is better, and every heart is worth a point, except the queen of spades which is worth 13. But if you get all the hearts and the queen, you shoot the moon and everybody else gets 26 points. I shot the moon twice in a row. One. Saved the scorer sheet in my memorabilia box. Nobody else remembers it happening, but I still have the scorer sheet, so who cares. I stopped college for a couple years after falling out of love with my major, but then decided to go back change it. The night before I left again, we played Bum Me Out, a dice game about greed. I'm also inexplicably bad at rolling dice, and the rules are complicated, but suffice to say that the most valuable roll in the game is 6 ones. It's 8,000 points in a game to 10k, and the odds are like 1 in 46,000 to roll it. Point I rolled it that night, and won the game. Didn't save the scorer sheet though. Later, hanging out with my new college pals, I taught them the game, and mentioned the story. Rolled 6 ones again that night, and we never played it again. Told my folks about it the next time we all played at home. They didn't believe me, and didn't remember our previous game before I'd left, but I rolled 6 ones again, as if the universe was trying to back me up. Point I know this makes it sound like I'm crazy lucky, but I promise I'm not. We play a lot of games, and I usually lose, but when I win, it's usually in a spectacular, highly unlikely fashion like that. A few years ago, my husband and I had been living in FL where he was stationed at an AFB. We decided to move back home when his enlistment was over. So we moved back to Oahu, and of course brought our dog with us. Fast forward 4 years. We were having some crazy wind and a part of our fence fell out. Unbeknownst to us, our dog got out of the yard and got lost in our neighborhood. I was freaking out. Dog was a big bull mastiff with absolutely no survival instincts at all, so my husband jumped into the car to go look for him. I stay home with our 3-year-old and newborn, while I picture him lying in the road hit by a car, or wandering around the highway following a stray cat into the wilderness. After about 3 minutes of that, I decide I can't just stay there and wait. I'm getting the baby in the car seat and telling the 3-year-old to put some shoes on. Grab my phone and notice there's a missed call on voice MSG. I'll listen to the voicemail, and it's a guy who lives up the street. He found our dog and called the number on his collar. The tag also had our address from where we lived in FL. He said that he used to live in that city too when he was stationed there in the Air Force. That he had our dog, but couldn't take him back to FL, since we were now around 5,000 miles from there. Man, I was so happy to get my big dumb dog back. Just crazy that a guy from there found him. My ex-wife and I were in Berlin. We live in New Zealand. My wife wanted to go a nightclub, which didn't turn out to be anything we expected. We sat down at a Turkish restaurant to consider our next move. We couldn't come up with anything, so after a while we find ourselves on the pavement, and while I'm having a cigarette we are approached by 2 American guys who ask us about the same club we intended to go to. We told them our experience, and so the 4 of us stood there for a while contemplating options. Both guys were from San Francisco, but one also lived in Berlin, and he told us about a great bar we should try. Great. I get a taxi and ask them if they'd care to join us, to which they said yes, since they too were at a loose end. We get acquainted in the taxi and M casually mentioned he works for a rather large telco. Now, this is Europe. 500 million people, large telco with about 75,000 employees. But I ask him if he knows our friend Jay, who is from Texas, but lived in New Zealand where we met, and the UK, for a long time, and was now back in London working for the same large telco. And of course, he knows her. Next minute, we are on the phone with Jay, whom we hadn't spoken with in 18 months. Pretty amazing. A few days later, we are at the train station on our way to Leipzig, and out of nowhere I hear someone yelling, "I know you. I know you." Very rarely do I get mistaken for Denzel Washington. It has happened though, but this wasn't it. It was the waitress from our local restaurant in New Zealand. We had seen her in Auckland, NZ, no less than 10 days before. This is a pretty long story, but I'll keep it short. When I was 2, my parents divorced, and my dad pretty much split. I wasn't too fazed by it growing up, didn't really know what I was missing. 8 years later I'm starting 5th grade, and word has it that there's a new music teacher this year. A friend of mine had just gotten an electric guitar for his birthday, and I had gone over to his house in the summer and tried, horribly, to play it. Still, it sparked an interest for me. Music class wasn't the coolest thing in school, so naturally the class clowns reflected that. I was one of those clowns, and Mr. S ended up asking me to stay after class on the first day. I remember him saying something to the effect that if I mess around in class the others will too, and basically to help him out and not be a clown. Alright, sure, whatever you say, Mr. S. He also told me that he was starting an after-school rock program where students would learn electric guitar, bass, drums, etc. Alright, now I'm listening. No more messing around if I want to join the after-school rock program. I went home that day to tell my mom about how I wanted to do the after-school rock program that Mr. S was starting. I remember her being a little odd about it, inquisitive mostly, but she agreed. Fast forward 6 months. I've been learning bass, guitar, and drums. The other kids and I have started a little band playing Zeppelin and Sabbath, and yeah, fine, we played When I Come Around by Green Day. Kill me. We were alright. We were also 10. At this point all the little rocker kids, yes, you can picture School of Rock if you must, had gained a respect and a relationship with Mr. S. We all looked up to him. He actually got us some gigs and would take us on tiny field trips to talent shows and fairs and such. One day after school my mom takes me to lunch, and Mr. S is there. When we get there, we eat and they take me to the park, and I'm sitting there thinking, okay, you guys are getting married, or dating or something, just spill the beans already. They sit me down on the grass in the park and I can't take it anymore, so I ask them, are you guys like boyfriend/girlfriend? Ha, no, we are not. Are you getting married? No. This is when I look at Mr. S, and I put it together. Are you Darth Vader breath, my father? Then they show me the blood test they had sneakily gotten from me a few months earlier, when mom had told me I needed to get a test to find out what blood type I'm. My dad said he knew from the second I first walked into his class. TLDR, I met my dad when I was 10 because he was my music teacher. There's also plenty more to the story, such as how and why my mom didn't know who my actual father was until the blood test. Also a cool bonus is that I now play and teach music with my dad, and we are making up for the time we lost in the early years. I have a few. Back in 2010, I was working in Toronto, Canada, but my client was in Tokyo, Japan, so I was spending 2 weeks in Toronto, 2 weeks in Tokyo for a year. I became really good friends with my counterpart, who worked for my client. The project ended, and I was back in Toronto. We'd email occasionally, mostly sending funny memes or something stupid. In 2012, my company relocated me to Melbourne, Australia. After living there for a month or so, I receive an email from my friend from Tokyo, and he said that he's living in Melbourne. Turns out, he and his family moved to Melbourne a few months prior, and we were living 4 blocks away from each other. In 2014, I was relocated to Singapore. I was living there for around 6 months when a friend from high school. I grew up in a really small town in southwestern Ontario. My high school had less than 500 students total. Posted on Facebook said that she was going to be visiting Singapore. I posted on her comment saying something like, "We should go for a drink while you're here." Her brother replied to my comment saying, "I didn't know you lived in Singapore." Turns out, I was living 2 blocks away from him. Another random one. I was in Hong Kong on holidays and I ran into a friend on the street whom I had met in Australia a few years prior. The world is such a small place. The more I travel, the smaller it gets. This will never get seen, but here goes. My father's best friend is my best friend's father. I'm 6 or 7 years older than this friend and I have been friends for about 6 or 7 years. The realization didn't hit me until recently. My father's best friend name was Roy. Roy died in the army in early 2000s, left behind a daughter less than a year old. I had always known my father's friend's name. I had always known my best friend's father's name. I knew both of them died in the military. The only thing I didn't know was my father's best friend's last name, and I didn't know my best friend's father's branch of the military. I also had a vague idea of what he looked like from pictures. Had never seen a picture of my father's friend. One day I was walking up to a memorial in my area of people that had died in service. I don't know how I knew this, but I saw the picture of Roy, my friend's father, and just instinctively said to myself, "That looks like Roy, my father's friend." It was a big holy shit moment for me. And it took me like 2 or 3 hours, and phoning my father, his cousin, my best friend and her mother to confirm. But yes, JT's totally him, and I freak about it every time I think about it. Roy used to always tell my father they are gonna grow up together and be best friends just like their dads. "Your son will protect my daughter like his own sister." Even though he died, I don't think he knew how true that was. He also didn't predict that we would end up falling in love with each other, but that's a story for another time. Oh, I've got one. So, one afternoon my friend, let's call him HL, decides to fire up the old Google machine to pass some time. What better thing to look up than your own name, right? So he types his full name and scours through the endless list of social media profiles, web pages and whatnot, all pertaining to people that have the same name. Hundreds, if not 1000s of HLs, as he is reviewing what his brethren, as he called them, have been up to. The idea hits him. I'm going to make a HL Facebook group and only allow my brethren in. Then we can plan to take over the world. Or something like that. Anyways, he goes through with it, and the group grows to 100 people or so, and they're all just bonding over their name. Naturally, my level of envy rises with every new development in this case, so I can't wait to see all of my brethren. I hop on the computer and enter my full name in the search bar and hit enter. One result. You see, my friend has a very common first name and an even more common last. Whereas I do not. So, admittedly a bit deflated, I click the one link that came up and read up on my boy. Name checks out. He plays sports too. Huh. He looks close to my age. Wait, he is. He was born the day before me. This is too weird. I add him on social media, and he accepts not too long after. Our conversation went exactly how you'd expect. He is a super cool dude, just as I expected. But the last thing that sealed it for us was when we finally got around to our birthdays. He agreed that it was crazy that we're the only two born hours apart of our kind. That's when I asked him where he was born. Same city as me. Same hospital. Less than 24 hours prior. We still message each other from time to time just to tell each other how awesome we are. TLD, our friend created a massive group of brethren that shared his full name. My name is less common and only one person I could find shared my name. We were born in the same exact hospital hours apart. So, we're renting this apartment from a dodgy real estate agent who managed it for a guy who bought it sight unseen. When he was working overseas, I moved in with a girl who had been there way longer than I had, and the previous tenants who were also there had triggered some bizarre arrangement where they would never ever put me on the lease, which was fine with me, but they also wouldn't fix shit. Either they couldn't just kick us out because, hell, we were actually good tenants, paid rent on time, didn't punch holes in walls or anything like that, and the owner would get pissed if his income stopped coming in. Anyway, one day, out of the blue, these two handymen rock up. They say they're here to fix the bench top, which we'd been wanting fixed for months. And every time they'd said no when we asked. So, these guys, out of the blue, rock up and fix the bench top. Weird, but okay. Finally, something must finally given. Turns out that something was the owner coming back from overseas to finally see this property in person. He's coming in from the Bay, the re said. Have your sheet together and the place neat. Fine. We tidy up, pack everything away, neat and tidy and clean. The owner comes, who just shuffles around, looking at stuff, and the reagents pointing out sheet to the guy. See? That there? Unfortunately, there's been a bit of damage done there, and there. That door keeps coming off the hinges. We realize what the fuck is happening. They're trying to kick us out and justify it to the owner so he doesn't get pissed when rent money stops coming in for a while until they get new tenants. So, yeah, it's currently at $325 a week, but we think that you could definitely do more in this area. They're tempting him with more money. That's why they're trying to kick us out. Oh shit. Fuck it. So, I says to the guy, I hear you're working in eBay. At this point the refreezes as soon as I speak and lock onto me side-eyed. As, incidentally, does my flatmate, who is worried I'm gonna fuck this up. Yes. Well, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, the whole of the UAE. Really? No. Kidding. I say, my old man used to work there, in telecommunications. Ha, really? That's what I do. You don't happen to know John Hoylst, do you? The restarts. No sheet. Visibly sweating. No. Him. He was my old boss, ever since Bangkok. Christ, think I worked everywhere with him. Thailand, Indo, Dubai, that's my weight. You're John's kid? He asks. Yup, I'm Greg Smith. Tell your dad I said hi. Oh, I remember you. We had dinner back at Evergreen when I went to visit him over there. Tom Hoylst, remember? Ha, yeah, that restaurant with the giant fish in the pond. Geez, didn't think you'd be living in my house. Well, it's good to see you again, Tim. And with that, the visibly deflated, head down, shoulders slumped. We didn't go anywhere. First, some context. In high school, instead of having app classes, we could attend a local community college and the district would pay for it if you kept your grades up. I did this throughout my junior and senior year of high school for math. In junior year, for some reason, they still made me take the regular math class, but since I was also taking college math, I thought I was hot shit. Cue me already not really liking the math teacher I had at regular school, that math was beneath me. Well, for one trimester the subject in regular math was ACT prep. The idea was to take the prep test, study, and then take another prep test and your grade was decided by however many points you improved. My first score was a 29, and my second score was a 31, both out of 36, vastly outscoring anyone in my class, but also giving me a D in the class. It's important to note that the higher a score you get, the harder it is to increase it by a meaningful amount. I was a straight A student up until this point, so I went faking bonkers. After my shenanigans and other people's parents getting involved, my grade was revised. He did not return to my school for our senior year, so I was like good riddance. Cut to my freshman year of college. Due to me transferring in my credits from high school, I'm starting out in Calculus 2. I get my schedule for the semester. They always pick your classes for the first semester, then you're on your own, and I'm perusing the professors, and who do I see is teaching my Calc 2 class, but the same guy who gave me AD and HS. I didn't switch classes, and got an A just to piss him off. This is a bit long, but if you like sci-fi, AI, ghosts, consciousness, philosophy, this is up your alley. Last semester I was taking a class called Artificial Composition, which went into machine-generated music/poetry. Of the many things we discussed, conscious came up a few times, regarding both humans and machines, AI. It was not uncommon for us to talk about this in class, which consisted of 2 professors and 8 students. One of the professors had an ensemble of devices connected to a computer that would artificially generate music based on what we was doing indirectly of each machine. One was PVC pipes that wind would pass through, another was like a synthesizer, and there were at least 2 others. We finished listening to a performance and discussing it and ideas. I don't remember what we had discussed outside of like the process really. It definitely moved away from that and got more philosophical, as often happened. The other professor was asking some questions about who was the performer, the professor or the devices, and what would either side of that consideration mean. Then he said, I don't want to use the C word, but is the machine right? Before he could say conscious, the synth type machine began playing by itself. This is after it had been shut off. The professor playing had hit stop on his end. None of the machines were making noise. He stood up and was 5 feet from his computer, and we were a good 5 minutes into a discussion at that point. It played a pattern totally different than what it had been doing before. And again, this machine was an individual piece of a larger group of components. They could be turned on individually, but it would seem to follow that they wouldn't get turned off individually when he stopped the program. So they would likely all still be on, in the same state of sleep. I could be wrong though, as I don't know how the program works. He said that had never happened before, and he had been using this for years, although the pipes were a new addition. Regardless of what caused that, it was a wild coincidence. TLDR, either 12 people witnessed a computer exhibition consciousness, there's ghosts, or we saw one, if the most questionable coincidences ever. At 15 years old, 1 year before I got my driver license, I sometimes stole my mother's car at the parking of the hospital where she worked to do some 2H rides with my friends. I knew that she always left the parking at card, automatic gates without employee, under the carpet of the helper side, and the double of the key was in my parents' room. I did it about 7 times without problems. One evening, I called my friend Sam to know if he wanted to do a ride with good hip-hop music. This was back in 1999, and smoke some weed. So I grabbed my friend, and about 1 hour later, I felt some strange feeling, and I started paranoing. I said to my friend that I don't know why, but we gotta go back to park the car. He asked why, but I didn't have an answer, so I drove back to a street near the hospital and parked the car. I walked to the hospital like a ninja to check if everything is alright. I arrived by the backyard of the building and I slowly turned the corner to check the situation. Guess what? I saw my dad talking to a police officer. I started freaking, and we get back to the car to erase the fingerprints. We walked to my house and my friend returned at his home. How did I knew? I don't know to this day. If I had drove back directly to the parking, I would have get caught. The entry of the parking was at 10 feet, where my dad and the officer was talking. I moved to Aschaffenburg, Germany from Colorado around 1982 or so. It was West Germany at the time. After I'd been there a year, my husband and I went out to eat, and a family was seated near us. I looked up, and one of the people at the table was a former coworker of mine from Colorado. He was visiting his daughter and her family who were living in the same town. Bonus coincidence. I grew up in a smallish, 7,000 population town in Colorado, and when I graduated from HS, I moved to a larger place, 250,000. After a few years, I got a job in a law office. One of the secretaries went back home to Virginia to be a bridesmaid for her best friend from college. When she came back, she asked, "Aren't you from L?" She added that she met the groom's grandmother at the wedding, and that the grandmother was from the same town as I. She said, "I don't remember her name, but she loves to talk, and she plays bridge." Without missing a beat, I said, "Your friend got married to my second cousin DN, and his grandmother is MD, right?" At the time, I hadn't seen nor heard anything about DN in a decade, so I had no idea he was getting married. The coworker was surprised, as was I, that I could figure out what wedding she'd gone to in Virginia with only 3 clues. Grandma was from L, liked to talk, and played bridge. I transferred to Iowa my sophomore year and moved in with some friends. We started having pretty decent sized parties at our house on Friday nights, and usually Saturday nights too if the Hawks played at home. About the second or third weekend of the semester, my roommate and a few other friends had a birthday party and invited just about the whole world on Facebook and deemed it a beach party theme. The night comes and the party is massive. We go through 2 kegs, and at 11 our weird, outcast roommate comes home from work just in time to drive us to get 2 more kegs. Party rages on all nights, and I wake up to a Project X looking backyard. Futon on our garage room, hundreds of cups thrown around the yard and beer cans/cases all over the place. 1 keg is on the garage roof, 1 in the yard, 1 in the basement, but we can't find the other keg anywhere. A friend of my roommates admits they tried to steal it and got busted along the way, so they ditched it and paid him the deposit on it. Flash forward about a year later, I'm dating this girl for a few weeks-ish, and it comes up casually in conversation because we both still lived in the neighborhood. I'll never forget hearing my girlfriend, now fiancé, say she was at a beach party where her friend and her stole an empty keg, walked home almost all the way with it, and dropped it in a random yard when the cops pulled up to see what they were doing. A year or so ago, my old high school soccer coach passed away. I saw his obituary on Facebook, posted by a friend from that time who post hometown obituaries of people many of us might know. This man had been a huge influence on me as I was beginning to play and love the game. This was during the first American soccer boom in the 1970s, and he conveyed to me that then I had a real knowledge of the game. I went on to play briefly in college, and when I was home taking a year off, he asked me to come back to our high school and coach the junior varsity. The obituary had an email address for his longtime girlfriend, he'd been widowed decades before, to contact for info about the memorial service and lunch. I contacted her, told my story, and said I'd love to attend. My hometown is about 2 hours from where I live now, so I explained that I'd be driving down from the San Francisco Bay Area. She emails back with, "Where in the Bay Area are you coming from?" I tell her my current city, which has about 100,000 residents. She responds with, "Oh, I grew up in my city. What neighborhood are you in?" I tell her the name of our neighborhood. She responds with, "Oh, I grew up on Avenue. I still own my late parents' house there." Well, my house is at the corner of Avenue and Street. Her parents' house is literally 5 houses up the block from where I've lived and raised our kids for 30 years. This in a region of 4 million people, in a city of 100,000, 2 hours away from my hometown. Turns out, she and my old coach would make frequent trips up here to maintain her house, and for all those years I thought about calling him, or visiting him, when I was in my hometown. He had been 5 houses away on my block. Dozens and dozens of time. Bittersweet, but an amazing coincidence I think. I was shopping at a mall in my city, just before leaving on a trip to visit my dad, 1,200 kilometers away, and I happened to bump into an old friend I hadn't seen in years. "Hey, Steve, how's it going? Haven't seen you in ages." Steve, "Hey, dude, no kidding, it's been at least 5 years? Maybe more." Me, "How's Robbie doing? He still owes me a pellet gun, since he broke mine." Haha. Steve, "Oh, yeah, I remember when he broke your gun. I bet he would get you a new one if you asked him. He's making good money now." Me, "I'm over it. It's not a big deal. We were kids. Anyway, I gotta get going. I'm going to see my dad for the week, and we're already late to leave. Steve. Cool. Good seeing you, man. Catch ya later. Enjoy your visit. I finished my shopping, and straight away we hit the road, and drove for 9 hours straight, and I arrived at my dad's place around supper time. My cousins were there, and we decided to go to the West Edmonton Mall, largest mall in North America, I think. It's huge, and we walk in, and it is absolutely packed with people, mostly kids. There was a fair going on called Klondike Days, so it was an absolute zoo in there. I noticed a huge sign saying Palladium, and asked my dad what it was, and he told me it's a huge arcade, and I insisted we go and check it out. My dad wasn't very keen on this, but I wasn't taking no for an answer, and so in we went. I noticed this motorcycle game that had an actual bike you sat on, and it would lean side to side, and it looked amazing, but there was about 10 people lined up, and I didn't want to stand in line, so I looked around for a game without a lineup, and I saw this Jurassic Park game that had a curtain around a bench that 2 people sit on and shoot the dinosaurs with fake plastic guns, and there was no lineup. But I could see a set of feet underneath the curtain, so I waited for my turn for a few minutes, and lo and behold, faking Steve was in there playing the game. He steps out, and we both almost shat our pants. I have no idea how that happened, but it was absolutely insane to see him step out from behind that curtain. Neither one of us had made any mention of even leaving our hometown, let alone leaving immediately after seeing each other, and ending up in the same place in the mall with probably close to 1 million people inside, and we both chose to play the same shitty Jurassic Park game. I started questioning reality a lot after that point. My husband aunt throws an annual Memorial Day party in the middle of nowhere, Wisconsin. After being invited for years and not being able to make it, a few years back we were finally able to attend. His aunt owns a rural farmhouse which she has decorated with the artwork she is known for collecting. Admiring the art, I notice many weavings that look familiar in some odd way. I'm familiar with weaving as my mother has her masters in weaving and textiles and had many of her old works hung around my childhood home. First remark that the weavings look very similar to my mom's work, and the husband's aunt just sort of laughs it off. Studying them more, I'm more and more convinced they are familiar, so I asked the aunt who did the weavings. She brings over a woman and introduces me. We will call the woman Anne. Anne and the aunt have been friends since childhood and grew up with one another. Anne was the one who did the weavings, and she tells me she is the professor at a college in Indiana where she teaches art. First remark that my mom received her master's from the same college she teaches at. Anne doesn't take me seriously and just laughs and says, well, I only ever had one master's student, and it couldn't possibly be your mother. I tell her my mom's maiden name and she goes ghost white and her jaw drops. She says, you are the daughter of your mother. Insert name here. My mother was in fact her only master's student and had done her the weavings hanging in my husband's aunt's living room. I called my mom right away and said, you'll never guess who I'm sitting next to at a very small party in the middle of nowhere. My mom and her professor are connected and have been good friends since, and my mom will attend the Memorial Day party this year. TLDR, my mom's weavings hung in my husband's aunt's living room long before we even met, because aunt and mom's professor were childhood friends. When I was 15, my family took a trip to Disneyland by car. Actually, since we were a family of 8, it was a trip by 2 cars. I had my driver's permit, but not a full driver's license. My parents took full advantage by having me drive long portions of the trip, despite my permit only technically being valid in Oregon. When we finally got to Los Angeles, it was during the heart of rush hour, late 1980s, traffic. Cars were driving at 70 miles per hour stacked bumper to bumper. I was driving with one foot on the gas and one on the brake, trying to stay right on the back bumper of my dad's car. But I couldn't stay close enough. People kept changing lanes between us, and after several in a row I could no longer see my dad's car. My mom, in the front passenger seat, told me to take the next exit and hope they would. Pulling down the off-ramp, there was no sign of my dad. There was also no ramp to get back on the freeway in the same direction. It didn't look like a good neighborhood. Bars on windows. The low fuel warning glared at me, and I saw a gas station nearby. I suggested we get gas and ask for directions. My mother stared straight ahead in a blank panic. Mom, My purse is in the other car. Long pause. I don't have any cash, checks, or credit cards. Me. Okay, we can probably go 20 to 30 miles. That might get us to the hotel. But we'll have to get on the freeway going the other direction first. We'll try to turn around as quickly as possible. What's the hotel, Mom? Continuing blank panic stare. I don't know. Another long pause. I turned onto the on-ramp and merged with the insane traffic. We immediately passed under a freeway sign that said Disneyland and indicated the next exit to another freeway. I took the exit and just followed the signs all the way to Disneyland. It didn't take long to get there. Point me. Okay Mom, what do you know about the hotel? Mom, slightly less panicked, but still in shock. It's not at Disneyland. It's nearby though. Maybe across the street. I turn into the parking lot of the nearest hotel. Point me. We'll go inside and ask to use their phone. We'll call all the hotels in the area until we find one with a reservation for the Moiket's family. The people at the front desk listen to our story, grab a Yellow Pages phone book and a phone, and set up a little station for me where I can dial. As I'm flipping through the pages to hotels and my younger siblings are settling in, the desk clerk asks for our name so he can check the ledger. I give it and he laughs. They just checked in. Room 237. Moments later we knocked on the door. My dad answered, as hen-faced, "We didn't expect to see you tonight." About 5 days later, we have moved on from Disney, SeaWorld, Knott's Berry Farm, and Universal Studios. We go south to spend a day in Tijuana by walking across the border. We get a hotel within walking distance for the night. In the morning, I'm standing outside our door calling for everyone to hurry up. I look to my left, and there is a somewhat Hispanic looking girl my age standing one door down doing the same thing. I look at her. Tony Moiket's. It's a girl from my school that I have known since 3rd grade. Her family is also walking into Tijuana for the day. They were supposed to be there the day before, so we should have missed them, but they were behind schedule because they had a crazy mix-up where the family got split up and lost in Los Angeles. I've had some strange ones, but my most recent happened last summer. It's a bit tragic, really. Some quick background. When we were 16, my best friend was raped by a senior at our high school. She didn't want to press charges, and he was weeks from graduating and heading out of state for college, so it went unreported. We never saw him again. It has always bothered me that he got away with it, but sometimes that's just the way things go. In 2012, 21 years after the rap and 24 years of our friendship, she and I had a falling out. We didn't speak to or contact each other for 6 years. This past July, I walk into a random bar in the Northwoods of Wisconsin while on vacation with my family and see the rapist. Looks pretty much the same as he did in high school. He and his family are on the way out, thankfully, and we pass right by each other. I felt surprisingly shaken up, but we are shown to a table, and I sit down. Not 2 minutes later I receive a text. It's from my best friend. First contact in 6 years. She had bumped into a member of one of our old favorite bands and sent me a selfie with him. I'm still kind of reeling from seeing the rapist, and then I'm suddenly dealing with this text out of the blue from the person he rapped. What are the odds? It was so surreal. I had no idea how to respond to the text. It took me hours. I couldn't figure out whether I should tell her who I just bumped into or not. I didn't and haven't, though we are speaking again. Just so weird. Last year, I would be repeatedly spooked the fuck out of my TV saying something I just said seconds ago. Like one time I was talking to my mom about something, and I ended it with "wow, that is strange." And as soon as I finished, we hear some show on the TV in the living room say the exact thing I just said. That was when I brought it up to her, since she was a witness this time and she couldn't call me crazy somehow. More than half of my closest friends online have the same name as me, including one I know, Irel. Just something I always found interesting. The town I used to live in went 50 years without snow and 15 without a hurricane, and just within the past few I had lived there before moving. It snowed twice and was hit by Hurricane Irma and Matthew. Back at the town I just mentioned, there was a devastating tornado that happened on Mother's Day back in '08 that still scares me. I was spending the night at a friend's house. My parents were at home with my little brother. Grandparents on my dad's side were gone on a vacation, which they were hesitant on doing, and my grandparents on my mom's side were just at home sleeping or something. That night, there was a terrible F2 tornado that ripped straight through our entire town. The path it had is what scares me though. It started near my friend's house that I was at, only a mile or so away from it. Then, it traveled out near my parents' house and turned right, in which it devastated my dad's parents' property, the only people living out there. Then it continued in the same direction, destroying a few industrial complexes and even a few homes that had people in them. From what I heard, no one died from this twister. Finally, it dies off only half a damn mile behind my mum's parents' house. We haven't had a tornado since, but let me tell ya, I was only a kid when it happened. When I came back years later to look back at how that tornado moved using the Google Earth history tool, I freaked. It came so close to destroying my entire family. We helped clean up the damage the next day at my grandparents' house that got wrecked since they were on vacation. Around lunchtime that day, my dad had a tractor removing down trees from the road, and out of nowhere a second thunderstorm interrupts cleanup and makes it too difficult to continue. Make of that what you wish. Last one for now. I was camping with my family at a river once, and so was a few friends who happened to be out there the same night. We did the usual camp stuff, and at sundown me and my brother went in the tent to read scary stories, to read by the campfire. We were young, so they actually did creep us out enough to get paranoid and eventually nodded off. Moments later, my mom wakes us up because we need to help her find another camper's little black dog that ran off into the woods. Now, as soon as I heard this, I felt my heart drop. The last story we read from that book earlier was about a little black dog that ran off and came back with someone's finger or toe in its mouth. I can't remember the details. I was creeped out by this, and so was my brother. We agreed to help find the dog though, and asked a few other campers to tag along. My old friend also joined us and gave me his flashlight while he called out the dog's name. I remember thinking I heard twigs snap to our left and turned the light to there, only to catch a glimpse of a bigger spider inches away from my friend's face. He saw this and jumped back as quick as he could. I was just freaking out at if I didn't shine my light at that very moment, he'd have that thing on his face right now, or even worse, it could have bitten him. I don't remember what kind of spider it was, but it didn't look like a banana spider, which is the only large spider I know that doesn't harm you like the others. Eventually, we found the dog was simply sleeping in someone's tent and no one happened to look there until we all gave up from looking. It creeped me out, and I left out a lot of little details because I didn't want this to go on any longer. But it seems that entire search party was having a lot of unfortunate luck throughout the night that wouldn't have happened if we all didn't go looking for the dog. It just makes me wonder, but it could be all coincidences though, I don't know lol. On mobile, so work with me here. Growing up on Long Island, you tend to somehow know someone who knows someone coincidentally, so I was always kind of used to that. But this story takes the cake. Point: this guy I used to casually date was an urdoc about an hour away from where I live. We remained friends after a few dates, super incompatible, but still hung out as friends. I had started seeing this new guy that I really liked. Point: one day the guy I started seeing lived about 20 minutes away, ghosts me for a day when we were supposed to go out on a date. Has this whole elaborate story about how he ends up in the because his landlord's boyfriend had tried to run him over with his car and the police had to get involved. Give him the benefit of the doubt and believe him. Doc friend asks, how did the date go with blah blah blah? Me: well, he ghosted me, and then has this crazy story about how his landlord's boyfriend tried to run him over. Doc: did the landlord's boyfriend try to run him over at work? Me: yeah. Doc: yeah, he came to my and I had treated him. He was there with his girlfriend, and that's how I learned that I was the side chick. Texted the pose asking him where he had gone to the hospital. Confirmed it was the hospital Doc worked at. TLDR. Found out I was the side chick through a random coincidence. Oh, I've got a good one. I got in a fender bender with a guy in Alabama in a random parking lot while on a road trip. We didn't get police or insurance involved, So we agreed he'd get a quote from a body shop and I'd mail him a check. Easy peasy. Right, wrong. The check gets cashed a couple weeks later and I'm thinking, we're good to go. Nope. The gentleman I hit calls me explaining that he had not received the check, thoroughly confusing me. He thinks I'm trying to take advantage of him, calls and threatens me, telling me he's looked me up and knows where my parents stay. I insist I sent the check, and so I call the local bank where the check was cashed. Well, turns out this guy lives in a small town and shared a name with a well-known judge in the area. The mailman in the town must have thought the check was going to the judge and delivered it to his house instead of the guy I hit. To make things even weirder, the judge had also been in an auto accident a few weeks prior and had mistakenly cashed the check thinking it was for him. So I call the guy explaining all of this and he's infuriated, thinking I'm still trying to fool him and is still coming off as very threatening. He gets his mama to call me and plead with me to send the money. This goes on for a while as I figure out what the hell had happened and while I consulted with my bank to reconcile the money, etc. Finally, against all my instincts, I agreed to send the money via Western Union and put this all to bed. Bizarre experience. I felt like I was living in a scene-filled episode for about a month. I live in St. Louis. Last year over the summer, my dad had to go to Chicago for the weekend for work, and he decided to bring me and my sister, since he would have some free time and we hadn't really gone anywhere in a while. The trip was normal, of course, and it was fun. Fast forward to our last day, and we go to the downtown area. My dad made reservations to go to the top of the John Hancock Tower, third tallest building in the city, so we could get a cool view of the city. We got to the top, and we are walking around the floor looking down at the city. I turn a corner, and who do I see? My faking ex-girlfriend, all the way from St. Louis. Yes, somehow my dad and I went to Chicago in the same weekend that my ex-girlfriend went with some of her friends, and we happened to go to the same place that you need reservations to go to at the same time as my ex, when there are hundreds of attractions in the city. Our relationship had ended 4 months prior, and I was kinda over it, but she still wasn't, so she immediately went and hid in the bathroom to avoid me. I was pretty shocked, but also kinda amused at the fact that this had happened. Afterward, we went to eat at a pizza place. We sit down in a booth and we order, and as we are waiting, my grandparents walked into the restaurant. They didn't know we were in Chicago, and neither me or my dad knew they were either, yet we both decided to eat at the same place on the same night in a city as big as Chicago. This wasn't as surprising to me as it should have been, considering that this had just happened with me and my ex an hour ago, but it was still strange. Weird night. Edit. Another story didn't happen to me, but a few months ago my mom was hanging out with her friends across the street from us, and they went to another friend's house that my mom knew, but she had never been to his house. Turns out this dude lives in the same house that my mom's best friend since 3rd grade lived in when they were growing up. My mom basically spent half her childhood at her best friend's house. Since her parents weren't exactly the best, she would stay there sometimes for weeks. So it was awesome for her to see this house again and have all these childhood memories come back. When I was a senior in high school, some kid from the rival school snuck into our football field in the middle of the night to burn a massive dick into the turf field the week of homecoming. It was a big deal and pretty funny, and the quick fix from the school was to burn a big square to cover it up before the big game. But no one ever found out who did it. Fast forward to my freshman year at an out-of-state college at a really small campus. I left to get food in the middle of the night with some friends when one of them asked if his friend we didn't know could tag along. We agreed. Well, at the place we were eating, we randomly get on the topic of vandalism stories, and I tell the one about the giant dick being burned into our field. And the new guy asked, "What school did you go to?" And I said it was really far away, and he probably hasn't heard of it. But he pressed on, "Seriously, what school did you go to?" So I told him, and he started freaking out. "Dude, I went to your rival school. Seriously, yes. And not only did I go to that school, I'm the one that burned the dick into field," and then proceeded to tell me exactly how it was done. I couldn't believe it. I had never told that story to anyone before because everyone I knew prior to then was my friend from high school, so they knew the story. And the first time I told the story was nearly 1,000 miles away in the middle of the night in a hole-in-the-wall restaurant to the guy who made the story. Oh man, I have a bunch of these. One of the strangest is probably this. When I was in kindergarten, I refused to say a word to anyone at school. One day, 3 guys, 2 of your standard issue bullies plus 1 preacher's kid, beat me up, pushing me down, and asking why I wouldn't talk. They got in trouble the next day. I never really forgot about it, and loathed the ringleader with a vengeance. In middle school, I was on my way to lunch with a group of my geeky friends, and they said they wanted to meet up with someone else. Okay, cool. So we walked down the hall until we stopped by some lockers and this cute red-haired fellow turned around. I wondered why I haven't noticed him before, but boys were something I just started to notice at that point anyway. We all introduced ourselves, and it turned out to be the preacher's kid who beat me up in kindergarten. Let's call him Carl. I was a bit wary about sitting with him at lunch, but he became one of my best friends and I could talk to him about anything. Fast forward several years later, and, perhaps not surprisingly, I developed a crush on him. But, like something out of a ridiculous drama or rom-com, my best friend also liked him. Carl teased me, asking who I liked, for nearly a year, and, not wanting to lose the friendship I had with him, I told him names of other guys in our class. We were in high school around this point, and I ended up developing some health issues that made me unable to attend school physically. Carl offered to set up the webcam for classes, so I could attend virtually. We had a nearly identical schedule except for 1 or 2 classes. One day, while we were chatting on AIM, he asked me who I liked. I'd been getting some signals for a while that I thought meant he liked me back, but I couldn't be sure. Still, I felt very strongly at the moment that I would rather regret telling him I liked him than not telling him at all before high school ended. So I told him, you. He thought I was joking at first, but when I told him I was serious, he said he didn't like me like that, and then said he had to go, logged off AIM, and things were awkward from that point on. I saw him at high school graduation and he'd saved my elementary school "What do you want to be when you grow up" picture I'd drawn for me. When I went off to college several months later, I found out that he was going to a college that wasn't even half an hour from the one I was attending. We never met up, and I had to leave school for more health issues, but he did keep me company by texting me an entire morning near Christmas, when I was feeling very alone. That was probably the last conversation we really had. I don't know what he's doing with his life now, but he was one of the best friends I've ever had, and I miss his friendship deeply. I don't know if this is a coincidence, but I met a girl in PE, we'll call her Sally. We kind of got along at first, but she had a crush on me, and I didn't feel the same way. I'm also a girl, but I'm bisexual. Fast forward a few weeks later, and I'm talking to my crush and we'll call him Jack. Sally notices and starts questioning my relationship with Jack. Sally, you and Jack are very close. Do you like him? Me, yeah, I like him a lot. We've been hanging out and talking a lot since the summer. Sally, are you guys dating? Or me, not yet, but I think he's gonna ask me out soon. Sally, oh well, I hope you guys start dating soon. You guys are cute together. Fast forward a month or so, Sally drops out of school and I go on a couple dates with Jack. I established a relationship with Jack on New Year's, but 2 days later he cheats on me. I wanted to end things, but he wanted to try and work things out. So we dated 5 months after that. When we broke up, I found out that Jack was also dating Sally while he was with me, and he lost his virginity to her. I thought that would be the end of things with Sally, but unfortunately I was wrong. Throughout the rest of my high school days, Sally would try to one-up me in everything. I would dye my hair. The next day she would have dyed hair. I would talk about anime and manga. Then all of a sudden Sally was the anime and manga expert. I took interest in learning guitar. Then she would try to say that she took private guitar lessons as a child, and she was super good at playing everything I did or tried to learn. She was supposedly better at it. She basically copied me throughout high school. Fast forward again to 2015. Sally and Jack graduated, and I'm a senior in high school. I met my husband during Christmas break. He was a Job Corps student from Clearfield Job Corps Center, and he was on his winter break. We had started getting close and flirty with each other. He was such a sweet guy and very nice. One day he tells me he broke up with his girlfriend so that we can be together. I didn't know he had a girlfriend, and I felt horrible. He reassured me that they were gonna break up anyways because he knew she was cheating on him and avoiding him. So we started dating, and things were good. Couple years go by, and it's 2018 and my husband and I move into an first apartment together. We were making dinner, and he tells me that his ex was trying to contact him again, and that she wanted to meet up. He obviously declined it, and showed me the texts. To my surprise, it was Skanky Sally. Her text said, "Hey, I know your girlfriend hates me and all, but I miss you. I wanna hang out and catch up. We have a lot of history together, and I just wanna show you that I'm better than her. Let's meet up at this place." My husband's response, "You mean my wife hates you? Please don't contact me anymore. I'm happy with my wife. She's the best thing that's ever happened to me. I don't need some hoe ruining my life again." After some stress, crying and stuff, I told my husband that Sally stole my boyfriend in high school and bullied me. He was confused and asked if I was sure it was the same person. I said yeah, because I could never forget such an ugly person. He said he was dating her back then, and that it was impossible. Well, surprise. She was dating Jack and my husband at the same time, and told my husband that Jack was her gay best friend. Hope I'm not too late, because this still boggles my mind. About 18 years ago I was driving with two of my friends in my car, smoking. We were just going around on the back roads when we saw this crazy looking light in the sky. I pulled over, and we were all just looking at it and talking about what it could be when it suddenly started moving very quickly. Now we could tell it was much lower than we had originally thought, and because of how it was moving we were a little freaked out. The weed didn't help. It started moving away from us pretty fast, so we actually started driving to follow it, trying to keep up, but we couldn't. Just as we were about to give up, this thing just dropped out of the sky, straight down, probably a half mile ahead of us. We were losing our minds. The coincidence, my friend's very short-term girlfriend called. Myself and my other friend were screaming in the background, so he filled her into what we had seen. Turns out, it was her dad's weather balloon or candle balloon. I honestly can't remember what she said it was, but the point is, out of every single person in our entire city, the daughter of the guy who was responsible for the strange light called us and had the answer immediately after it happened. I still question it sometimes, but it's not worth it. A few years back, my girlfriend and I went on vacation in Montego Bay, Jamaica. It was our first real vacation together, and the first time both of us traveled out of the country. One night, while in a hot tub, we got talking to a couple from Texas. For reference, my girlfriend and I are from the east coast of the United States. They were both really tan with some goofy sunglasses on, and had heavy southern accents. I'd be able to pick them out of a lineup if I had to. They told us that they regularly vacation in the Caribbean, and we asked what their favorite place was to visit. They explained to us that it was the Bahamas because of the crystal clear water and how relatively safe the islands were. They also recommended we take a trip there at some point. After our conversation, we said our goodbyes and went on our way, expecting never to see them again. Fast forward 4 years. My girlfriend and I finally took their advice and booked a vacation to the Bahamas. One day while we were sitting by the pool at our resort, I noticed a really tan couple with some goofy sunglasses ordering drinks at the bar. I immediately knew it was the same couple that we met in Jamaica. My girlfriend and I went over to see if they would remember us. I tapped the guy on the shoulder, and when he turned around his face lit up like he saw a old friend. We greeted each other, and they even remembered our names. We ended up connecting on Facebook and catch up every now and again. I just think that's a crazy coincidence that we ran into the couple that was responsible for us being there in the first place. Summer is moving season, at least where I live. Everyone's leases are up at more or less the same time because so many people started their leases at the end of their freshman year in college. It's a summer day. I think to myself, I should get a set of nice, heavy plates for company. Within the month, Someone in the apartment building gives away a set of nice, heavy plates. But at the time, most of my neighbors were international students who took jobs far away. They didn't want to take heavy plates with them or spend money shipping them. A week or so later, I notice my couch is showing its age terribly, but only on the back. I think, man, a nice patterned blanket or something would cover this perfectly, until it makes sense to get a nicer couch. I briefly consider how hard it is to find decor in my preferred color palette, pastels, and figure in a few months, maybe I'll have some good candidates for a throw blanket. I'm somewhat particular as far as decor goes. Within a few weeks, I find a perfect fabric thing, more like a really nice picnic blanket, in the giveaway spot in my building. It's a quirky, but tasteful geometric pattern in lilac and mint green, my favorite colors, on a white background. Years later, I still live in the same place. It's October. My winter boots have holes in them, but winter is almost here. I'm broke and looking for affordable, reliable boots. I settle on a type of boots from one particular brand, but don't buy them right away, because I want to wait until payday. I shut my laptop and head downstairs to go to work. Past the giveaway spot. Boots. Not the color I would have picked, but the brand was the same. I check the shoe size. My exact size. Not a super common size. When I was young, I was best friends with a kid who lived across the street, Mickey. We were inseparable growing up. My family moved overseas for a couple of years, and when we moved back to our old house, his parents had divorced, so he split his time living with his dad across from us and mom downtown. We were still friendly, but didn't spend as much time together. He went to school downtown now, had new friends, life moves on etc. He went away to university and eventually moved across the Atlantic to the UK for work, and I moved to another city for work. We hadn't interacted for probably 15 years. One day on a whim, I was invited to go to Boston for a weekend with two couples, who were my current friends. We flew in, grabbed hotel rooms and set about figuring out something to do. Couple A wanted to go sit on a patio drinking beers and eating clams, right in my wheelhouse, and my friend from couple B had his heart set on seeing a college football game. His wife convinced me to come with them, so she wouldn't be as bored. We went into a metro station to buy tickets for the streetcar, and there's a group of guys directly ahead of us, a little loud and rowdy, obviously out for a good time. The last guy gets his ticket and turns around and stops dead, looks at me, and says, "Fools and fanatics? What are you doing here?" It was Mickey. I was flabbergasted, and told him I was just visiting with some friends. Turns out he had flown all the way from the UK for a bachelor party for one of his friends who still lived in our old home city. My friend's wife then says, "Mickey, is that you? It's Lay. I can't believe it's really you," and gives him a big hug. Her husband was like Tafuk. Unbeknownst to me, Mickey and Lay were friends from when he lived downtown with his mum, had also lost contact, and then 15 years later the three of us randomly met whilst standing in line for streetcar tickets, all very far from home. Little late to the party, but basically my girlfriend and I matching on Tinder turned out to be crazily coincidental. To preface this, my girlfriend lived in City A, and I lived in City B, and my parents had lived in City A before they had me about 20 plus years earlier. So anyways, it's Christmas time, I was going on a family vacay, and we had a layover in City A. I didn't think much of it, but went onto Tinder for a couple left/rights, then hopped on the plane, and thought that was that. But lo and behold, when we landed, I had one match, my now girlfriend. So we started chatting, and didn't think much of it. In the end we continued talking, and finally a few months later, we were texting, and her mom asked her who she was talking to because she had a goofy grin on her face. She was like, "Oh, this guy named the Marvelous Man." In response her mom was like, "HMM, I had a great doctor named Dr. Man, but he moved to City B a long time ago." Nervously my girlfriend's response was, "The Marvelous Man lives in City B, and his dad's a doctor." So my girlfriend asks me, and the conversation went as follows. Girlfriend, did your dad used to work in City A? Me, yeah he did. Why? Girlfriend, did he have a patient named Joel Friedman? Me, I just asked him. He said back quote girlfriend mom. Of course I remember her. I delivered her daughter. Cue dramatic music, and total shock, turns out, my dad had delivered my girlfriend's older sister, and would have delivered my girlfriend had he not moved to City B, so pretty dang coincidental, if you ask me. My sister was hit by a car when we were kids. The people that hit her lived down the street from us, and we'd never spoken a word to them before. Cut to years and years later, we are visiting family in another state, and the accident gets brought up. One of my relatives recognized the name and said the woman died. Sure enough, some of our out-of-state family happened to know the couple who hit my sister. Still kinda blows my mind to this day. Also, thanks to 23andMe, we found out my mom is related to the mom of someone my sister went to high school with. Really random. It's distant fourth cousins or so, but still really threw us for a loop. When I was in 7th grade, I went to Disney World thanks to my sister's middle school choir. They were performing at Magic Kingdom and my mom and I went along too. They had to do rehearsals, so me and my mom went off on our own. When I spot a girl from my reading class there, we locked eyes and recognized each other immediately right outside Cinderella Castle. Apparently her family had decided to vacation to WDW during spring break. I lived in a few trailer parks growing up. The second one we lived in, when we moved in, the trailer we lived in from the first trailer park was there. We were all shocked. It was kinda falling apart, so we moved out and into a house. My sister had an accident, so we moved away to another trailer park and boom, there was the first place we'd ever lived, just down the way. Not only that, but the shed we had used to store our lawnmower was at another location that we used to pass by when driving around town. Found the trailer and shed we'd lived in when we first moved to the state years prior, in random places around town. Moved to Canada a while back, and during the time, I used to post on a band's message board. Turns out one of the people also posting coincidentally lived the next town over. Since we knew we had musical taste in common, we met up and hung out a few times before I moved back to the States. One time I was mugged, and I chased after the person who grabbed my purse. He was so goddamn fast. I was screaming help help help. He stole my purse when the man went into the front gate of our house. It was the only open gate on the street. I was trying to catch up and catch my breath when I heard from above me, "Did that man just steal your purse?" And I look at the rooftop of the house, and there's some guy standing up there. I was like, yes. I was suddenly surrounded by neighborhood people who were asking me a ton of questions, and I was just out of breath and worried that I wouldn't get home because my purse had my car keys and my cell phone and wallet and basically everything. It had to have been 2 or 3 minutes and I look behind me, and the man who was on the roof had my purse. His hands were bloody, and he was out of breath and yelling profanities when his girlfriend handed me my purse. I was just really trying to understand how that happened. How did the guy on the roof get to the guy with my purse and beat him up and grab my bag? How was it that this man ran into the one person's house who would actually care and help out a stranger? So I was extremely skeptical. I rummaged through my bag, and I was handing them every dollar I could find, and crying and thanking them, telling them I would go to the ATM and grab all of the money out of my bank account for them. It just felt like maybe that's exactly what they wanted. Maybe they were in on it with the thief, I don't know. It just felt off. The girlfriend, who I was handing all of the money to, just kept putting it back in my bag and telling me it's okay, it was fine, they didn't want anything. They're just glad to help. It was the weirdest thing and such a coincidence. It still mindfucks me to this day. When I was 2, my family moved houses. Across the road from us lived another family with a 2-year-old girl as well. We became childhood best friends and still talk to this day. My mum is from Holland, and so is this girl's grandmother. So when they met one day they got talking. Apparently this lady left Holland on a boat to NZ when she was young, taking the place of her elder brother that decided he didn't want to go. She left on that boat, waving behind her fiancé at the time, who she never saw again. Nothing bad had happened, she just wanted to go to NZ. When we were going to visit Holland, when I was 7, my friend's grandmother asked my mum to find her old fiancé and apologize to him for her and find out if he was well. My mum found him and went to visit. He opened the door and took one look at my mum and said, "My god, you're her father's name." Child my Opa had been dead for many years at this point, so I never met him. But when he was alive, for his entire life he worked side by side with this man, who my mum said when we went in to have a conversation with him, had all of her father's old habits, speaking, walking, hand gestures, everything just mimicked what she remembered of him. And he knew her. My mum was immediately 35 years working with the same man, who turned out to be my best friend's grandmother's old fiance she left behind on a boat years previous. He was happily married with kids and grandkids at this point, but he still cried when my mum told him why we were there. TLDR, moved house to find my best friend's grandma's old fiance she left behind in another country, was my Opa's working partner for his whole life. In 2005, while I was living in Oxford, England, I decided to do the Camino de Santiago with a couple of friends. I was very out of shape, so the thought of walking 800 kilometers, 500 miles, in a month was quite daunting. I decided the best course of action would be to get training by going on progressively longer and longer walks. Within a few weeks, I'd worked up to 4 to 6 hour walks with a full pack, 3 or 4 times a week. I would walk from my house in South Oxford, up through town, around the university parks, up to Wolvercote, once around Port Meadow and back home again. Now, Port Meadow is a large floodplain on the outskirts of Oxford. One of the main reasons it hasn't been developed yet is because if they drained it or filled it in, any slight change in the flow of the river could cause a catastrophic change in the height of the water table. Oxford has experienced several severe floods in the last 20 years, since land upstream has been more aggressively farmed/developed, as you'd expect, then. It's a nice, isolated place to go for a ramble when it's dry. So on one of my long walks, I was surprised to see what from a distance I thought was a pile of rubbish. But as I got closer I realized it was an improvised tent made from a large blue tarp, some rocks, and some branches. As I walked past, a bearded face poked out of the flap, and startled, I raised a hand to wave hello. The face smiled and popped back inside. Over the next couple of weeks, almost every time I walked past the tent, bearded face would pop out, and I'd wave and say hi. Occasionally, bearded face would wave back. Sadly, however, after a couple of weeks, the tent was gone, and bearded face was no more. Shortly, I did the whole Camino, of which I remain very proud, and I didn't think again of bearded face. The upshot of the Camino was, I kept pretty fit and outdoorsy afterwards, and when the opportunity sprung up about 18 months later, to work on the first series of Bear Grylls, which had just started airing to rave reviews on Discovery, I applied and got the job. The very first episode I worked on was in Copper Canyon, northern Mexico. I flew out there, super excited, and met the whole team on the first night. We were quite international. The production team was British, the fixers were Mexican, and the survival expert was American. The survival expert, whom I'll call Adam, because he looked like Grizzly Adams, but I can't remember his actual name, was a quiet man, didn't raise his voice much above a whisper, but he was very friendly. We got to chatting, and after a few minutes I mentioned that I was from Oxford. Oh, Adam says, my son lived in Oxford. Really? When a couple years ago, yeah. The conversation progresses, and it turns out Adam had gone to Oxford to try to find his son. Adam doesn't own a mobile phone and isn't big on the internet, but knew nothing except that his son had been working in a burger joint near Port Meadow. Peppers, since you're not asking, so you found him, then? I asked. No, I didn't. This was not the answer I was expecting, and it dawned on me that this frugal man, with his aversion to modern technology, must have been at a bit of a loose end, having traveled all the way from the USA to the UK, only to be disappointed in his quest. So, what did you do? Who did you stay with? Oh, I didn't know anyone in Oxford except my son. So I slept out on Port Meadow. Cogs. Turn. Wait. I say, did you build a tent from a blue tarp? Adam looks at me, a little surprised. Yes I did. How did you know that? I explained to him with urgent excitement that when I was training for the Camino, I would walk by his tent and greet him almost every day. His face lit up, and through his giant beard flashed a broad smile. In The 2 weeks I was in Oxford, you were the only person who acknowledged me. Everyone else assumed I was a tramp. Adam was bare-faced. We hugged and shared another beer as we marveled at how unlikely this reunion was. More than a year and a half later, in one of the most remote parts of Mexico Point, we saw out the rest of the shoot, chatting regularly about all sorts, and we swapped details before parting ways at the end. Sadly, I lost his email and ex-wife's address, which he uses for post, so I've not seen or heard from Adam since. Something tells me he's okay, though, and I would be entirely unsurprised if he pops up again at some point later in my life. In my early 20s, parents had recently been divorced, dad's business closed, we lost our house, and moved in with my grandparents. I got laid off, store went out of business. I needed to get out of there. So I moved across the country to kind of start over. I started my new job, and one day my coworkers and I were discussing our backstories. One of them mentions recently moving from where I used to live. Turns out we moved from the same place to the same new place at the same time, and both got jobs in the same department of the same business. We didn't know each other or have any mutual friends/acquaintances prior to that. Unrelated. Fast forward a couple years, and I was in a new office job, had just recently moved into a rented room in a large house, just met the woman who would eventually become my wife, was making friends with a few of my coworkers. One close coworker in particular. 1. Knew my future wife. 2. Was friends with wife's roommates through separate circumstances. 3. Grew up with, was best friends with my landlord's daughter. 4. Pointed out I was living in the childhood room of said best friend. Also unrelated, during my time at the first job I mentioned, we had plenty of regulars, but there was one in particular who stood out. This goth girl that my coworker had a huge crush on, who we'd see wandering the store once or twice a week. Fast forward to me dating my eventual wife. She took me to meet her mom, her sister, who turns out to be the goth girl from my old job. I have a friend, a peculiar friend. We went to the same nursery and kindergarten school. He was my classmate. We went to the same primary school. He was my classmate in 4 of the 6 years we went to the same secondary school. He wasn't my classmate, but our paths crossed many times by being in the same program, same club etc. We went to the same junior college until I decided I wanted to go to vocational school, Polytechnic, instead to get a diploma. We went our separate ways, and I thought that was the end of it all. Because after that we have our national conscription, where we had to serve 2 years in the army. Polytechnic education was 3 years, but junior college was 2. It was unlikely we were to meet again, or so we thought. Finished army, went to university, and on day 1, guess who sat beside me in the lecture theater? Yup, this guy who was in the same school as me since nursery, is not only in the same university, but same faculty, same course, but also same year. My Polytechnic education granted me the first year off as I already had foundations in. Oh, did I mention that we were both born on the same day, hours apart. We share the same interests and have the same aspirations, and friends have commented that we share similar characters and traits. No, we are not twins. He looks like his mom, I look like my mom, and we were both born in different hospitals. This is a long one, so bear with me. It's about my 2 best friends. S and G. S was conceived in China and was supposed to be born in China. During the pregnancy her parents came over to the US for a travel tour and ended up stuck when her mother was too pregnant to travel back to China. They settled down in New Jersey and ended up just staying a few years. G's parents also lived in New Jersey and her mother was pregnant at the same time as S's mother. S was born in the hospital that G's mom worked at. G was born 2 weeks later. They both lived 10 minutes apart in NJ 4 years and never met. Both then moved to downtown San Francisco for a few years and never met. Then they both moved to the same Bay Area suburban elementary school, but went to different schools. This is when I met G in 4th grade. I never intended to be friends with her because we actually hated each other, petty kid stuff. But in 6th grade, neither G nor I had any friends to sit with at lunch, so we sat together and became friends. S also went to this middle school, only one in the district. Her and G had no classes together. I had 4 classes with S and we ended up becoming friends. It wasn't until I introduced them that they finally met. It took years for them to reveal this giant coincidence. Now 10 plus years later we are still best friends. I once met a girl at a 3-day conference that I thought was pretty awesome. We spent some time together there, played some board games, and hit it off. I made sure I would get her phone number before we separated for good, and I did point we texted and went on a few dates in the following months, and we talked about our winter plans, and if any traveling was in the picture. I'll be going to Egypt from the 21/8th, she says. At this point I'm shocked and tell her that I'll be in Egypt those same exact days. I think to myself, it's a big country, nothing too crazy I suppose. Turns out, we end up staying in neighboring cities. Weird, right? Like of all places in the country, and of all times, our roads were so close to crossing. We didn't end up seeing each other because of all the time we spent with our family point until we messaged each other to ask about our plans in Egypt. She tells me that she would be going to this coastal part of Egypt on the Red Sea on the 24th/30th. Guess where I was going from the 24th to the 30th? The same damn place. There's like 30 plus resorts you could stay in, and they're all spread along the coast. I made a joke of it and said watch us be in the same resort too lol. Fast forward a day, I'm walking on the beach and I hear a faint little hey. It was her, and somehow we ended up on the same beach, at the same resort, during the same period of time, on the other side of world, when both of us could have been literally anywhere else. Our families ended up going on a hike together, and we enjoyed our time there. That coincidence still blows my mind. Traveling in Bangkok, I left my journal in some tourist trap the tuk-tuk driver had taken me to. They get gas money stipends if they bring white people to agreed upon places. This journal had 4 months of sketches, experiences, and letters from students whom I taught in Thailand over the course of 4 months. Irreplaceable stuff. So naturally I cancelled all my plans the next day when I realized I didn't have it with me. Next morning, I take the 40-minute train ride to the Myanmar consulate I had gone to and just waited outside it to see if the same tuk-tuk driver showed up. I planned to wait all day, but he's just there, chilling, waiting outside the consulate. Finding the same tuk-tuk in all of Bangkok? Crazy point. We went back to the myriad of stores he had taken me to, and it was in the first one we tried. The shop just kept it on the shelf. Now I had my journal, hanging with tuk-tuk driver. He introduced himself as Mr. T. Anytime anywhere and a free day with no plans we strike a deal, where he can take me to as many tourist shops as he wants. But in between I would like to see graffiti of Bangkok, basically alley after alley of the dopest stuff I had seen. While in a place, another tourist decided to join me on my impromptu tour, paid for the whole ride, and read my palm while on a tour of the floating market. Basically the best day ever, and like a 0.001% chance of it actually happening. I lost my brother in an MVC a few years ago. I booked a flight to go home and hopped on my plane. I heard the pilot's voice and recognized it. I asked the flight attendant if it was brother-in-law's name, and she said yes. I told her to tell him I was on the plane, and she came back saying he wanted to talk when we landed. I chatted with him for a minute, and he said I was lucky to have caught him as he just started as a trainer of pilots and this was a new schedule. He also said he would cover my wife's flight to make it to the funeral, which was lucky, because we didn't have the $sign at the time. So I spent a couple weeks back home with the fam. On my very emotional way back to reality, I had a layover in Dallas and was walking alone to my gate. I saw an open chair and was walking toward it. Before I sat down, the man in the next seat over was a familiar face. It was one of my best friends. He looked up at me surprised and gave me a hug. He told me he heard about my brother's accident shortly after we boarded the plane, and we weren't sitting next to each other. I was really itching to ask a flight attendant if there were any open seats, but it didn't look too promising. We were about to take off when that same friend texted me and told me he had the only open seat on the plane right beside him. So I got up and moved, and he was there for me when I really needed a friend. I feel sometimes maybe these happenings weren't so much coincidences given the timing and circumstances. finally something that relates to me. I got to be a backseat witness to this entire thing. At Electric Forest 2018 weekend 2. It was the last day during the final hours of the event. We ran into a guy who was tripping a little too hard and asked if he could hang with me and my crew. We brought him along to go sit and smoke and reflect on our best memories from the past days. This is where it all started to happen, and happen fast. We were not sitting down for more than 15 seconds when a guy walks by who we met 2 years prior at Forest. We invite him to join us. Another group walks by and says we look like a happy group and wanted to take our picture. While taking the photo, the guy we met 2 years ago asked the photo taker, "You look familiar." All of a sudden it clicks, and the photo taker witnessed the guy from 2 years ago save a dog in a lake about 4 years before this moment. He watched him swim out and cheered him on. While talking about that, another group walks by that was from the hometown of the kid tripping too hard, and they have not seen each other since high school. While that is now happening, we look up to see a kid my crew has not seen since high school, 8 years. This all happened in a matter of 3 minutes. It was the weirdest 3 minutes of my life, and I could not believe all of this happened so fast. The world is so small. We all laughed, smoked, took a group photo, and went on our separate ways. Again, I think back to this moment often. I don't think something like this will ever happen to me again. I've mentioned this story on another question on this same sub, but it still blows everyone's mind when I tell them. In the summer of 2003, I went to Panama City Beach, Florida on vacation, and I was just 12 years old. At the pool there was a girl there. Her name was Taylor. Taylor was my age, and she was a cute blonde girl with tan skin and brown eyes. She had a good body for her age, and her personality was wonderful. She approached me in the pool and asked me where I was from. She told me straight from the start I was cute, and it was like I hit the jackpot. We spent 6 days on vacation talking to each other every day, and we were in love. Yes, it seems a bit cheesy as 12-year-olds, but we thought we were in love. She has an older brother who was 17 years old at the time and was very protective over her. She also mentioned to me she would turn 13 years old in December. Remember this for this story. I found out she lived in Georgia, and I'm a lifelong Ohio resident, so it's unlikely we would ever see each other again. You have to remember, this was 2003, so kids our age still didn't have cell phones. Social media was in its baby stages with Zynga and MySpace, so face-to-face communication was still at its peak. Anyway, after our vacation, we both went our separate ways, and that was that point. Fast forward to December of 2008. I'm not an 18-year-old senior in high school. This was the stage of the internet when Yahoo Answers, Yap, was in its prime, but of course, we still had Facebook, MySpace, and Twitter was in its baby stages. I was an avid user of Yap and would ask random questions. One of the questions I asked was, "What state do you live in?" This was "Yeah, in the United States of America." One Yeah user named Taylor answered the question, and her response was Georgia. At this point, I had this sinking feeling in my stomach, because in her picture, it appeared to be a girl the same age as me with blonde hair, brown eyes, and tan skin, and she also had the same cute face. I know you're thinking there are so many female Taylors in Georgia with tan skin, blonde hair, and brown eyes, but I'm telling you right now, it was her. I had this gut feeling it was her. But it gets better. I click on her profile, and I do find out she just celebrated her 18th birthday. Remember, it's December, and a senior in high school, basically the same age as me. I find out her birthday is in December, same month. Coincidentally, it also said on her profile that she had an older brother who was 22 years old, which would add up mathematically, and was a lifelong Georgia peach. At this point, my heart sank. It was just too coincidental. I sent her an email, a few of them over the course of a year, asking her if she went to the Sea Witch Hotel in 2003 in Florida, but she never did respond. When the 2010s came along, I even sent out a Craigslist ad asking her if I found her, but never heard anything since. Since I've never known her last name, I've never been able to find her on social media. I may have scared her off, but I kid you not, that was the same girl. It had to be. Not a stranger some at the top here, but at the time I thought this was crazy. A friend and I went on a week-long road trip down to St. Augustine, back up to Nashville, and then back home to Roanoke. That point on our first stop in Nashville we ended up meeting a guy at a bar, who literally was taking the reverse trip, from Nashville, down to St. Augustine, up to Virginia then back to Nashville. We exchanged numbers, and told him we'd hit him up, when we were in Nashville. Next we headed down to Jacksonville, and went to a gay bar, where we met a drag queen that was close friends with an ex of mine back in Roanoke. Okay, still not too crazy. Then we go to St. Augustine to some Irish pub, and we are sitting at the bar talking, when one of the guys overhears us. Apparently he moved out of Roanoke a few years back. The guy next to him chimes in going, "Wait, you guys are from Roanoke, Virginia, right? So am I." We get some drinks together, and end the night. After that we went to Nashville to this place called Alley Cats, and while talking to the bartender we find out his sister, who happens to be heading to the bar now, graduated from college in Roanoke. We meet up with the guy we met in Nashville, and go to a burlesque bar where, you fucking guessed it, one of the dancers we talked to after their show actually lived in Roanoke too for a few years. I've never had such a random string of coincidences in my entire life. Parents sold the house I grew up in. I moved to a nearby state, and while I was there, I met and made friends with a cool dude. Hung out almost every day for months. Turns out he's leaving town soon with his family, and moving a state over, to my hometown. We laugh and talk about how crazy that is. I fill him in on some of the finer points of the area. Summer goes by, and he eventually moves away. Some months go by, but regrettably, we never really kept in touch after that summer. Casual coincidence you say, but it gets better. Fast forward about a year, and I've moved back to my hometown. Facebook is just becoming super popular at this time, so I'm using it to reconnect with some old friends. I come across this girl I always had a major crush on, so I send her a message. The next day she responds and tells me that she has a boyfriend. He says he knows you. Oh, okay, I say. I didn't mean any disrespect and I wish you to the very best. He wants to talk to you, she says. I don't know if I should be worried at this point or what. She links me his profile, and yes, it's the cool dude I met while living out of state. We get to talking again and laughing about the situation. I explained to him that I had no idea that his girlfriend was with someone, let alone him, my buddy. He's very understanding about the whole thing and we quickly move on to other topics of conversation. I ask him where he's staying. He lives in the house I grew up in. This one is crazy, and I still think about it to this day. My mother's name is Juliet. Fake last name will be Rogers. When I was really little, our parents and uncle took us and our cousins to a water park resort. After a day at the park we went to our rooms to find a woman standing near our beds looking extremely confused. Now, my mom tends to go by the name Julie opposed to Juliet. Well, turns out the lady's name was Julie Rogers, not Juliet Rogers. Even creepier, she had the same birthday. So after a good laugh we continued with our vacation. If you think that's it, we are just getting started. A few years later my family went to Lake George, New York. Beautiful place by the way. And guess what happened? My mother bumped into a woman and her wallet fell on the floor. Opened. She picked it up, and I kid you faking not, it was Julie Rogers. The exact same person. Furthermore, she ended up being there because she walked into our room again. But wait, there's more. My family a really long time later took a vacation to Marco Island, Florida. Also beautiful. I shit you not, on our way and Julie Rogers is standing at the check-in counter. Although she looked much older, she turned around and immediately recognized us. We by then got her contact information, but have since lost it as we believe she had gotten a different phone number or something. Truly a freaky chain of events. I posted this on another similar question a day or so ago. r/Credit, it's a weird prediction you made that ended up coming true. u/Alfredo1114 share 1.5k 1.6k best writer comment. You are viewing a single comments thread. View the rest of the comments. Purple vein 991d, not really a prediction so much as a strange coincidence. Back in the mid 90s, like 94 or so, I began to see 9/11 everywhere and on everything. Time stamps, just all the time to the point that it made me a little edgy, a little rattled. My parents told me to cut it out because invariably they got tired of hearing me vent about it. Think of it like this: going to the store for something, get in the car and the dashboard would show the time as 9:11. Checking out, your total is $9.11. Get back home, and you glance at the clock on the microwave, 9:11, because the clock in the car wasn't set right. Whatever. At first it was that's funny, but after a while it was irritating. I even saw it in a couple of movies. When we went to the theater to see Independence Day, the scene where Jeff Goldblum opens up his laptop on Air Force One to see the progression of the countdown, the numbers 9:11 flashed on the screen to me so clearly, and it made me gasp. In any case, I got married, had a kid. Over the years the 9/11 thing would wane and then ramp up. It was just a thing, and I, and those around me, family and husband, just got used to it. It was mostly random, but happened often enough that they were familiar with it and recognized it as a weird little quirk of mine. Fast forward to 2001. It's 8:30ish on a Tuesday in September, and I'm on my way to a job interview. Get there and roll my eyes because the time on my dash says 9:11, but I'm early because the clock is 15 minutes fast and my interview is not till 9:30. Sure enough, I'm called in, according to my little blue flip phone, at 9:11. The lady I'm interviewing with is a little shaken and says something about these uncertain times, but I have no idea yet what she's talking about. She cuts the interview short, says they'll give me a call, and I head home. On the drive home is when I hear about the plane crashing into the Twin Towers in New York. Only at that time they were still saying it was a Cessna. I'm shaken and get to my mom's to pick up my son and watch in horror on TV as it all unfolds. My mom's phone rings, and I reach for it and frown because it says 9:11. How can it be 9:11? It was already 9:11 earlier. It's my husband. Did you hear what's happening? I say yes, that it's awful, that I'm scared. He says, what day is it? And I think it's a weird thing for him to ask. Tuesday, I reply automatically. No, he says slowly. What day is it? And that's when I realize it's 9/11. I had others, family and friends, who were familiar with my dumb little affliction of seeing the numbers 9/11 often, and over the years, call me and point it out. It gave me goosebumps, but at the same time I felt that it was just a weird coincidence. I'm sure it was just one that for a startling moment made me feel ill. When I was traveling in Europe back in my college days, I had a string of happenstances that defied logic to a fair degree for me. It started when my brother joined me for Christmas after I'd lived in Italy for a year, and we kicked around until we ran out of money. What we did have, though, were bus tickets from Athens to London, obviously ferry tickets included. It was long before the Channel. And plane tickets from London to Los Angeles. All the tickets were cut rate and open-ended, so we could use them when necessary. We boarded the magic bus in Athens with a few oranges and our backpacks, and after traveling up along the eastern side of the Adriatic eventually made it to a 8-hour layover in Paris. Broke. No more oranges in Paris. Total bummer. Being an art and architecture student, I really wanted to see the new Pompidou Center, which had opened the year before, as well as the Louvre, but the best would be to look at the exteriors. As we were walking down a street past a typical French corner bistro, there's a commotion and a drunk comes comically sailing out the doors of the bar, rolling into the gutter in front of us. He stumbles up, retrieves his cap, and bumbles down the road in a 5th degree state of inebriation. As we stop laughing, we look down, and lo and behold, a big wad of cash had fallen out of his pocket or hand, or whatever, but he was gone around the bend as we picked it up to investigate. Yowza. Close to 50 francs in assorted bills. Into the bar for a quick beer and a bite, then off to the museums. Crossing the channel on the ferry that evening, we are hungry and thirsty again. But we'd of course spent all the francs back in Paris. As we're doing laps around the decks, my brother spots a small plastic container with something shiny in it, and again, lo and behold, it's a coin case with a memorial British £5 uncirculated commemorative coin in it. We rush to the purser's window to see what he'll give us for this obviously rare find, only to be told £5, mate, even though it was obviously worth more. Beggars can't be choosers, so £5 it is, and we treat ourselves to another couple pints and a snack. Thanks we get to London that night, and we have took up in a long line for the Cartwright Freddie Lacker Airlines flight. This was serious no frills. First come first on, and they told us we probably wouldn't get on until the next afternoon. So along with every other college student bumming around Europe on a shoestring we lay out and snooze on the floor of Heathrow Airport Point in the middle of the night. Around 3 AM, I get up to use the bathroom, and as I'm sitting back down at the back of the line a staff member asks me how many are we, and when I say 2, she says come on, we have 2 seats leaving right now, and we end up jumping the Unbelievable. The flight across the Atlantic is no eventful other than being hungry, and of course no money no honey, so even by begging we can't get as much as a bag of peanuts out of them. Hungry again. Back then, the flights for some reason stopped in Bangor, Maine, to go through customs, before proceeding on to LA. As we're walking through the airport and customs I hear a girl's voice shout out my name. Unbelievably it's a girl I'd hung out with at the beginning of my trip many months back, on the Ponte Vecchio bridge in Florence, Italy. She asks if we are on the Freddie Lacker flight to LA, and when we tell her yes, she says me too. I'm heading back to university in Long Beach. Of course I don't hesitate to hit her up for a loan, and even manage to switch seats. So we sit together on the last leg of our flight, and send food and drink back to my brother who by now is incredulous she and I dated for about 6 months, and then somehow we lost touch, and long before internet and cell phones, tracking someone down was really tough. Several months later, on a whim, I have a free afternoon and really want to see the current exhibition at the Norton Simon Museum in Pasadena, about 20 some odd miles from where I was living in Santa Monica, on the west side of La Pointe. As I'm strolling through the galleries looking at art, once again, I hear my name, and it's her, on a trip up from her dormitory in Long Beach with friends. We'd both moved on by then, but remained friends for years. As the years have gone by I've had quite a few coincidences, but that string seemed to be somewhat of a continuum. A friend of mine from back in my college radio days died, and I was really bummed out. After I got the call I left work early and drove out into the middle of McLaren Park, big forested park here in SF, to cry alone in my car. I was listening to Woody Guthrie songs, because my dead friend had always been a fan, and because Woody Guthrie songs are good for crying. After a few songs I decided that maybe smoking a little bit of weed would make me feel better. I had some in the car, left over from the weekend. I was the only car parked on a pretty isolated forest road, so I didn't expect it to be a problem. Point not 2 puffs, and a cop car rolls up behind me. Terrible timing. They see the smoke coming out of the windows. Luckily I also had an empty pack of cigarettes that a friend left in my car, so I grabbed that. The cop comes to my window. I turned the volume down on the Guthrie. Hey there, hello, I say. What? Yeah, smoking? The cop asks. This is one of those big smiley type of cops who's going to try to get me to admit it by acting friendly. Just finished a cigarette, I say, holding up the pack. Doesn't smell like a cigarette, he says, and laughs. Smells like some of that good. He said it like he was my buddy. Come on man, you can tell me. Obvious trap. I didn't know what to do, so I just let all the grief I'd been dealing with flow naturally. I start crying again, tears running down my face, and I say actually I drove out here so I could cry alone, because I just found out my friend died. The cop got really uncomfortable. He backed away from the car, offered a few comforting words, and then drove away. I guess he decided to give me a break. I breathed a sigh of relief, and turned the volume back up on the Guthrie point. It was in the middle of the song Hobo's Lullaby, and these were the exact lyrics I heard. Just as I turned the song back up, I know the police cause you trouble, they cause trouble everywhere, but when you die and go to heaven you'll find no policeman there. Point I was grieving a dead friend, and had just gotten out of what could have been a bad interaction with the police. It felt like a communication from beyond the grave. I knew this kid during college. He was like 17 and always came in when he was drunk or high off Xanax. Not the best guy, but he was fairly nice. One day though he came in so drunk that my manager couldn't pretend that he wasn't sober, so we had to fire him. He is one of the guys who is trying to be a rapper, and I sometimes saw him occasionally downtown hammered at like 18 years old. I then graduated and moved 200 miles away and only knew him from seeing his random posts on Facebook. I eventually graduated and got a job where I travel around the world selling high-end bikes, the cycling type. We had to drive around the country, to Mexico, and to South America, when we could, because it was significantly cheaper when you have 6 sizes of bikes that cost 10k each. Anyway, I was on a work trip driving around a random part of Mexico on my way to South America and we pulled up to a gas station. At this point I was sleeping in the back of the van, because it wasn't my turn to drive. We drove through taking turns sleeping, and my coworker walked in, and I decided to stay in the van. A minute or so later I hear knocking on the van door. I open the door, and it is that guy from my previous work standing right there. Turns out he left home, moved to Mexico, and lives in his car with a dog. He knew I was in the van because he recognized the company name and asked my coworker who walked in the gas station if he knew me. Imagine his shock when he said I was sleeping in the back of the van. This was an area of Mexico that was surrounded by around 50 miles of fields and literally in the middle of nowhere. He claimed he was out there waiting for his rap career to blow up. No joke. Area of Mexico that was surrounded by around 50 miles of fields and literally in the middle of nowhere. He claimed he was out there waiting for his rap career to blow up. No joke. If you're reading this, best of luck in your record, Brandon. Hope you're having fun in Mexico. Posted this before, so just copy pasting. When I was 19 I knew this guy who worked in the car park of my work as a car washer. We got on fairly well even with his limited English until one day he was deported back to his country in Eastern Europe. 6 years later I now live 135 miles away, kinda far when you are in the UK, and have just moved in with my other half, and we are doing our first big Tesco shop. The Tesco has a Barber's in it, and as I walk by I make eye contact with this guy, and he looks so familiar. I then tell my partner that he reminds me of this guy who got deported years ago, but I don't even remember his name anymore. Anyway, I forget about it for a few months until my boyfriend desperately needs a haircut and goes to the only place we have seen a barber since moving. He is served by this familiar guy and starts chatting and mentions that I thought he looked like someone I knew from my hometown. The barber stops cutting his hair and leans against the wall staring at him. Long story slightly less long, it is the guy I knew when I was younger, and he is now legally living here with a girlfriend and kid and everything, and I happen to live around the corner from him. Blew my mind, but was really nice to catch up with him and hear him tell my boyfriend how wonderfully special I'm for being his friend when he knew no one and little English. I never knew I had quite that much impact on his life at the time. I grew up in Thailand. Attended college in the US, and while I was living in Texas I visited friends who lived in Sacramento who then took me to San Francisco for the day to do the touristy thing. While we were waiting in line to ride the cable cars I looked across the street and locked eyes with a girl that I swear looks like the adult version of my middle school best friend. We had lost touch after high school, but last I'd heard she had gone to the University of Virginia for college. Granted, this was already several years after college was over and done with. A group of people passed between us, and we lost sight of each other before I could even think of calling out her name to see if it really was her or not. Several years later we got back in touch through some mutual friends, and while we were talking she asked me if I ever been to San Francisco. She then proceeds to tell me that she used to live there, and one day, while she was headed to a bookstore she happened to look across the street and she saw someone that looked just like me, but then lost sight of that person in the crowds before she could come find out if it was me or not. The craziest part of it is it's not even the first time we'd had crossed paths. We didn't become friends until I was in the 7th grade and she was in the 6th. However, we realized a few years later when she saw some of my childhood photos that we had been in 2 different birthday parties happening at a restaurant at the same time, because she recognized someone in the background of one of my photos who was not a member of the party I was attending, but was a member of a party she remembered attending. She had photos from that party and sure enough there were people in the background that were members of the party I was attending. We have since lost touch with each other again, but I'm convinced our paths will cross again at some point. She currently lives in England and I have plenty of relatives in London, so if I ever go to visit them and I see someone who I think looks like her this time, I'll be sure to call out her name. I met an older woman, Goldilocks, shopping 6 months back, was just friendly and talking at checkout/parking lot. She was beautiful, but 12 years older, and we started chatting about plans for the night. She mentioned daughter at home from college right now, but gave me her number, threw an actual rose on my dashboard, and kissed me goodnight before driving away. It felt like a movie, and how a guy gets the girl/kiss within 10 minutes of meeting. 3 months later we hadn't connected, but couple calls, and I see her out with a guy I fish with every year as his girlfriend of 1 year. It was odd, but I didn't mention it to me as nothing really happened. So I started to date a younger girl at resort I work at, and she had just got back from college. We hit it off great, and found out her older sister was my close friend's co-worker, so big sister approved. Holidays roll around, and things were great. So we agree to meet families, and first day with her family I meet her mom, and sure enough it's Goldilocks. Mom knew all along and tried steering her away from me at first for random reasons, but daughter loved me. Once mom saw I wasn't going to tell, she was beyond loving, supportive of us. Problem was the mom was a gold digging, cheating woman, which is why she came on to me. The daughter cheated in all relationships before me, and I realized I was dating me. Broke it off when I found out she was talking to older, married man she met outside a grocery store parking lot. Coincidence? I don't know, but it was a Jerry Springer moment for me. I never told the daughter, but told her sister's boyfriend both secrets before breaking it off, so he had the family by the balls. Okay, a long one I know, but there are 2 coincidences in one. A few years back, a college friend and I did a bike trip through the Balkans. I was living in the Republic of Georgia at the time, and we decided it would be cheaper/more fun if we bought our bikes there and then took a boat across the Black Sea. I had found out about this somewhat sketchy system where a Bulgarian shipping freighter would take tourists as passengers, provided you signed a document saying you were an engine driver or something. There were a few other passengers on the boat with us, including this pretty quiet lady from Japan, who had been to about 100 countries. It takes us a couple of days to get to Varna, Bulgaria, at which point we all get off the boat and go our separate ways. My friend and I had no idea what anyone else's plans were. We go off on our bike trip, cycling through Bulgaria, then up through Macedonia and into Kosovo. We did very little planning regarding the route of our trip, etc., which made it fun, but also bit us in the as when it came time for us to cross in Montenegro. We ended up on this tiny, at times dirt road with no official crossing, and then realized we had actually already, illegally, crossed into Montenegro when a car full of border police came down the road and stopped us. They ended up being very nice and very confused, but told us we had to turn around. Point kinda sucked, because it's the end of the day, we are tired, and the closest town is 25 miles back down the road, but obviously we had no choice. We looked up a guest house online, and go to the first one we find. The son of the owner welcomes us in, and he's wearing a United World College, group of private international high schools, shirt. I ask him if he went to a UWC, mentioning that a lot of people from my college went to one of them. He says yes, and asks where my friend and I went to school. Turns out we all went to the same tiny Midwestern liberal arts college, 2,000 students, and he had just graduated, 3 years after us. We couldn't believe it. Then my friend and I look around, and the Japanese lady on the boat with us is just sitting on the couch, looks up, smiles, and waves. I was doing my mother's side of my family tree a few years back. My grandmother was raised by her grandparents, but both died when she was 14, so she didn't know much about them, and nothing about where her grandmother came from. She'd been married twice, and was known as Annie to her first husband and Lizzie to her second. I had her age when she died, but her marriage certificates showed 2 different ages, so there was about a 5-year window for her birth. I traveled through every female with her surname on the censuses, and came up with nothing, because I had such limited and conflicting info, and the names were actually more common than I thought. During my search I came across a member of one girl's family who had had her name transcribed incorrectly due to the fancy writing of the census taker. On all other censuses I'd read her name was Zala. On this one it had been transcribed as Lala. I entered the correction on Ancestry so that if a member of her family ever came looking they would know she was his too. I gave up on my search after this. A few years later, the 1939 census taken the night before the start of World War II was released, and knowing where my grandmother and her grandparents were living at the time, I was able to get my great-great-grandmother's actual date of birth. Finally I found her, and upon checking the census found my own note to say that Lala was actually Zala, who was my great-great-great-grandmother. So I had actually written that note not realizing that I would be the family who came looking. When I first met my now wife, it was in a random Irish bar in San Francisco. When I arrived at the bar that day, she was actually getting chatted up by this other guy, an older dude, so old I thought he must have actually been her family member or something. She warded him off, and I made my move, offering to buy her a drink and proceeding to engage in conversation with her. The older guy ended up coming back over to us a while later, and he was actually pretty cool. We had a nice civil conversation as a group, and when she went to the bathroom he said something along the lines of "she seems really great, good luck," and then he left. I end up having a fling with this young woman, learned she was from out of town visiting for a conference, and we kept in touch. Long story short, we date long distance and end up getting really serious. I moved to London to be with her. She's British. We go back to San Francisco for a visit. It has now been a year and a few months since we first met in that bar. We decide to go back to the bar to reminisce about our first meeting. We go in there, have a couple drinks, and after a while this guy approaches us. It's the same dude from when we met. He's like, "Hey, you guys look familiar. Looks like it worked out for the two of you. What are the odds that we are all back at this bar again?" I go ahead and assume out loud that he must live in SF and go there often. "No," he explains, "I live in Texas and I'm here for business. This is the first time I've been back to this bar since I saw you guys last." What a strange coincidence. We sort of wonder to ourselves if he's full of shit. He leaves and wishes us well and gives us his business card and tells us to stay in touch. On his card it has his website, social medias, etc. We look them up, and sure enough he is from Texas. But get this, later that evening we proceed to go across town to meet our friends at this other bar. Definitely did not tell the guy we were going there. We're at the other bar and go out front to have a smoke, and he's just randomly driving by in his rental car. He looks over, waves. It's definitely him. We wave back, wondering if we have a stalker situation on our hands. We haven't seen him since, but we did email him, and he was just like, "I know, right? What a strange coincidence." TLDR. The RNG in the sky keeps placing me, my wife, and this random old guy from Texas in the same locations around San Francisco. I work in a restaurant. There was this lady who used to come in every few months, and she had really intense eye contact. I tried not to read too much into it cause she was physically a good deal out of my league. We are talking like 9 vs 6. Every time she comes in, I'm left dreaming of her, but then she goes away just long enough for me to forget she exists. So like the 5th or 6th time she comes in, lots of eye contact and leaves. I'm in the back telling my cook what a huge crush I have on her in my best broken Spanish. I decide to go out front and smoke a bowl to get my mind off it. I get well and truly stoned and come back inside. The phone rings and I check the caller ID in case it's someone I know. I don't answer the phone otherwise because it's the middle of the night and we get a lot of people call and then get drunk or stoned and not come in. Anyway, I pick up the phone and look at the caller ID and it's my telephone number. I still don't want to answer the phone, but I'm really curious, so I pick it up. Hello. I know this sounds crazy, but I was just in there a few minutes ago, and I decided I had to look up the number, so I could call and tell you how attractive I think you are. Once I get over the shock of that statement, I tell her that I only answered the phone because I wished it was her. We talk for a minute and agree to meet up, and I ask her number. As I'm writing it down I realize it's the same 10 digits with digits 8 and 9 reversed. Turns out she's from the town I went to college and even an alum of my college, half the country away. She's a few years younger than me, so we don't have any overlapping friends that we can figure out. We went on a couple dates and drifted apart, but the phone number thing is almost too much to believe. These stories are unfaking believable. I love it. But anyways, here's mine point. So I come from a very small town in Illinois. I traveled around a lot as a kid, moving around from different places. My grandparents live in a small mountain town in Pennsylvania. Point back to Illinois. As a teenager, had a lot of hippie friends. Every year they were talking about going to this hippie festival called summer camp in Chillicothe. I never got to go. I never had money. Wasn't really my thing then. But I was very well aware of it. Fast forward 20 years. I'm engaged and living in the small town in Pennsylvania that my grandparents live in. Me and my fiance meet up with 2 of her friends and go to a Jason Aldean/FGL concert in Pittsburgh. Point on the way to Pittsburgh, we were talking about different festivals and concerts that we've been to. One of them that I mentioned was the summer camp festival in Chillicothe, Illinois. Didn't have much to talk about it though, just stories that my friends have told me. End of that conversation. Point we are strolling around Pittsburgh waiting for the concert to start. Stopped at a little Irish pub for a shot of whiskey outside at a table. The girls figured they would walk up the street to a GNC and get some Tylenol for the concert. Me and my fiance's other friend, who I was unfamiliar with, are sitting outside at this table of this Irish pub. As usual in Pittsburgh, this old black dude comes walking up to me, ask me for a cigarette, ask if I had any ganj. So I said sure. I gave him one. No, I didn't have any drugs. I'm from out of town. Mind you, I'm in time. Tight jeans and a flannel shirt. For some reason this dude starts to feel very comfortable with me. He start talking me for about 20 minutes about how he traveled around the world and la-ti-da. This dude looks like a homeless bum. He's just talking a bunch of shit. He tries to get me to wander off into the city with him. He's got this and that connect here and there. I told him I wasn't going anywhere, that I was waiting for my fiancé to come back, that we had a concert to attend. After a half hour of trying to get him to leave, I happened to look up at his hat. Old raggedy hat for summer camp, Chillicothe, Illinois. I geek out. Ask him who TF he is and how he found me 875 miles from home. Girls show up and we go there. I'll never understand it to this day. A little late to the party, but still a story worth reading. I live in Northeast Ohio, and in 2014 my wife and I went on a trip to Curacao, a very small island in the Caribbean. Anyway, while there, ended up meeting a couple who worked in the same area of healthcare as I did, and we hit it off. We spent the majority of a day and night getting to know each other and hanging out. After a while, the husband and I figured out we had grown up right down the road from each other, but didn't know each other due to an age difference. He had ended up moving to a city about an hour away from where we grew up, and that's where they lived at the time as well. It was just so strange how we could have met, being so far away from home, and in such a tiny country. We ended up getting pretty drunk together the rest of the night, and had a great time. We saw them the next day, which was their last day there, but they pretty much stayed to themselves due to their serious hangovers. We said goodbye and wished them well. Then a few years later, my wife and I are in the southern tier of New York visiting some wineries and breweries. The area is not very populated, and outside of southern tier brewery, doesn't have much of a draw factor, especially in winter, which is when we were there. We were checking out of our hotel, and who do we see checking out ahead of us? The same exact couple we met in Curacao. We made eye contact, and both my wife and I said holy shit at the same time. The couple scurried away, either weirded out by our stare, or they recognized us, and were maybe afraid we were some sort of stalkers. Either way, I have never had such serendipitous run-ins with people in my entire life. In the mid-90s, I took a screenwriting class in college. She wasn't still acting much at the time, but when I was writing it, I always pictured Sharon Gless in the lead role. Got an A last class. The teacher told us to always a script with us, because you never know. Me, being a moron and mobile DJ at the time, didn't keep one with me. One night, I'm doing a 40-year high school reunion. One of the alumni, Barney Rosenzweig, was there with his wife, Sharon Gless. Fast forward a couple of years, I'm a talk radio producer. Went on 2-week vacation. First day back, the producer filling in had booked Barney and Sharon. Again, no script point. Fast forward a few more years, married, with kids, living in Miami, wife books events for a bookstore. Who does she book as a guest? Barney and Sharon. Couldn't find the script. Fast forward a few more years, a theater actor buddy invites me over to his house for poker night. I show up and he says, I was telling the girl I'm in the show with about that script you wrote, but she wants to hear it from you. The girl was Sharon Glass. Got to tell her the whole story. Nearly 20 years after I wrote the script. FYI, she's a hell of a poker player and will drink you under the table. TL. Doctor wrote a screenplay for Sharon Glass. Kept running into her over the next 20 years. Finally got to tell her about it and play poker with her. When I was in my early 20s living in the SF Bay Area, I was in a competitive group activity and we traveled to New York for a competition. This might have been my first time flying as an adult, I can't remember. Anyway, while we were out there, on our last day I hung out with one of the guys who I didn't know all that well. A few of us shared a car driving to the airport and we accidentally drove to Canada on a scenic detour. When we flew back home, I think coincidentally I was seated next to this guy on the plane. Not long after the season ended, I moved to Southern California. Since my family lives in the Bay Area, I would drive up to visit once a month or so. A couple of years goes by and my sister needs a car, so I drive up, and when I leave my car with her and decide to fly back home and just go car free for a while. I'm at Oakland International Airport, but before heading in to go through security, I decide to have a cigarette outside. While I'm smoking, this guy walks past me and I thought, he looks like that guy I hung out with in New York. When I was going through security, I see this guy again. He's right next to me in line. And he's like, Strabonic, what? A weird coincidence. The last time I traveled, the last time I flew, I was hanging out with this guy. He sat next to me on the plane. And here he is again. So then we get to catching up, asking each other where we are flying. I say Long Beach. He's like, oh what a coincidence, me too. I tell him I moved to Long Beach and he's like, I moved to that area too. Turns out we are both flying to Long Beach and we are on the same flight. So weird. Then we board the plane, and we are sitting next to each other. What the fuck? What are the chances? After that flight we said goodbye, parted ways, never saw him again. I went to college in a town of about 35k people that was about an hour away from home. The college sat on a campus surrounded by houses and some small businesses. About 6 or 7 blocks away was the main business area of town. It was really only 1 block wide and maybe 5 or 6 blocks long. I didn't go there very often because my campus had everything I needed including food, meal plan, and laundry etc. Moreover, I was really broke and no extra money to spend anywhere. Needless to say it was a rare occurrence for me to be there. One Saturday around 3 PM I decided to drive up for some reason to that area. I don't remember what the reason was. As I'm walking on the sidewalk heading for my destination, I see a car coming in my direction that looks familiar. As it gets closer, I see that it's my parents and I start waving frantically. They stop and yell for me to get in, which I do without hesitation. They proceed to tell me that my brother had been in a car accident and were only cutting through the town to avoid highway construction on their way to his location. They had no intention of getting me or even calling me to tell me what happened until they got his situation squared away. The alignment of events was so damn coincidental. I rarely was in that area and I would have only been on the sidewalk for 30 seconds at most, from my car to the business. I was walking in the right direction. It still give me chills. It was like the universe wanted me to be with them. My brother was okay by the way, just some minor injuries. My girlfriend and I were talking intermittently during the day a while ago. She had plans that took her into town, and I was feeling weird, so rather than sit and wallow in my self-doubt I took a walk. After walking in a random direction I eventually came to a home base, a kind of hardware store, and on a whim went in. Started messaging my girlfriend weird things I was finding. I walked on my journey aimless, but after visiting a bookshop and browsing for a while, I went further into the large shopping center the little bookshop was in, and when coming to the food court decided to have a look around. At the fourth place I looked at the menu if someone asked if I'd like a seat, and rather than explain I had no idea if I was even hungry, I said yes, just for one. While waiting for my food I messaged my girlfriend again and sent a picture of the menu saying that I'd decided to stop and eat and how cheap I felt books were nowadays. In disbelief she asked how I knew where she was eating, and I messaged that I had no idea she was eating, let alone where. She sent back a picture. We have a long distance relationship and in separate cities. We found ourselves on a date night with no prior planning or even real awareness of the other's exact movements or plans, both in the same chain restaurant, 4 or 5 locations nationwide, not one of the big multinationals, both at a two-seat table, ordering and eating at the same time. 5 minutes into the meal my phone died, and I was left to ponder how closely our lives were aligned, seeming by coincidence. One time I went with my boyfriend to pick up a prescription from Kaiser, and as soon as we got to the entrance something felt weird. All the doors were blocked off except for one redirected side doorway, and there were guards surrounding it. No worries or second thought about it, just went about my business. My boyfriend made a joke referring to the Seinfeld episode about the pigman, which Kramer referred to as the fat little mental patient. He joked that everything was blocked off because an escaped mental patient was on the loose, and we laughed. We walked out the same door a few minutes later with my prescription in my hand. All of a sudden a very tall man with flailing arms came screaming and bolting at me. I had absolutely no time to react or dodge him. He proceeded to bang the top of my head with his hands, as if he were dribbling a basketball or playing the bongo. It really hurt, and I was terrified. 6 security guards came running after him after he stopping bongoing my head and contained him. I was so spooked I pulled my boyfriend away and tried to book it to the car. I was then chased down by 2 Kaiser officials and they apologized profusely. They said that one of the adult patients from the mental health department had escaped custody from their mother/team of doctors and made it outside. They wanted to know if I wanted to go there and if I would sign a waiver. It was so fucking weird. When I was a Boy Scout, I went to Camp Yorgoog every year. My troop was the Troublemakers of Sandy Beach Week 2. Everyone who's gone in the past couple dozen years, that week, in that 1/3 of Yorgoog, knows my troop. We are allowed not to. We would change the week's theme and convince other troops to join us. Dress up the mess hall as a big top circus. One time our old scout master came back, got drunk, and stole the camp director's bike and tied it to the rafters of the mess hall. ECT. We are the loudest and most enthusiastic troop, winning troop of the week so consistently that they had to make a new prize and give that to us every year so other troops could win troop of the week. We pulled a lot of pranks, but we never put anyone in danger intentionally. We did accidentally break a kid's face once, but he ran full speed into a water balloon going 30+ miles per hour. He was fine-ish. I bought him Doritos. We were pissed when we woke up one morning and got told no one could enter the mess hall for breakfast. Why? Because someone put 425 boulders on the roof and we got blamed for it. We didn't win troop of the week this year, and the only reason we got to keep going to Yorgoog every year was that they didn't have any proof it was us. That was my last Yorgoog before I turned 18 and entered college. Sophomore or junior year I hear there's going to be a free showing of the recently released Martian movie presented by the SBU Innovation Club. I was the only one outside the club to show, so the club priest decides to wait a while and chat with me to see if anyone else shows up. So we got to chatting, and it turns out he's an Eagle Scout too. Not only that, but he went to Yorgoog every year. I asked him which 1/3 Sandy Beach. I asked him which week 2. Well, he must know my troop then, so I start regaling him with our escapades to jog his memory. How we have thundering movie speeches then charge the mess hall, how we won troop of the week, how we put a big top circus sign on the mess hall then got blamed for putting boulders there. You're going to laugh, he tells me. His troop put them up there. He was the one who came up with the idea, not realizing how dangerous it would be until afterwards. And because he didn't want his troop to be kicked out of camp forever for his mistake, he let the blame fall on us. I hopped on Facebook and let the troop know I found the guy, and a good time was had by all. This is quite meta, and in some ways very mundane, but I always like to tell this story. The year was 2011, and I was in my last year of high school. During the winter break my mom wanted to celebrate her 50th birthday in style, so we took a family trip to Thailand. For Christmas, right before the break, my mom gave me the book The Wind-Up Bird Chronicles by Haruki Murakami. It was a pretty thick book, so when I was packing for Thailand, it was enough to pack that book, and one other to read on the beach. I spent 2 weeks in Thailand, just chilling on the beach, and reading that book. I was hooked on Murakami afterwards, and I think I have read everything he ever published, except his latest book. A few years later, I bought a collection of his short stories. This is where the coincidences start. One of the short stories was literally a story about coincidences. It began with Murakami explaining that the story was based on a true story, which he heard when he was working on the Wind-Up Bird Chronicles. That minor coincidence made me chuckle a little, since that was the very book that introduced me to him. The short story told about a man who had a very specific Tuesday ritual. He would go to a bookstore in a nearby mall, buy a book, and then sit at a cafe close by and read that book. Every once in a while, he would see a woman in the cafe who was also reading a book. One day, as he was sitting there, reading his book, the woman came up to him. She said politely, "I'm sorry but I couldn't help but notice that we are reading the same book." The man noticed that this was indeed true. They were both reading Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Bleak House was the other book that I had brought to the beach in Thailand. 2 years ago, around April 2017 or so, I met this British guy at a hostel in Merida, Mexico. He lived in London at the time, but was backpacking for a while. A few months ago around the end of October 2018, I was in Barcelona watching the sunset at a hill above the city with a bunch of people. A girl is playing the ukulele and a guy is playing the harmonica, so we jam with them for a bit and invite them on a night out. I don't remember much else from that night. The following afternoon, I get a message from the British guy that I met in Mexico. "Hey man, I'm with this Swedish guy and he says you might have his phone." With last night being very fuzzy, I have no idea what he's talking about, but apparently the harmonica boy had left his phone at my hostel, but not before taking my email address down. Out of all the people at harmonica guy's hostel, he somehow asked a guy I had met before to email me from his phone. The British guy recognized my name and messaged me on Facebook instead. Apparently he was now working in Andorra and happened to be on holiday in Barcelona for a little bit. We agreed to meet up at some point, but I ended up going out with other friends instead, only to find him at the same random empty bar. My mind is still blown at all the dominoes that had to fall for that to happen. I get that while backpacking, you're bound to stumble into other backpackers that you've met before, but I've never had it to the extent that it was so far apart in time and distance, and it took one drunk random Swedish harmonica player for us to even realize we were in the same city. TLDR, my high school Spanish teacher ditched school a week before spring break to visit Ireland before his real vacation in Spain. He found me there twice over a few different nights. We are from Arizona. My senior year of high school, I went with my sister to Dublin, Ireland on spring break. We left the week before spring break officially started because plane tickets were cheaper that way. I'm 3 days into my trip at the National Art Museum there in Dublin. I'm sitting there, quietly contemplating some 500-year-old Renaissance piece, when I hear this very loud and exuberant voice literally shout out and echo in the room, "Hola Skeet Speedy." My Spanish teacher, who at the time had a week left of classes to teach, also went on vacation a week early. His vacation, which he told us about months in advance, was booked for spring break proper in Barcelona, Spain. He decided randomly to leave early, secure a substitute teacher, and go to Ireland for St. Patrick's Day before heading to Spain. Across the world at like 11 AM in a specific wing of museum. He found me. 2 days later, me and my sister are at an ice cream shop just rolling around downtown Dublin. He presses his face to the window of the shop where we were people watching and waves as he walks by. Completely different part of town, and he was supposed to be teaching at the time. Went to DMV to take my driver's license test years ago when I was 16 to 17. The guy going over my information noticed I forgot, put down my height, so he just looks at me and says you're 5 feet 2. I'm a short guy, but I knew I was more than 5 feet 2, but I didn't argue or anything. Besides, the guy was kind of dickish and intimidating to my short ass. So I ended up failing the test 3 times, and my parents didn't let me go back for a few years until I was 21. I was an irresponsible dipshit, so I understand now. I have to reapply and do the whole process again. I thought to myself before I went that I could correct my height. So I go back to a different location, but it's the same guy I had before. He transferred, I guess. They did have my info on file. After grilling me about a criminal history I didn't have, apparently there's a notorious criminal in Hawaii with the same name as me. I live in PA. He looks at me and says again 5 feet 2 inches. Sigh. I give up. It's still on my license to this day. I'm 5 feet 7 inches by the way. That's not it. 5+ years after that, my eventual wife had just moved to PA and I took her to another location to get a license updated. Guess who takes her next in line? Yep, Mr. Congeniality. He didn't fudge her height or anything. He was just rude as shit, like he was to everyone. I imagine he got so many complaints they bounced him around. TLDR. Anytime I had to go to the DMV, I kept getting the same guy at different locations and he sucked. Don't believe in coincidences, but here's my experience that some would consider coincidence. I think they were my angels watching over me. My dad passed when I was very young and an intuitive told me that his signs to me were mountains and horses. Horses I was confused about. I always see them now. I understood the mountain sign perfectly, without telling her anything about me, without speaking of anything in relation to my dad, and over the phone nonetheless. So no reading of facial expressions or all the other things people do to find out information about you. When she said mountains I was so unbelievably stunned. I believe in connections, but when they are that strong they still catch me off guard in the best kind of way. You see, my dad and Archangel Michael had both rescued me off a mountain. I was stuck from an agonizing ankle sprain and could not move. The mountain was quiet, and I was a newbie snowboarder who had fallen badly and crawled onto the side waiting for someone to come. I prayed to my dad and Archangel Michael on the lift up to get me down safely. This was not what I had in mind. So I cried and cried until I saw someone in the distance. The man came and asked me my name. I asked him his, and he said Jack, my dad's name. I was smiling through my tears because I couldn't believe it. He told me to hold on, he would be right back with someone else to get me down. I waited and soon enough him and another approached me. He introduced him. Erin, this is Michael. He and I are going to get you down this mountain safely. I knew they were right. Playing something on original Nintendo and eating pickle slices. Probably 8 years old. I was upstairs by myself, and to my right is a normal door that leads to a little room that contains a small, maybe 3 foot tall, door that leads to the actual attic. That door is small because it's obviously the passageway for all monsters I'm playing along, and I look at the exterior door and it's open just a crack. Had older brothers and sister, so my source material for nightmares was vast. I find myself looking over at the door a few more times, feeling like there's something waiting for me to get done playing, and walk past the door on my way downstairs. So far away. Anyhow, I was either playing pro wrestling or Iger, and, being the original angry video game nerd, got pissed off, and threw the controller, and stomp off. I'm tough now, because I'm mad. So I walk by the door and give it a big old two-handed slam shut and immediately feel something pounding on the other side of the wooden door. Like, my palms hasn't even left the door's surface. Needless to say, I shat myself. The pure fear is something I will never forget, and I ran for life. Probably touched 3 stairs on the way down. Mom's like, what the fuck are you running like that? Your friend is here. In a daze I realized best pal came over, and the only thing I've ever been able to deduce is that his knocking on the front door somehow resonated through the house, upstairs, to make it feel like someone/something was knocking back at precisely the right time. I once had a girl who went to the same school with the same exact name as me. My one saving grace was that I had a secret first name, so if there was any confusion I could straighten it out pretty easily, but holy hell it made me miserable sometimes. I still am, a nerdy girl who liked art, anime, video games, etc. I always got good grades, and while I wasn't known school-wide, important for later, the circles that I ran knew me well. But for the most part one was cute and average and forgettable. How I found out was when I went to the nurse's office one day wanting to go home early or lay down. She told me I couldn't because I was failing cooking class. Since I live in a large family, cooking class was a waste of my time and I would never fail it. Not being snobby, as the oldest of 9 kids, both my grades and housework needed to be good. Come to find out, after arguing with her, that my twin was a blonde-haired cheerleader who frequently skips class. I saw her once or twice and thought she was pretty, and beachy way she talked down to PPL was pretty rude. After my graduation my younger sister always got asked if my twin was her sister, which shows you how much everyone remembered me. Lol. Later on down the road, while I was working full time and going to college, I saw in the newspaper for my town that my twin had been busted for cooking heroin. Guess she really was my evil twin. TLDR, some girl with the same name, but my polar opposite. When I was in middle school, me and my family went on a road trip to California. At the time, I was really into skateboarding. I consumed every form of skateboarding media and practiced as much as I could. One of the main purposes of the trip was actually to visit some of the world-class skater parks SoCal has to offer. So one day, we went on a day trip from our Airbnb in LA to go to a skater park in San Clemente, a small town about an hour and a half away. This was also the birthplace of famed skateboarder Ryan Sheckler, who with an MTV show and many achievements under his belt, was easily my favorite skater. He was also one of the best in the world. So my mom suggested we visit the skater park where he learned to skate. We ended up leaving an hour later than expected. When we arrive my mom leaves to shop and jokes that should Ryan happen to arrive, we have to get a photo with him. The park is pretty deserted. Me and my dad, a couple skate rats, and another father with his sons. I'm having fun when all of a sudden a black Mercedes drives up. And, you guessed it, Ryan Sheckler hops out. He's filming for a segment on him for ABC Nightline, and a crew is following him. I watch in pure shock as he rides around, and he even says, "Sup dog" to me as he rides past. Once he takes a break, my introverted dad gets the confidence to ask him for a picture. I go up, and I'm even filmed talking to him. I don't remember much of what he said, just that he was so nice to talk to me. My skateboard at the time was his signature model, which he obviously enjoyed. When we get home, my mom is in disbelief that she missed the whole event, and I chalk that day off as the best I've yet had. Fast forward a couple of months. I'm at the pool at the biggest sports facility in my city when I run into an old friend of mine. He says something along the lines of, "Hey, I saw you on TV the other night." This surprises me because I haven't been on TV since meeting Ryan, and I never even found out where that aired. This kid then tells me he saw it on Nightline while he was visiting his grandparents in the States. I'm from another country. The clip is still on YouTube, and honestly there hasn't been a day in my life that has been filled with such magic as coincidentally meeting your childhood. I'll never forget my luck and how generous Ryan was to speak with me. TLDR, I met Ryan Sheckler, the best skateboarder in the world at the time and my childhood idol, while on a trip to visit the skater park at which he learned to skateboard. When I was 18, my girlfriend and I were in Rhodes, Greece for a week, all loved up and excited to have a whole week to ourselves. On the second evening, we are walking along the seafront, trying to decide which restaurant to eat at, when a waiter comes out and stops us. You know how they are, trying to sweet talk you into eating at their restaurant. He asks us where we are from, so we tell him England. He then asks which city, so we say Manchester. His eyes light up and he says, "Ah, I have been. Beautiful city." We, of course, assume he's just bullshitting and just wants us to come inside to eat. But then he asks which part of Manchester. We tell him the town we are from, which is pretty much at the edge of the city and isn't exactly a tourism hotspot. And what I know, he's been. Really? I ask him, obviously unconvinced, "My brother work at bank." Oh, what is it called? Street name. Big old building. Well, I'll be damned. This random Greek waiter dude happened to know the town we were from and had a brother that worked in the very same bank branch I go to, even knowing the bank is in a 16th century listed building. Needless to say, girlfriend and I were pleasantly surprised. Of all the people for him to stop and talk to, he chose us. We decided to take a look at the menu and instantly realized it was way out of our price range, so unfortunately we didn't eat there, but we passed by a few times. That weekend he'd always give us a wave. Was on holiday in Whistler, Canada with my family. We are from the Netherlands. As my brother and I are standing before a shop looking into the display, my brother notices a guy standing next to us, also looking in. It's his current high school teacher from that time, also on a holiday. We are all 5,000 miles from home, and an even better one. As a student I lived in a dorm with 12 random people, coming from all over the country. The girl living right next door to me once mentioned her father by his first name. Him having the same name as my little brother seemed like a minor coincidence, as it's not a name you hear that often. Some other time she mentioned her uncle by his first name, and that really piqued my interest. He has the same first name as I do, and it's also not a common name. I asked her about her father and uncle, where they were from, last names, stuff like that. Sometime later I was on the phone with my mum, and I mentioned the names, and how big of a coincidence that was. Turns out, when my mum was a little girl she went on holiday to France with some family and friends. One of those friends had 2 kids and she really liked their names. So much that she decided to use them if she ever had her own kids, and that's how my bro and I got named after the father and uncle from a random girl that one day showed up at my dorm. She wasn't even from our part of the country, but apparently one of her aunts is good friends with a friend of my mum's parents. I have 2, and they both happened like a month apart from each other over summer last year. I love these stories. This first one isn't as crazy as the second, but still boggles my mind. So I lived in this 1-bedroom apartment in this small village complex for about 4.5 years, while working part-time and going to school. My last year there I had gotten a full-time job and started making enough where I could afford something not so cramped. I worked it out with the owners and they were able to get me a 2-bedroom apartment that was in the same complex and relatively close to my old apartment, so I could basically move all my furniture myself. So me and a buddy took a couple days and got me moved in. Each of these apartments are assigned a storage unit that is in a different part of the building. We were in the process of moving my old storage crap to the new one, and when we opened the door we saw that the new unit had what appeared to be a hefty pile of rabbit droppings smack dab in the middle of the floor. It was a long day and this was the last thing we had to do, so I just said fuck it, I'll deal with it tomorrow, and left it alone. Later that night as we are celebrating the move he confides some absolute lunacy to me because he was feeling guilty. Apparently a couple years prior he was going past my complex and decided to stop by and pay a visit. Though when he knocked on the door I wasn't home, so he decided he would wait for me to come home and jump out and try to scare me when I got there. He was going to go into my storage closet, but I had a lock on the door, so he had to find the nearest one. He eventually found one that was empty and didn't have a lock and started eating faking goobers. He said he fell asleep while he was waiting and the goobers fell out of his hand and into a pile on the floor. When he woke up and saw that I still wasn't home he just left. While my friend is sort of nomadic, this story was a crazy reach for me and I assumed he was faking with me. But sure enough we went into the closet and it was goddamn dry chocolate. What are the chances years later I'd move into that apartment and he would be the one helping me move? My favorite one. So I took a lady friend to a night away at this quaint little town along the water about 3 hours north from where we live. I picked it cause we had bonded over stargazing, and this town had one of those night sky nature parks. We brought a blanket and ended up staying out there way past the park hours, leaving around 2 AM. We decided the night was still young, so we grabbed some snacks from a gas station and took a late night walk around the little town, probably spending another hour or so just going from place to place. It was one of those places that had lights wrapped around the trees and cute little shops. Real picturesque. Along the walk she realizes that she knows where we are and that about 20 or 30 minutes away is this really nice view of the water. So what the hell, we get in the car and go looking for it. When we finally manage to find it, it's probably around 4 AM. There is an observation deck and this really long set of steps that lead down to a dock. We stayed up on the observation deck because we heard voices down on the dock and didn't want to run into anyone, especially so late at night. But after a few minutes we hear the voices getting closer and see two people emerge from behind this small building. I squint and just go, what? In disbelief. It's her sister and her girlfriend. She called out her sister's name and her sister looks back up at us and shouts back. I could not believe this. Lady friend couldn't believe this. Sister couldn't believe this. I wanted to throw up. This was the craziest coincidence. Especially all the stops we took to get to that point in the night and places we got lost. Hours and hours away from home. It was unfathomable to me. After we all stopped gushing over the insanity of it, we parted ways. They drove home, and we went down to the dock just dumbfounded. Months later at Thanksgiving her sister came to visit their family. Oh yeah, even crazier, her sister doesn't even live at home, but goes to college out of town in the other direction, and we had to talk about that night. We compared stories, and with all the stuff that was going on in their day and ours, the window of opportunity for us to run into each other like that at 4 AM was insane. One of my favorite days. The whole thing gives me goosebumps just thinking about it. TLDR1. While moving I found a pile of rabbit turds in my new apartment storage closet. Not rabbit turds. Apparently years prior my friend, who was helping me move, had fallen asleep in that very storage closet and dropped his goobers. TLDR2. Out of town with the lady in this nice little village. Lots of activities and running around. Long day. 4 AM we are still sightseeing. Last place we go we run into her sister and sister's girlfriend. Compared stories and the chances of us running into each other were out of this world. This is actually my sister's story, but we are only 2 years apart and went to the same senior school, knew all the same people, and had mostly the same teachers in art class. She was probably year 10th. So 14 or 15 years old. As part of a project about great women in history, they had to do an art piece about a woman who had inspired them. My sister decided to do a painting of a fairly obscure lady called Grace Darling. Not many people knew who she was, however. Our great grandmother was her cousin. Grace Darling was from the northeast of England. We are in South England. I don't think any of the kids in the class had even heard of her. She was known in the Victorian times for getting in her boat on her own and rescuing people on rough waters. She would go out at night and help boats who had got lost or needed assistance. She was known as being a very brave, capable woman who we always felt proud to be distantly related to. So my sister finishes the picture after a few weeks. When she presents the picture in front of the class, she explains why she picked this woman. The teacher stops her and said that he was also related to her. His great-grandmother and my great-grandmother were sisters. We only had one picture with my nan and her mum, and the next week he brought in about 10 new pictures we had never seen. Lots of articles from the time of Grace Darling, and loads of new little nuggets of information about our family. Him and my dad became really good friends and did a whole massive family tree. I haven't thought about this in years, but it's such a strange coincidence. Mildly NSFW. When I was 14 I went to a party with a couple of mates who were keen on the girls there. I didn't know anyone, but at some point the host took a liking to me and took me up to her room. She was a stunner. Beautiful, dark, sexy fro, and a little unhinged. I liked her. We were both pretty hammered, and she proceeded to retrieve her hot pink toy from her top drawer. Things were going well, and I was about to get freaky with someone way out of my league. At this point we heard someone coming down the hall, and she flipped. And I mean lost it. Accusing me of all sorts. Both me and my friends were promptly booted from the house wondering what the fuck had just happened. Fast forward 10 years to when I started a new bartending gig. Almost immediately the girl who ran Kochek was super flirty with me, and after a couple weeks she eventually asked me back to her place. She warned me it was her parents' house as she had moved back in while finishing studying, but they were away. I did not care. As we pulled up to her place in the cab, I quipped I went to a house party on this street ages ago. Neither of us clicked. As we approached the front door, it all dawned on me. Same house, same girl, different hair. I couldn't bring myself to say anything out of fear she'd flip out again. We walk into her room, very familiar, and she proceeds to collect the same pink do from her drawer. I was in too deep at this stage, so I stuck my head in the ethically questionable sand and did the dirty point the next morning. While she was in the shower, I creeped downstairs and start looking for photos of her. I obviously now had no doubt it was her, but was wondering how the fuck I hadn't recognized her, even without the fro. I quickly found a photo of her when she was really young, big fro, big grin, standing with me. Turns out we went to kindergarten together and used to have playdates in that same house. We were together for a few months. I never said a word. TLDR. I accidentally got together with the same nutcase who went postal on me 10 years earlier, in the same bedroom, in the same house, with the same sex toy, then discovered we were also best friends from kindergarten. Probably not the most riveting story, but it felt really surreal at the time. This happened a couple decades ago back, when I was still at school. Before Google Maps and smartphones. I was flirting with this girl and we would spend a lot of time chatting between classes. One time I remember telling her about this strange dream I had in which I went to visit her at her home. I had no idea where she lived, but she got a bit freaked out when it turned out it was a pretty good approximation of what the house she lived in looked like. Complete with ivy covering the outside walls. Weird. Here's the kicker. While I didn't know what her address was, I knew the general area of the city she was from, population of around 200,000. So a few months later I was cycling in that general area with a friend and we just happened to stop randomly to take a short break and rehydrate. And that's when it hits me. Isn't this the girl I like's neighborhood? This place looks vaguely familiar somehow. On a hunch I got off my bike and walked up to the nearest house, and there it was. Her name on the door. Me and my friend both got a bit freaked out, but decided to take the opportunity and say hi. The look on her face was priceless, but looking back she probably thought I was just some creepy stalker. TLDR. I once dreamt about a house I've never been to which turned out to be a pretty good approximation of what it actually looked like. Then, months later, randomly stopped to drink some water while cycling. Turns out I parked myself right outside that very same building. I was going to college and dating this girl, and she was looking for a new place to live. I went with her to this house that had a room for rent and kind of hung out while the girl selling the contract showed her around. At one point one of the other roommates comes downstairs for a minimum and we see each other, and then she went back upstairs. We broke up a month or so later, and then a few months after that I downloaded Tinder when it was a pretty recent thing. I see a pretty girl and see that we have this very random person in common as a Facebook friend. This guy from my church back home that I hadn't seen in like 10 years. We go on a date and met close to her house in a parking lot. Her not wanting me to know where she lived in case I sucked lol. And we had a great time. Turns out that random dude that we had in common is her step uncle. Date goes great and I take her back home, and then I recognize that it was the house that I had been with my ex a few months before, and she then remembered that I was the guy that was waiting in the living room when she came downstairs. We end up getting married, and a few years later find out that her old roommate that was trying to sell the contract to my ex has gotten married and moved in like 5 minutes away from us. And then we ended up hanging out all the time until we moved away. Kind of funny how our paths crossed like that. I'm stupid late to this, but when I was pregnant with my first child, my gen has already left the practice, so I signed up for a certified nurse midwife to supervise my pregnancy. During my first appointment we were chatting, and she was going through my forms I had filled out. This was at a clinic in West Roxbury, Boston. I was originally from upstate New York. We moved from my city of birth to another city in New York when I was a toddler. She looks at my forms and says back quote, "You were born at XXX hospital in XXX, New York. I may have helped deliver you." Turns out she was a LD nurse in the 80s at this hospital. I was born on a Friday night. She worked nights. She was amazing and was rounding on the night I was in labor with my daughter. Even though there were other patients from the clinic at this hospital giving birth at the same time as me, she made sure she did everything possible to be with me for my daughter's birth. I moved and she transferred clinics, so I didn't get to have her for baby hash 2. But one of the midwives at the place to go to now knows her quite well, which gives me another little connection point TLDR. My midwife for my first baby may very well have been at least working in labor and delivery at the hospital when I was born 30 years ago and 300 to 400 miles away from where we met during my pregnancy. My father-in-law went for his daily walk, same route every day, and something caught his eye in a bush he was passing. It was a key on a key ring that had a business phone number on it. He brings it home, and my mother-in-law calls the number. It's a local tradesman who is from hours away, but says he recalls a customer he used to service years ago in the area, and tells her he will contact him if he is still there. My mother-in-law gets a call a few days later from the owner of the key. He is at a loss how the key got where it was, and said it went missing a long time ago, at least over a year ago. She asks if he would like it back, and he says no. He calls back the next day and says that he would actually like it back and gives the street he lives on. My mill says, "Oh, that's neat. My husband grew up on that street. .207 I believe." And the guy responds with, "The house numbers are 4 digits here." And my mill says, "Oh yes, you are right. It was 2037. And the guy says that's my house. So my Phil went to drop the key off, and sure enough it was the house he grew up in. Got to talk to the guy about the oak tree in the front that he planted with his dad 60 years ago, and the peach trees in the backyard that his mom planted and how there were 2 different kinds. Also got to tell him memories about the house and how his dad built the garage. I just find it so incredible how many things needed to be aligned for that to happen. Of all people to find the key, for the tradesman to remember an old customer, for that customer to still reside there and have the same number, of all houses in the city, to be the one my Phil grew up in. Blows my mind. Coolest story I have heard. This happened just 2 weeks ago as well, so very recent. I was working as a home health aide. My patient at the time was for a man, John, who was a doctor of physics. Unfortunately, John had Alzheimer's and dementia. Every morning I would greet him at his bed, and every morning he would ask the same questions. "What's your name? Where's Peg?" John's wife, over and over, never remembering what my name was, nor where I told him Peg was. Day in and day out. Same questions. The disease had taken almost all of who he was. One night I had a dream that I slept over John's house. It was a very big bed. I slept on one side, John in the middle and Peg on the other side. In my dream, I slept there, so I wouldn't be late for work the next morning. Made perfect sense in my dream. Nothing sexual or strange about it. The next morning I wake up, get ready for work, and arrive at John's house to start the day. Instead of the usual questions of "What's your name?" or "Where's Peg?" John starts telling me about his bed, how comfortable it is, and then asks me if I think his bed is comfortable. When I explain to John that I don't know what his bed feels like, he looks at me and says, "Yes you do. You slept here last night." I felt like I was in a horror movie. Told him I never slept there. After a long silence, John looks away and begins his usual questions. "What's your name? Where's Peg?" etc. Coincidence? I don't think so. When I was 17, a close friend of mine moved away from Baton Rouge, Louisiana to Little Rock, Arkansas. I was a little bit hurt because he didn't tell me he was going to move away. Well, 7 months passed and I had not heard from him or heard anything about him from anyone else. When around 3 in the morning one night I woke up from a dream in which that same friend of mine was dialing a phone number to call me just to say hello. I woke up from the dream with an overwhelming feeling that the household phone, this was 25 years before cell phones, was going to ring, and it was going to be him calling at 3 in the morning just to say hello. The feeling was so strong that I sat up in my bed and whispered out loud to myself, saying, "Wow, I know he is going to call." Around 10 seconds passed, total silence. Then, the phone started to ring. It woke up my parents. My mother answered it, using the one of our 2 household phones, the one next to my parents' bed. She called out to me, telling me it was my friend who had moved away to Arkansas. I went to the other of the 2 family phones, at the other side of the house, and picked up the handset of that phone. It indeed was my friend who had left BR 7 months previously. He told me he was in a trailer getting drunk with some of his friends and decided to call me just to say hello. I was so stunned by the apparent precognition and telepathy. Our two locations were separated by around 300 miles that I was nearly speechless. Note, I'm now 62 years old, and according to my memory only once in my life has 1. Any friend of mine phoned me just to chat, and only once has 2. A friend called me at night and awoken me, and only once have I 3. Ever felt that a phone near me was about to ring with a call for me. The reality that 1 and 2 occurred around 10 seconds after 3 seems beyond mere coincidence. I frankly think it is solid evidence of ESP. I've run into a bunch of people and friends in random places. When I was a college student, I studied abroad in Spain. I lived with a family, and their adult daughter had a boyfriend that also lived with them. Probably the second day that I was there, I went on an aimless walk/run to see what I could find in the city. I came across a huge sports complex and happened to run into the boyfriend there. He was really surprised to see me all the way out there. Later that same year I was in Barcelona and had arranged to meet with a friend of the adult daughter I was living with. After I got to the correct neighborhood, either my phone died or I lost the name of the bar we were to meet in, so I just decided to walk around and find an interesting place and figure out what to do. I saw a place that looked cool, and when I walked in, the friend was there, sitting on a couch. What luck. When I was moving cross country in the US, I made several detours to see college friends. On a stop in New Orleans, I was walking through the French Quarter when I heard someone yell out my name. Turns out it was a different college friend that I had lost touch with. She was on her bachelorette party point when I was living in Seattle. I was walking down the street when I saw a guy that I had gone to college with but had lost touch with. Turned out we lived not too far from each other. We became good friends again after that point. When I was traveling into Rocco Gorge, Taiwan, some person was yelling out to me in a parking lot. She asked if I spoke English, and after we said hi and established that we both worked in Korea, we began to narrow down where. I'm in Seattle. What about you? Same. Where in Seattle? Northwest part. Oh, me too. Which district? Yunpyang. Me too. Near which station? Gusen. Same. Do you know place X? Turns out we work down the street from each other. We went on to be good friends, but have both moved on and since lost touch. I fully expect to run into her again in some far off place in the future. Most recently when I was in Japan, I was walking through an underpass around Shinjuku and heard a confused voice call out my name in passing. This one turned out to be an old Korean coworker from the previous job near Gusen Station in my last encounter. Neither of us knew the other was in Tokyo. Both of us had taken days off work to travel. We hadn't seen each other in a few months, but are pretty good friends, so we got together the next day to see Meiji Shrine. My husband and I lived in the same apartment complex, didn't know each other. The year before meeting, I knew his kids from there and knew his ex-wife from work. Again, no idea there was a connection. I ran a promotion company at the time, knew of this guy named JT, was always interested in knowing him, never met. Fast forward 2 years from when I started my company and moved into my apartment, met this guy, friend of a friend. Total dork, cute and confident. After weeks of just being friends we were hanging out with people and he had to run home to grab something. Me wanting to spend more time with him alone offered to go with. He drove up and I was like no way. Told him I used to live across the courtyard from him. Turns out he even had a photo out his front window with my car in it. Fast forward a couple months and we're dating. This is after he realizes I know his kids from the apartment. We took his oldest, so 9 at the time, to a movie for his birthday. Went to drop the kids off at his ex-wife's house and realize who his ex-wife is, a crazy lady I used to work with. Lastly, we had been at the same place for the same concert or event many times before meeting. Even now, 10 years later, we will discover something we had gone to at the same time before we knew each other. It's a tie between my best friend. We went to high school together, like the same things, have the same first name, have cottage in the same area, and at the time we met, had the same snowmobile. So I don't know if anyone here has heard of a show called Roadkill. It's an internet television series of two guys, Mike Finnegan and David Freiberger, who build awesome cars and drive them like a 1950 Ford 2-ton truck that they shortened, put a 454 on the back, and made it do wheelies. Either way, they have such a big show now that Dodge sponsors them and puts on an event in Pontiac, Michigan called Roadkill Nights. Nearly 40,000 people attend, and there is drag racing on the road. They close down a major street and Dodge Hellcats taking people for joyrides. It's awesome. I went, and I tried to go to the meet and greet, but it was crowded, and it started to rain, so we went back early. Anyways, I take a nap and go to the bar in the hotel across the street. The hotel I was at didn't have a bar. The bar was fairly empty, so I don't think they minded. Then my friend, same one as above, woke up from his nap and was wondering where everyone was, so I leave the group at the bar to go get my friend, come back, and everyone who had any association with putting Roadkill together. Cameraman, logistics, editors, and yes, David Freiberger and Mike Finnegan were at the bar having drinks, so we got to have a few solid conversations with both hosts, more than anyone who went to the meet and greet, and they are genuinely cool guys. Not only that, but they played an episode at the bar that they had just finished editing, not even done the voiceovers, so nobody else had seen it. I was honestly starstruck. Well, I'm late to the party, but here we go. I was dealing with a mental breakdown, so I called the emergency line so they could take me into a facility to calm me down. I hadn't slept in days and was at the point where I couldn't even read and was having hallucinations. A white van came to pick me up and said they were taking me to a nice place that I could rest. I end up in a room with 3 big guys and one really nice lady. The big security guys were telling me to strip down to my underwear and change into patient clothes. And I was very shocked about everything, so I started getting anxious and angry for wanting me to undress in front of them and in a nasty bathroom. The floor was wet. These guys weren't going to deal with my cranky ass. They were getting ready to sedate me, but to be fair, I was just scared. The lady picks up on that and tells the guys to leave us alone, that she will handle it from here. Anyway, she calmed me down and explained why I had to follow their procedure. They threw away all my shaving razors and stuff that I could use to hurt myself, so I was pissed off at that too. She starts asking me questions about myself and just talking about what's going on. After I tell her why I was there, I asked her why did she decide to work in a mental facility like this. She said because she was a bit crazy when she was younger and her mom went through a lot dealing with her. And because of the love her mom showed her, she wanted to give back in her own way. Right after she answers, she looks at her board and asks me what my birthday is. I tell her my birthday. She gasps, so I ask her what's wrong. She said that's my mother's birthday. I was so shocked by this and touched that I started crying a bit. It seemed too surreal that her dead mother and me had the same birthday. Still makes me cry to this day. She was an angel. Here is my story. But first of all, excuse my English. I was on a transatlantic trip to Toronto when 2 days before departure I got a problem with my credit card limit. Didn't expect the hotel charge. Nevertheless, I got some cash left which would be enough to pay the bus back to airport. So I got to the bus stop the next morning and had a little talk with a man who was also waiting. The next problem arose through the fact that the bus could only be paid by credit card. The guy I talked to before recognized my problem and paid in exchange for my left cash. So I got my transport and was sure I will get back to home. Only problem was that I had 6 hours left at airport without money nor food. And now something strange happened. A couple sitting right next to me in the bus recognized my situation and were so grateful to give me some money to bridge the gap till my flight back to Germany. Additionally, it turned out that they were on the same flight as me. So I were very grateful for the money, got some food, and waited for my flight. The coincidence happened when boarding the plane. Since I had nothing to do, I was very early and took my seat soon. While waiting, I recognized the couple from before staring in my direction. It turned out that they had the seats right next to me in a jumbo jet with more than 400 seats. We had some nice conversations on the flight back. Although we never met again, I think this was some lucky fortune, and every time I think of it, it will give me a little smile. Oh man, where to start? The amount of times I run into people I needed to see in other countries happens all the time. Strangest thing was Friday, 2 days ago, at breakfast 7:15 am in the morning. Went to a cafe in a strange part of town. The guy in front of me had a tiny logo on his backpack, same company I work for. Inch by inch squared. I let the guy sit down. I ordered my breakfast and coffee and walked over to his table asking him, "Dude, you have this tiny logo on your backpack. Do you know what it means?" He says that he works for the same company in Toronto, Canada. I said that's crazy. I'm the one guy in my small town on the other side of the world in Australia. I'm one dude that looks after 2 states. There is about 1.5 million people in these 2 states that I look after. There are about 6,000 people all up who work for my company worldwide, but that includes every position. My guess is there are 600 to 800 people worldwide that do my job in every country in the world. There is no business reason he was here as I look after this patch. It's just he was visiting Australia on holiday and happened to take his work laptop back, the one with the logo, and I happened to be having breakfast at the same time he was in my town, at the same place, and I stood behind him and saw it point. So I sat at his table and had breakfast. He also forgot to bring his laptop power supply to Australia, so I got him one while he was here. Strangely enough, this isn't the only time I've run into work people in strange circumstances like this, or friends from school, or church friends, or all sorts of people. The world is an amazingly tiny place. Oh, reminds me of flying from Kuala Lumpur to Australia. Sat next to a lovely couple with kids. Started chatting. I knew their accent sounded like my family. Ended up they worked on my parents' farm from 40 years ago and knew my whole family well. My family only employed about 40 different people over the entire time of farming. Stupid, but I'm convinced that a lot of the time there is only 2 or 3 degrees of separation in most of the Western world. When I was a kid, my family moved halfway across Canada. I ended up in the lower half of a split grade class. I made a couple of friends with the upper grade kids, but also got targeted by some bullies. Luckily, a girl in the upper grade, let's call her Alice, took me under her wing and let me spend recess and lunch with her, so the bullies would stay away. About 2 months later though, she moved to the US. I spent the next 2 months hiding in the library at lunch. Then I too moved away. We lost touch. Near the end of high school I came to realize I was bisexual. I came out to my family just after graduation, and then to the new friends I made in university. I spent the first 2 years at a university where I graduated university, living in my parents' home, but after 2 years of this, I decided to move to another city, the same city I first moved to as a kid. After unpacking, I had a day or two before classes started, so I decided to look for the LGBTQ+ resource center on campus. I tried to get involved at my last university, but was unable to make it to meetings. This time, I planned to be a part of something. I looked up the location of the student union's Pride resource room, then went. It turned out to be a literal converted closet, with a single woman inside working on the computer. She told me that organizing for events and such wasn't going to start until next week, but there was a weekly meeting scheduled that afternoon still, if I wanted to stick around. I went and got a slushie, and came back for the meeting. At the start of the meeting they did a round of names, pronouns and something about yourself. The woman who I had met earlier introduced herself as Alice, but I didn't think anything of it at the time. Eventually it came around to me. I said my name, and that I had only just moved back here after a brief time as a kid, when suddenly the woman who told me about the meeting cut in, shockedly announcing she was that Alice, my friend from elementary school. In the end, we became close friends, but we have drifted apart again since graduation. We are Facebook friends now, though, so no matter what we will not lose contact again at least. 3 sort of boring stories. In my freshman year of high school, my mom was dropping me off, and I saw this guy on a bike getting chased by this adorable little dog. It wasn't his dog, but the school called the owner after the dog followed him inside. I walked inside and sat down in the spot I always sat in while waiting for the bell to ring. Turns out, the guy on the bike was one of the people I sat next to. His ground of friends were really entertaining to listen to, so I'd sit next to them because I could always get a laugh. In my journalism class, I had this girl in it that I wanted to befriend because she was quiet but really interesting. A few days later, I find out she's a part of that group. Then a few more days later, I find out one of my friends from middle school was friends with that group. The next year, I'm in my art class talking with this girl about this friend of mine, and she knows him. All of those random people she was talking about all the time were the same faking group of people from my freshman year. It may be underwhelming, but all of these people I randomly run into all know each other, even though there's a few thousand people in the school. My sister had this ex-friend that used to go to my school, so one day, while she was picking me up from school, which is an extremely rare once every school year occurrence, she asked me if that girl still went to my school. Told her I didn't know. Instead of dropping me off at home, she asked if I wanted to go out to eat anywhere. I suggested Gringos, which I've only gone once last year. Conversation forgotten. My sister, her friend that was in the car with us, and I all went into. The greeter was the girl. I hadn't seen the girl in over a year, and the second my sister asks me about her, we run into each other. My sister was obsessed with wizardology books back in elementary school. We used to pretend we were wizards, and we got all of our friends in on it. It was raining outside, so we were on the trampoline, the best time to jump, because you stay cool and the water makes you jump higher, and my sister told my friend about wizardology. They started discussing southern witches. We just recently moved from MN down to TX, and she told my friend to try to perform some magic. Of course, we knew it was all fake, but it was just a fun make-believe game we liked to play. So the girl raises her arms and squeezes her hands. The rain starts pouring harder. We're all super amazed, and she opens her hands again, and the rain slows down a bit. She tries it again, but the rain stays the same, obviously, but while the magic had lasted, it was super cool. I was convinced magic was real for a while after that. While living in Hawaii in September 2016, I matched a girl on Tinder from San Antonio that was on vacation in Hawaii. I had moved to Hawaii from San Antonio. Start talking about SAP and what neighborhood I lived in. She was in the same. I said what building I lived in. She said same. I said what apartment number, and she was like, you're joking, right? Turns out she was living exactly where I used to live. So we meet up, hang out for the week that she's in Hawaii, go on hikes, get blacked out at bars, have a good time. Then a few months later I'm back in San Antonio for a wedding and ask if she wants to go to a concert with some of my friends. She says yeah, and we go to this kinda shitty show, but then we go back to her place, my old place. It was really weird seeing it all totally redecorated. The next day, my friends and I are hanging out at a beer garden place and I invited her, and she shows up with her boyfriend of 2 years. And acted like we were all just friends. And never tried to explain it or anything. It was super awkward, so we all just left, and I never talked to her again. I did scroll back through my Tinder screenshot archives. This one was notable because of the apartment circumstances, and found our first conversation. TLDR, met a hot girl on Tinder in Hawaii who lived in my old apartment. She seemed cool, but wound up being a turbo thought. It's not the strangest one in my life, but I thought it might go on here, if nowhere else. I play Hollow Knight, so not many people here will really know what I'm talking about. If you're not in Steel Soul mode, you die once, and it wipes the save file. You leave behind a specter, called a shade in game. When you die, you lose all your gear, currency, and you can hold less soul than before. Kinda mana forecasting spells. Consequentially, you have to go defeat your shade to get your gear and repair your soul gauge. There's also an option to visit an NPC to get your shade for you if it's in a difficult place, but that requires an item I can't quite find in abundance, so I just opt to die elsewhere and go there just to save myself having to see the cracked soul gauge. There's one particular area, Fog Canyon, where nothing is really hostile, but the jellyfish-like creatures still do contact damage. So it's still kinda best to kill them. The smaller rumor aren't that much of a problem, but getting around the larger rumor is tricky. They both die in one hit with an unupgraded male weapon for melee combat, but the Uma have a core that shoots towards you, dealing 2 masks HP of damage. Most creature attacks do 1 mask. If you're lucky or skilled, you can dodge the core flying towards you. So, when I was trying to get my shade earlier, there was an Uma that was just floating there, and I made the somewhat foolish decision of striking it with my nail, expecting the core to slam into me, dealing 2 masks. Instead, it shoots in the direction of the shade, killing it and giving me a repaired soul gauge and what little gear I died with. Happened here on Reddit. If anyone remembers the post in maybe 2015 about the train conductor / engineer who in his free time liked to ride the rails hobo style. He told a ton of crazy stories of his adventures. One was about being robbed for the weed they were growing by guys who were dressed up as cops. I think the story I saw in Best of was about him breaking his leg and blaming this lady for a while because she wouldn't let him ride in the cart she was in for safety reasons. She had some French documentarians following her around. So he broke his leg and actually the girl saw his post and he forgave her and said he understood her not wanting to ride with random dudes. He had mentioned that while he was doing the hobo thing he had spent a decent amount of time in New Orleans post Katrina point. I had a buddy who also had some crazy hobo adventures and I faking loved his stories. One about riding a train through the Rockies in winter and putting every piece of clothing on and climbing into his duffel bag for warmth. Another about getting caught in Wyoming by guys on ATVs with mirrors and the cops being super cool and giving them showers and meals. Also one about being split up with his partner for a state before finding her again. These 2 brothers in Chicago, he said, were the craziest best scammers / actors he ever saw. His craziest stories were about New Orleans and getting super wasted on some Katrina booze they found with labels washed off. Then he blacked out in the middle of Main Street, got locked up for mouthing off to the officer, and ended up contracting scabies while in jail. So on just a hunch I messaged the guy, "Hey, do you know my friend Bryce?" And I attached a photo of my friend. He told me he opened it thinking, "Yeah, right, no way I know this guy." Then he replies with a photo that he took of my friend standing by the river in New Orleans and tells me my friend Bryce was one of the lone people he was actually comfortable and very chill with. I lived in the NW. Everyone believed we were faking it somehow or made it up, but no, just random craziness. All this week it's been happening in the strangest ways. The other night, I was in bed playing a pointless clicking game on my phone. Because I have to have noise at night, I can't sleep in silence. My laptop was next to me on my nightstand playing a random TV show from Netflix. Suddenly, something made my laptop light up which grabbed my attention. The only way this can happen is if you touch it, and I was nowhere near it. Suddenly, an actor in this scene said, "It's late. You really need to get some sleep." I looked at the screen weirdly, then looked at the clock to see it was 2 AM. I had to be up early the next morning for a 9 AM apt. It just seems these things keep happening to me over and over again. The best proof I have is a picture I took with my phone to prove this next story. On November 5th, the name Higgins came to me. I knew I had heard this name before, but couldn't place where I had heard it. It's not a common name you hear. I kept saying it over and over and couldn't place it. It started bothering me, so I went online and looked the name up. I found out it was the name of a character in the 1980s TV show, Magnum PI, which I haven't seen in a million years. I shrugged this off as 100% pointless, since this made no sense to me. On November 9th, 4 days later, I hop online to see the actor's face as Yahoo's main headline. He had just passed away. I took a picture with phone, showing my search history next to the Yahoo article of his passing as proof. It just seems for me, not only do I get the strangest synchronicities, I also seem to get precognition of things to happen. There are many more examples of this I could list, but you'd be here all day lol. My best friend and I went to Miami for a vacation a few years ago, about 10 hours from a home city. We went to the beach and happened to strike up conversation with these 2 girls that were a few yards away from us. Talked to them for about 10 minutes, then we separated ways. A few days later, my friend and I get back home. Our other friend was having a party, so we stopped by there for a little while. I'm hanging out, best friend by my side, and all of a sudden, I spot someone familiar across the way. I nudged my friend and said, "Hey, do we know that girl?" My friend looks over just as the girl makes eye contact with us. We all have our jaws wide open when we realize we all met on the beach. We all come together and freak out for a while. The girl grabs her other friend from the beach, who's also at the party point. Come to find out, this girl and her friend are moving in with our other friend whose party we are at. So, these two random girls and my friend and I just happened to be at the same random city, on the same 5 yards of beach, out of miles and miles and miles to choose from, at the same exact time, and we talked to each other. These girls were also from our same city, and were friends with our friends. I think that's the craziest coincidence that will ever happen to me in my life. It still gives me a crazy feeling to this day. I met my current boyfriend while helping as a tar in university. He was still a student then. There were looks, but both our places did not allow us to take these looks any further. He was a student, I was a teaching assistant. When summer came, I found another job and left that university. I thought I would never see him again. I searched for him on Facebook, but I didn't find him. My Facebook doesn't have my real name, so he couldn't find me either, even if he wanted to. Some months passed, and I was on holidays in a holiday resort at a totally different place of the country. I was there with my then boyfriend. So, I ran into him there. We spoke a bit. We were both so excited and baffled that we fell into each other at such a random place when we were both convinced that we'd never see each other again. But, we just said goodbye in the end. After all, I was with someone else. A year passed, no sign of him anywhere. I broke up, my life went on, etc. And summer came. And I was at a totally random remote place where people go for holidays at the other side of the country. I was having the worst time of my life. I was sick. I wanted to go home, so I went to book tickets to a travel agency. And there he was. He was in the travel agency. We hugged, and he told me to meet him tonight at the bar, and he doesn't want to go looking for me again. So, we met at night at the bar, and eventually we made sure that we wouldn't leave this to luck anymore. I know it's not personally experienced, but I think these coincidences are quite cool. It was in the 40s in Edinburgh, when my living granddad was only a baby. Everyone in the street ran into one of the air raid shelters designated for that street bit. My WWI knowledge is better than my WWII knowledge, so I might get the terminology wrong. It was one of the ones I think were there if you didn't have one in your house/garden or you were away from home. Anyway, the shelter was sort of communal, and my great grandparents had nowhere to put him, as all the cots were taken up by many other babies, but one family saw there was enough room and things to put him in with their daughter. They never really saw each other after that, didn't know each other existed, and had no recollection of it happening, but the parents never forgot each other. It was when my granddad and his girlfriend, future wife, and my granny got their parents to meet each other, was when they realized they had been put in that cot together as babies. I think it's quite a nice story. The other one is, my great grandpa, the other side of the family, in WWI was sent to fight very far away from Scotland. I think my grandpa told me it was Egypt or Palestine. I might be remembering this wrong. Amidst the fight he got some shrapnel to the leg and had to go to the field hospital. Is that what it's called? He heard from above him, "How's it going, William?" Surprisingly, it was his childhood friend who became a doctor who had signed up. They hadn't seen each other for years, and one of them had moved away, different town and different battalion, but he was there to help my great grandpa. Was en route at a residence hall, wheeled up, redacted, hall, last year. I was a resident there myself the previous year. My best friend I met whilst there was a person across the corridor, hall, if you will, from me, with the last name Hall. After 6 months of living together we worked out we used to live, and our parents still do live, not just on the same street, but almost exactly opposite each other. Think, my parents' house is 65A, hers is 66. Keeping in mind, this hall/university was in a different city to said houses. Fast forward a year, a resident hands his ID in to me for something. Driver's license, has his address on it. It's number 64 on my street. The house actually directly across from ours. Look up at his name, last name, Hall. Asked him if he knew this other girl and he didn't. Not as a family member, and not as a neighbor. Asked her and she confirmed the same. Doesn't know him, not related. Weirdest thing, that in a city of 5 million, a member of 3 different households, not just on the same street but like, same section of street, 2 of which share a last name should all end up on the same floor in a hall of residence at a university in a different city. TLDR, met 2 people with the last name Hall at a residence hall called Redacted Hall in 2 consecutive years. They are neighbors and live/d directly across from me and none of us knew each other before we were in that hall. Bonus fact, did my final photography assignment on architecture whilst still at high school, a year before we met, and long story short a photo of the roof of her house is part of a collage in that project, haha. And we're all on the same floor of the 14-story building as well. My son's father was abusive while we were together. I stayed with him because I wanted it to work for our son. I tried leaving him several times, but he laughed at me and refused, and on one occasion threatened to kill me. While we were still together, I went over my duplex mate's house for a Halloween party. There was a guy there dressed as Superman. We really connected, and when my son's father showed up, he politely faded away into the party. I thought about him for a long time after. He was this idea of a person, and when my son's father was being awful to me, I would think about how a guy like that might actually exist. I finally broke up with my ex, but he refused to move out, and I didn't have anywhere I could go, so we lived together for several months. I finally kicked him out, after needing to call the cops. I was so done, and ready to do whatever it would take to make my home safer for my son. 2 days later my best friend and I went to a ski jump to blow off steam. I was in a mindset of being ready to be a single mom basically forever. But, as luck would have it, Superman was at the ski jump. We totally hit it off. He is more incredible, respectful, responsible, and kind than I ever could have imagined. We are getting married this June and I couldn't be more excited. I feel so lucky to have met him when I did. While at the time, it didn't feel like the right time to meet someone. I really believe that if I hadn't met him my ex would have guilted/threatened/convinced me to get back together. I wish I knew I could have stayed firm about it without meeting Superman, but the cycle of abuse is intense. Definitely the best coincidence of my life, and I'm grateful for it every day. I used to make things and sell them on eBay. This was back in the day, where you could get your money's worth on handmade stuff on eBay. I had been making these beautiful mittens that sold like hotcakes, and I got about $50 a pair for them. So one day I'm at work, and I brought a pair of mittens with me that I had to ship out. I used my work computer to print off shipping labels, and I had an entire warehouse at my disposal, so I would occasionally use the shipping supplies as well. I go to check the address and it's literally a block away. Wouldn't be a big deal if it was a bustling metro area, but this was a small town in the middle of Minnesota with a population of about 400 people. The buyer had just moved to town. I messaged her on eBay and told her we were in the same town and that I would refund her shipping charges and just bring the mittens over on my lunch break. She ended up opening a daycare a few months later and watched my child for the first couple months of me being back to work. We are still very good friends. Another time, I had started seeing this guy right after high school. His name was Tommy. He was in a band. He was sweet. We were getting to know each other, and he mentions his last name. It was the same as mine. And his first name is Tom, which is my dad's name. He had the exact same first and last name as my father. Luckily, the last name was spelled slightly different. So, no, I didn't fuck my half-brother. I just faked some dude who had the same name as my father. Less weird, right? When I was 14 and living abroad to learn a new language, I had to stay in my extended family's home for safety purposes. The house I stayed in was a mansion with 7 floors, with the top floor being small and made of glass windows, being able to see the whole city from it. But this house was far from beautiful. I don't mean to sound like a lunatic, but there was definitely some paranormal things going on in that house. Every night I'd hear furniture move, windows closing that were open, whispering, just all types of faked up things. What made me believe it even more was around 2 a.m. a massively heavy door that was very hard to open due to the carpet slammed shut by itself. I ran to my room and use accepted it at that point. One person who lived in this house was my uncle's creepy wife. She was pale with blonde hair and just looked dead inside all the time. In the back of my mind I knew there was something up with her, but I tried to ignore for the sake of me leaving in 2 months and it'd all be over. Well, here's where the coincidence comes in. As I'm sitting at the 7th floor without electricity, I was just admiring the view of the city until she comes up and asks me what I was doing there. I told her it was just to relax, and she decided to join me. As we're both sitting I look at the television and it blinks. Again, there is no electricity for that to happen. About 5 minutes later I see the reflection of the city on the television, but on the right side I see a body dressed in rags, kind of like the girl from The Ring. I gasped but didn't want it make it apparent that I had seen it. She asked me if everything was okay, and I said yes. Then she starts smiling really hard and asks, "Did you see that thing on the television?" and my heart dropped. I said yes. And she goes, "I've been looking at it since before, but I didn't want to scare you." She didn't say another word, and I felt like she was going to kill me because she was still smiling. I ran downstairs all 7 flights in the dark and booked a plane ticket home for the following week. I've experienced several. I was raised in Seattle. I moved to LA for college and spent most of my 20s there. I managed a cafe and we had these customers we called the cowboys. They were 2 brothers who dressed in old west gear, cowboy hats, boots and vests. They lived in an old truck camper and came in every day. Eventually, I moved back home and found myself walking in downtown Seattle about 7 years later when I hear someone call my name. It's the cowboys. They're on their way to Alaska and are taking a rest break in my city. Not the only time I've run into homeless people I've known in another city. I also ran into 2 rail riding gutter punks from Seattle on my only trip to New Orleans. The best was traveling to Ireland in college. We had an extremely friendly cab driver who, upon finding out we lived in LA, told us to look up his mate, Spud, who was a barman at an Irish pub in Santa Monica, and say hello for him. He gave a very detailed description. About 4 years later I was running errands for the cafe I managed and found myself behind a guy in line at cash and carry. I thought he looked familiar. Turns out it was Spud, and I was able to pass on the greetings from Paddy. No joke, that was his name. Spud knew exactly who I was talking about, and I later went down and got a pint at that bar. Sometimes the world is a small magical place. There is an actor in a popular TV show that I think is really attractive. I happened to be on their Instagram and saw that they lived/worked in a big city that was a couple of hours from my little town. And I was daydreaming about what I would do if I happened to bump into them and thinking about how I would probably just freeze up. It totally was a fantasy because I never go to that city. 2 days later I'm at a cafe in my town and someone is getting served next to me. I automatically look up and say hi when I make eye contact, and they respond, and I immediately go back to finishing my transaction. Then my stomach drops and I have an oh shit moment and look back up and see that actor walking away from me and realize that I said hi to them on autopilot without realizing it was them, and they even said hi back. When I was younger my family flew to a southern state for a family vacation. We were running super late to a very small airport and they actually ended up holding the flight for us since they had very few flights, and it was pretty awkward getting on the small airplane after running through the airport. We arrived in a city and drove maybe 3 to 4 hours to a small town and stayed in a little community with a handful of buildings for the week. Partway through the week we happened to meet the family in the house next to us, and they say they are from the same state as us, and then they proceed to tell us the ordeal of having their flight delayed waiting for a late family to board. And then we had to tell them that that was us. I've posted this in the comments of another thread, can't remember which one, but my boyfriend and I, just before I turned 7, my immediate family moved from Lake Charles, Louisiana to Memphis, Tennessee because of a hurricane. So I've spent most of my life here, though I will always call Louisiana home as that's where I feel most comfortable, and it's where most of my extended family lives. Anyway, I eventually make it to college and start my freshman year a year and a half ago. I'm part of my university's honors college, So I'm placed with a certain group of about 15 people where we all share 3 classes throughout the week as a way to help us bond and gain friends to help us through college. This is where I meet my boyfriend. We clicked instantly. Similar interests, similar food tastes, everything just fits. We end up getting together just before Thanksgiving, so I get to meet his family during the holiday. Come to find out, his entire family is also from Louisiana, and he was born near Baton Rouge. Also, his family moved to Memphis around the exact same time, but for different reasons. So not only did I meet the love of my life in college, I'm getting a little taste of home from it all. And I've never been happier. Reddit, found where I originally commented this. In the late spring of 2016, I had just graduated from college and was looking for a job. I have a BS in computer science, so I thought it would be an easy thing. No, it was not. One day, I was talking with my mother, and she said, "Have you heard of it company? They seem to have a couple of places in the area. Try applying." I had heard of them. I knew a guy who had gotten an internship with them several years prior, and he seemed happy working there at the time. So, I put in an application. That same day, I got an email from the college, where I had gotten my associates. They wanted to let me know of a job in the area, and wanted to know if I was interested. I emailed back yes, and they set up a phone interview with a staffing company. The next day, it company got back to me and arranged a phone interview for about an hour before the staffing company interview. They were both hiring for the same job. I was fortunate in that it company was paying $2/HR more, probably what the staffing company was skimming off the top of each guy's check as a finder's fee. What's better is, I still work for it company as a help desk tech. If I had waited to hear what the staffing company was offering, I would have been laid off at the end of the project, all because of a random conversation. Thanks, Mom. Me, college sophomore, had this weird seasonal depression, where every spring I would wonder what the hell I was doing with my life, and have the urge to become a wandering hobo, or live in nature or some shit. Still do tbh. One day I'm leaving my parents' house in these rural suburbs, and I just decide to drive in a random direction, and see where it takes. Left turn, right, left, right etc. Until I was truly in the middle of faking nowhere, no buildings or houses within a half mile at least. All of a sudden I come across a brand new church, really nice building. Didn't fit with the scenery. I pulled into the parking lot and into a parking space. If you're there, I know I've done some shitty things, and I know I've at times downright denied you and your existence to anyone who would listen with the express intent of making them doubt their faith, and I know I've blasphemed tens of thousands of times. But clearly what I'm doing for myself isn't working. So I just ask you to please show me a sign, and if you do I will change my ways and live for you. Immediately after I finished my sentence, the air conditioner in my car started making a loud whinny noise that it had never made before and has never made since. I juiced the fuck out of there as soon as possible, and as soon as I left the parking lot the noise stopped.